where to look and make sure your video's working. If you want to turn on your video.
Yep, I just need to move you to the other side. Hang on 1 second.
No problem.
Come on.
Where to look and make sure your video's working. If you want to turn on your video.
I did. I just need to move you to the other side. Hang on 1 second.
No problem.
Come on.
Where to look. Oh. Why is it looping?
I don't know. I'm gonna try and rejoin.
Okay. Welcome, attendees. We'll be starting here in just about 4 to 5 minutes. Hi, Erin. I see you're on the line. Erin, if you want to unmute and turn on your video just to do a quick AV check. Oh, there you are. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Your audio is a little faint.
Oh, I'm going to put my earphones on when I'm ready to go.
Okay, cool.
I'm just listening in for now.
All right. Well, I know you're a pro, so that looks great. Thanks.
God, who'd have thought Zoom culture was going to be high demand still?
Absolutely. And I see Whitney, I see your videos now.
Can you hear me?
Running.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's a little faint. So you might want to speak up just when it's your turn.
I will.
All right, guys, you can go back off video and mute. We just wanted to check AV. All right, we're going to be starting here shortly. Just give it another couple minutes and then we'll begin. All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to begin. Welcome to the 2021 Southwest Florida Climate Summit. This is the inaugural event. We're so pleased that all of you could join us today for this incredible jam-packed day full of informative presentations and interactive question and answer sessions with you, our audience. The once predicted climate changes are now occurring, with the headlines in the Washington Post just yesterday reading, "America's new normal, a degree hotter than 2 decades ago." Coming from the recently released NOAA report, where you can see on the graph on the left that Florida is one of the most affected states. These past couple of years, there's been more evidence of increased intensity of storms, sea level rise, and other climate impacts being felt across the globe. In fact, the 2020 Atlantic hurricane season had 30 named storms, the most storms on record, with 6 of those being major hurricanes like the Cat 4 Hurricane Laura pictured here. While the challenge is immense and the window of opportunity to curtail it is narrowing, we're seeing growing awareness and acceptance that is manifesting into bipartisan actions at all levels of government. At the federal level, in just the past few months, our president has pledged at the International 2021 Leaders Summit on Climate that the United States will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by half from the 2005 levels by the year 2030, as well as has issued an executive order to achieve net zero emissions by no later than 2050, and one that calls for increasing renewable energy on public lands and in offshore waters. There's also a new focus on bringing environmental justice to disadvantaged communities who have often been disproportionately impacted by climate change. On the state level, our governor and legislature has taken bold steps to establish the Resilient Florida program with $611 million of funding appropriated this year to implement projects to enhance community resiliency across our state. The governor has also created Florida's first Chief Resiliency Officer position, whom we're fortunate enough to have personally with us today. On the regional level, there are multiple climate compacts amongst local governments that have formed, including one right here in Southwest Florida that we'll hear more about later today. We have a great lineup of panel presenters on the agenda, starting with Southwest Florida Climate Leadership, to the state of climate change science, then on to the policy and legal framework for climate action, growing climate awareness, and actions to move resiliency forward in Southwest Florida. In lieu of our presenter introductions, we refer you to the presenters' biographies that are available on the CHNEP Climate Summit webpage to learn more about the impressive array of scientific, legal, and policy experts that we have presenting here today. The Coastal and Heartland National Estuary Partnership is pleased to host this event. We were formed by Congress in 1995 under the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and are a partnership of local, state, and federal entities working together with private organizations and nonprofits on natural resource management, our mission being uniting Central and Southwest Florida to protect water and wildlife. Our partnership includes 10 counties and spans over 5,000 square miles outlined here. We want to recognize our event sponsors today, WGCU Public Media, Environmental Defense Fund, and the Florida Gulf Coast University Water School, and to have them provide some opening remarks as well, starting with Dr. Mike Savarese from FGCU.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to know you're all here. It looks like we're going to have a lot of attendees. I wish we could be doing this in one room, but I guess it's just not practical. I just wanted to, on behalf of the Water School at Florida Gulf Coast University, I want to welcome you all. And I'm so enthused about the general interest throughout the region for this particular summit. I just wanted to let you know that the Water School is here as part of your local university to help with all matters related to water. And of course, climate directly deals with water and associated problems with water as we move forward into the future. And we look forward to working with the community now and as we move into the next few years. Thanks.
And now we'll hear from Dawn Sheriffs of Environmental Defense Fund.
Good morning, everybody. For those of you that aren't familiar with Environmental Defense Fund, we've been around since 1967, looking for practical and lasting solutions to the most critical environmental problems facing the planet. And just last year, we actually opened our Florida office. Really pleased as a Floridian to be joining all of you today and excited to have this partnership with CHNEP. You know, Florida's got 1,400 miles of coastline, a one-of-a-kind ecosystem, and booming population. Those things all make it especially vulnerable to climate change. We've got a lot of challenges ahead, so it's really important that all of you are here today. And we know that if we use best-in-class science, we can advance pragmatic solutions. So we are proud sponsors of the Southwest Florida Climate Summit. Looking forward to spending the day with all of you focused on solutions for our state. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much to our event sponsors. Now we're going to introduce you to Menti, the web tool that we'll be using today to collect your questions and comments throughout today's event. If you would take out a smartphone or open another browser web page on your computer and enter menti.com. Once the page has opened, you'll enter a code, and the code is 6828-2394. You'll see that on the screen here, so I'll give you a moment to do that. And you can participate in this whether you are a registrant through the Zoom webinar or you're viewing this live through the CHNEP YouTube channel. When you see the Menti page open, it's going to ask you a question. Feel free to enter your response, which is then being live streamed onto the presentation screen with the other responses being received here. So this is just a quick question about who we have participating today. We had over 400 registrants, so we'd like to know who you are. And it looks right now, for the moment, that we have resource managers in the lead and scientists, but we also have quite a few nonprofits, concerned citizens, policymakers, and legal policy professionals. So we'll give you a minute more to practice with this because this is the method by which we'll be collecting your questions and comments throughout the day. All right. It looks like we're still receiving responses, and we'll give you another chance to practice this later on this morning. So just to go over our first session this morning, and again, the agenda, the proceedings, all the supporting documents around this summit are available at the chnep.org website under the Climate Summit page. But I'll just go over panel one here. The first session this morning is on Southwest Florida climate leadership. We're going to hear a personal video address from Senator Marco Rubio and from Director Janine Gettle of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's Region 4 Water Division for the summit participants, followed by live comments and question and answers from Chief Resiliency Officer and Secretary of Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Noah Valenstein. And so with that, let's begin.
Good morning, this is Senator Marco Rubio, and it's an honor to represent this great state of Florida in the United States Senate. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Coastal and Heartland National Estuary Partnership and the sponsors of the Southwest Florida Climate Summit for the great work they do on behalf of our state, the Sunshine State. You know, as a Floridian, it's clear to me that a holistic approach to improving environmental quality and restoring debilitated ecosystems must be central to our efforts to improve our state's climate resilience. That's why securing funding and authorizations here in Congress for ecosystem restorations, including Everglades restoration, the National Estuary Program, and the NOAA Corals Program, have been priorities of mine in improving our ability to mitigate climate impacts. Everglades restoration is a great example of world-class ecosystem restoration that I've worked on and championed, and it's an effort that will help us to accomplish many of our climate preparedness goals. By improving water quality and restoring natural water quantities throughout the greater southern Florida ecosystem, Everglades restoration will recharge our wetlands and coastal mangrove habitats and nurture new generations of oyster beds and seagrasses, all of which serve to protect our coastal communities from storm surge and from coastal flooding. Everglades restoration will also secure our water resources as Florida's population continues to grow by recharging our aquifers to prevent saltwater inundation from spoiling our vital drinking water. Another ecosystem that is critical for our climate resilience are our coral reefs. The Florida Reef Tract is the third largest coral reef barrier in the world, and as a recent U.S. Geological Survey study confirms, the reef provides life-saving storm surge mitigation services to thousands of Floridians annually. But sadly, our coral reefs are in decline due to environmental stressors and stony coral tissue loss disease, which is rampaging throughout the Florida Reef Tract. That's why I've reintroduced the Restoring Resilient Reefs Act to reauthorize the Coral Reef Conservation Act for the first time since it expired back in 2004. The bill I've introduced would authorize much-needed funding for coral reef restoration and would implement key reforms to empower state, local, and non-governmental partners to fund and implement innovative coral rearing and restoration techniques. These efforts are crucial for healing our corals, which have been decimated in recent years. I've also pursued climate resilience by securing funding and authorization for comprehensive Army Corps of Engineers coastal and storm resilience studies to better prepare us for future impacts. Through the 2016 Water Resources Development Act, I champion the authorization of the South Atlantic Coastal Study, which will result in specific coastal resilience recommendations for the consideration of Congress, the state of Florida, and our municipalities. The study is ongoing, and the report to Congress is expected very soon. As a result of the lessons I've learned and the relationships I've formed in pursuit of these priorities, I've come to understand that finding solutions to our climate and environmental challenges doesn't have to be a partisan issue. Thankfully, many of my colleagues have also come to this conclusion. Last Congress, I joined the bipartisan Senate Climate Solutions Caucus to help develop a consensus with my colleagues and to ensure that Florida's unique climate and environmental perspectives are properly represented. Our work through the caucus has allowed us to elevate the climate discourse above partisan talking points and is already allowing us to advance common sense proposals. And I look forward to continuing this important work in the 117th Congress. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today, and I hope to see you all in the near future.
Good morning. I'm Janine Gettle, Director of the Water Division at EPA Region 4. I would like to thank the Coastal and Heartland National Estuary Partnership for hosting this climate summit and engaging stakeholders to address the significant challenge of climate change. I am sorry that I cannot participate in person today, but I am ably represented by other EPA participants. Administrator Regan has made addressing the climate crisis a priority for EPA. Climate stress is often experienced as water stress, drought, flooding, sea level rise, and the water sector is central to managing these events. This is why EPA will aim to make water programs part of the solution for the climate crisis. We will do this by communicating our adaptation and lessons learned at the watershed scale. Our efforts will focus on community partnerships, coastal efforts, and core Clean Water Act programs, such as the National Estuary Programs. As you all know, climate change is affecting us now. The increase in extreme weather events associated with climate change underscores the need for communities to build infrastructure and manage resources that can maintain performance when impacted by such disruptions. For this reason, EPA encourages communities to use an integrated planning process to provide solutions that are adaptable and resilient to climate change while addressing community needs. And the National Estuary Programs here in Region 4 have been answering this challenge with action. Region 4's NEPs have led the development of climate adaptation or resiliency plans for their study areas, states, and the region. The National Estuary Partnerships in Southwest Florida and throughout Region 4 have led several initiatives to address climate change. The NEPs have completed climate change vulnerability assessments to determine vulnerabilities and climate change impacts, and then incorporated those into their updated comprehensive conservation and management plans. The NEPs in Region 4 have also led many projects under EPA's Climate Ready Estuaries program, which works with NEPs to assess climate change vulnerabilities, develop and implement adaptation strategies, and educate stakeholders. All of this shows that the partners with EPA's National Estuary Program have provided leadership in developing community-based solutions to climate stress. And this is why EPA recognizes the NEPs as vital organizations in preparing for and mitigating the effects of climate change. It is also why we here at EPA look forward to continuing to work collaboratively with the National Estuary Programs and other partners to address climate change. And it is why I appreciate the opportunity to share these remarks and for EPA to participate in your summit. I hope that you have an excellent exchange of information and look forward to continuing to work with you and meeting with you in person in the near future. Thank you and have a great day.
Great. We are honored to have those personal video addresses from EPA and from Senator Marco Rubio. Now we'll be turning to our live presenter, Chief Resiliency Officer and Secretary of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Noah Vallenstein. Noah, I believe you're on the line.
Good morning.
Good morning. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you. Good to see you. And thank you for having the event and a very timely conversation about resilience after what was a very successful legislative session, and really the culmination of years of work by organizations that are represented at this gathering, especially our estuary programs, but the public servants involved, our nonprofits involved, all working to sort of help build upon the successes we've had in Florida. And then I know everyone has been working really hard over the last several years to take those successes and build an enduring framework here in Florida to make certain that we are a national leader on addressing sea level rise and resilience issues and other impacts from climate change, and to do so in a way that's enduring and builds on our successes. And so I'd start with, and then we'll come back to this is the request, which is that those on the call stay involved over the next year, because a lot is going to happen. And I think the input and involvement from each of you is going to be critical to getting the most out of that possible. And so I'll touch on a few things and go back to them, but I know many of you have already been involved in the work that's being done on the SLIP analysis tool, which is that sea level rise impact analysis for publicly funded projects along our coastline. And so there's work to be done on that, but we also want to make sure as we work on bringing that in for a landing that we have it reflect the new successes coming out of the legislature to make sure that's in the best spot possible. Obviously, the legislation, I'll briefly talk about in a second, creates a tiered planning process for us, both about collecting information, projects, and then implementation. And that has to be data driven. Obviously, that was the whole point of having a chief science officer and a chief resiliency officer within the DeSantis administration. But it also has to be engageable for the public, right? It needs to be something that furthers the sort of groundswell of support in addressing climate change. We need to make sure that as we present data, take action on data, that we do it in both a transparent way, but an engageable way that continues to build the team here in Florida working on those issues. And so I would start with that and sort of reflect on and talking about where we've gone this session. the successes we've already had in Florida due to local initiatives. Southeast Florida Climate Compact obviously is held up around the world as an example of how to have local governments address impacts from climate change and then take action on it in a open, transparent, collaborative governance structure. I think the thing I'd like to mention and really harp on at the moment about the many successes that compact has had is the way they have treated data and the way they have displayed data. And so I think at the heart of some of the work the compact did was to make sure that they were both able to talk about sea level rise in raw terms of what has been measured at longstanding NOAA tide stations or tide gauges and say, hey, here's a baseline. They chose a 5-year average for those, but then is also able to say, we have clear data, here are all the data points to show an increasing trend, and here's how we think we should handle that data as far as which sea level rise curves we should use, what time period they're appropriate for, but be able to present that all at once, because so often I think what's happened in conversations on various climate change impacts is you may have a stakeholder who hasn't been as involved in the conversation, and they may not latch onto or trust one particular projection, and it skipped past the point that, no, there are concrete data points leading into this model, right? This model is based on measured in fact, and then the predictions are based on data points that we can actually talk about, display, that lead into that model. And I think it really behooves us all to make sure that we have those conversations in a transparent fashion. And I think the Southeast Florida Climate Compact in their unified sea level rise projections has done really a fabulous job at that. And so I mentioned all that to say is, as we were moving forward with last year's legislation that required us to create a analysis tool for projects in the coastal construction area that were receiving state funds, to have those projects go through a public analysis on what the impacts of sea level rise and flooding is going to be to those projects in the future. We also wanted to be able to, while not directly required by the SLIP tool, we wanted to be able to, as an agency, stand up and do that same thing that compacts and communities have already done, which is come up with a recommendation as far as what sea level rise curve should we be using, or combinations of curves, and how should we be utilizing a unified sea level rise projection and putting it out in terms that's easy to understand, so that there's consistency among state agencies, a clear message, and importantly, if you're a community who hasn't yet worked on a vulnerability analysis, you know, we're at a little over, I think, 50% or right around 50% right now that have done vulnerability analyses or peril of flood, many of those who've received grants from DEP. But that if you're not, that you're not starting from zero, that you can actually look to the state and say, all right, the state's created a template for us. They have a clear recommendation. That makes it easier for the local government to move forward. And so we were excited about those two things and thought that was tremendous progress in itself. You know, that's all aiming to be landed this summer. And then, of course, the session occurred with now more than $500 million in funds put towards resilience. So an order of magnitude increase than what we've been used to seeing. I really appreciate the governor's leadership early on calling for $1 billion in funding. And I think with that support, certainly the speaker and the Senate president's support, there's really been a change in how aggressively we're going to be able to handle planning and also adaptation to sea level rise. And that process starts with creating new data points. And so there's a request for more granular information on both the geographic distribution of sea level rise and also temporal variations to make sure we can communicate very clearly where the data is coming from and what communities should be planning for and what period of time. There's also $100 million provided for coastal mapping, which will provide even more data set. The next stage after that was creating a statewide plan, which is something that we've talked about for a while, slip analysis, as well as our unified sea level rise projection recommendation would create the basis for that. But now this would have us doing that in year 2, once we've collected additional data, and then wrapping it all together in year 3 with that and a project list together. And so we think that's going to create an enduring framework here in Florida. Obviously, it also has us bringing forward project lists based on the planning that's already been done already for next year and current year. And so that is an exciting time to live in. I think to circle back as far as the importance of what this team can do over that next year, again, is staying involved to make sure that as we launch that slip analysis tool and as we launch the first round of this new legislation for really doing that intense data analysis, that we get as far down the road as possible, that we learn from the wins of local governments and other states, and that in year 3, we clearly are the leader in the US for planning for sea level rise and resilience. And I'd end with, although we've talked a lot about sea level rise, resilience planning, certainly I'd urge us also to see the connections between the work we do in resilience is a little bit of everything we do as a state, right? As we work on water quality, as we work on land acquisition, as we work on any of our regulatory programs, resilience and understanding how climate change and changes to either sea level rise, flooding, inland flooding is going to overlay all those programs is a critical aspect too. And so that's, I hope everyone here carries the banner in the conversation that you're having, no matter what it is, to remind folks, hey, there is some overlay of sea level rise or climate change analysis to the conversation. So with that, I'd hand it back over to you, Jennifer.
Great, thank you so much, Secretary. I hope you are able to just stick around just for a couple minutes to answer a few questions. For those of you online, you're going to want to go to Menti. Looks like we already have some questions coming in, so feel free to answer those as you wish. Secretary, thank you.
Sure, sorry for my backlighting, obviously, and then also the fact that I'm not wearing glasses, so I'll give it my best go. So I think the first one that I will try to read was essentially, how can we protect private coastal properties from impacts of sea level rise while preserving critical habitat for sea turtles, shorebirds, and other species that depend on sandy beaches for survival? I think we've got to, the reason the legislature started with data collection and also sort of analytical tools is to create the conversation of, we have building regulations, obviously number of regulations regarding impacts to surface waters that could create more flooding. We certainly have coastal construction regulations. The question is, are those regulations getting fed with the data that allows them to see the impacts, not just of what's here or what was here 10 years ago or 5 years ago, but what's the current state of the environment, and what is the state of the environment going to be 10 years from now in that location, right? Are we actually, is the correct data being fed into those regulatory programs? I think is one, right, is to make sure that we have data sets that allow those robust regulatory programs to actually correctly analyze what that environment is going to look like currently and into the future. And then the second thing is, and kudos. I brag on Sarasota all the time, but I know other communities are doing just a tremendous job too. How we utilize green infrastructure and environmental projects, I think, is probably a under talked about and under recognized area that we need to be concentrating all as environmental professionals. Having coastal projects or even stormwater projects that create intentional flood inundation areas along the coast that utilize green infrastructure, that actually have folks support them because they are becoming part of the park system, that they make the community more vibrant and beautiful, I think is going to be key to being an area in Florida that, as we address sea level rise, that again, we're still able to enjoy sandy beaches, green spaces. I think the constant fear that we hear is, we don't want Florida to become one long seawall. And I think that is the consensus for everyone, and creativity on how we utilize green infrastructure is going to be key there, and something that we really need to focus on. And that actually was discussed a fair amount this legislative session. So I'm looking at, does climate change acknowledge and include sea level rise, which is already occurring along the Florida East Coast and detrimentally affects the affected cities? Does it include water quality that has affected the Southwest Florida area? Thank you. Yeah, but I think so you've had water management districts, each including their water supply plans, impacts from climate change. That's changes in rainfall patterns, inland flooding patterns, saltwater intrusion from sea level rise. I think where we stand as a state, though, is how do we best aggregate all that, right? The fact is that that information that I just meant as far as water supply and saltwater intrusion, and that analysis is included in a document that's a water supply plan, not a climate change plan or sea level rise plan. And I think that's the change that we're in the midst of right now, is to say this is an important enough issue that while there's been good work done, it's been incremental in various buckets. Let's make sure that we're taking it head on and having those individual conversations all in one spot, to make sure we're making as much progress on it as possible. I see another just going down below that. Can we restructure the regulatory process to help incentivize green infrastructure? Absolutely, would love ideas. We've had that for permitting discussions internally in a work group internally, specifically on either mangrove plantings, green shorelines. But as I mentioned, I think that's an area that we're going to have to concentrate more and more. And you're right, we started that internal working group because we heard comments that it was easier to permit a known commodity like a seawall than something creative like mangrove planters, living shoreline. And that can't be and should not be the case. And the department's committed to making sure we do that. I think we've got a little way to go, but also think that right now, what is green infrastructure and the project opportunities and the creativity that we see out there right now for combining, again, Sarasota in their Bayfront project, combining public parks with flood inundation zones, stormwater treatment, mangrove plantings. We're seeing creativity from local governments that is, allowing new projects that haven't been seen except for in the last 5 years. And we need to be able to, as a state, take those ideas and make them easier to replicate. And so if you've seen projects that you think are successful and you believe need to be easier to be replicated within the state, certainly we as an agency want to hear that and make sure that's the case. Let's see, what mechanism is in place for adjustment of projections in a timely fashion as conditions change in order to have meaningful resilience projects and get it adjust to year 3 projects? so I think that's, again, one of the reasons why the legislation came out with starting with increased data sets. It also requires the plan to be regularly updated. And so I think those are sort of the two direct answers to that, is that it shouldn't be a one and done. But then lastly, I think that comes with well done sea level rise projection tools. Again, so like the Unified Sea Level Rise documents for the Southeast Florida Climate Compact. No one says, here's the one sea level rise curve you should use. That's it, right? It's about having a matrix of what have we actually measured, what's the measurement we've seen to date in this area, and then moving forward, what type of project are you talking about? What's the built life of it? How long is it planning to last? Where is it? And then here are the recommended curves, but also when you should use those and why. And it needs to be that sort of robust dialogue. And I think that helps get at making sure that you have projects that you don't go through an analysis and feel like 3 years down the road that analysis wasn't robust enough or didn't ask you the critical enough questions to help you make those decisions. So again, there's never going to be a perfect right or wrong decision. There's going to be a risk management decision. And did you make that risk management decision in a structured, thoughtful way? And clearly we need to maybe do more public workshops on making permitting easier for restoration enhancement projects, because I've now seen that question in a few spots. So I will probably literally not quite answer the what is Florida's upper limit of sea level rise. In other words, you know, how high will sea level rise before the economy collapses? To me, the most important question to answer right now, and what I've repeatedly said, is the first impact from sea level rise as a impact from climate change to Florida. You know, I think most folks point to either saltwater intrusion or some of the coastal flooding we see. To me, it's before either of those, it's been economic, right? It's the economic cloud of, should we continue to come to Florida as a business and invest in Florida? Should we relocate our company headquarters here? Should we bring our real estate project to Florida? Should we continue to invest in communities in Florida? And I think the number one thing that we as a state and as partners have to do is demonstrate that we've got sound planning in place for that, and that we're taking the issue seriously. And I think the last 4 years have really helped with that. I think this session hopefully puts the nail in that coffin and demonstrates that Florida is absolutely taking this issue head on, that we're having transparent planning for it, and that we're willing to put money, you know, to not just plan, right, but to get the whole state into a similar situation where all our coastal communities have vulnerability plans. We've got a statewide plan, but that we're not just planning, that we've also already started putting money into projects as part of that. And to me, that really situates ourselves in a good spot of being able to say, yes, we are taking this seriously. It's being done in a transparent fashion. We are willing to put the money into it. And I think that is the most important thing to ensure that Florida's economy continues to thrive. You know, with that, Jennifer, thank you for the invite. Happy to maybe circle back and answer more questions and put on my glasses so that I could have read more than just in the straight line down the middle. And thank you for everything y'all are doing.
Well, thank you, Secretary. So glad you were able to be here in person with us today, and that you're at the helm of these resiliency efforts as our Chief Resiliency Officer. Very much appreciate your leadership.
Nope, thank you, and y'all's leadership too. And I'll give a shout out to Whitney Gray, does just a tremendous job for us and all our staff at DEP. You know, we're blessed to have folks who could work anywhere but work at the department, because they love the environment and they're dedicated to public service. And so for Whitney and everyone else within DEP, you know, thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you. Well, with that, then we are going to go on now to panel 2. Our second session is a panel discussion on the state of climate change in Southwest Florida. Our presenters are Dr. Joanne Muller from FGCU, followed by Dr. Wendy Graham from University of Florida, and concluding with Nicole Idavia from CHNEP with audience question and answer through Menti following the presentations. So with that, turn it over to Dr. Muller. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. My name's Jo Muller. I am at Florida Gulf Coast University, and I'm an associate professor here and also the department chair of Marine and Earth Sciences within the Water School. So many thanks to Jennifer for inviting me along today, and also to SHNEP for organizing this really important conference. So glad that we're talking about this really important topic today. And I was asked to talk a little bit about the state of sea level rise and storminess in Florida, what we've seen, what we can expect in the coming years. And you'll hear from my colleague, Mike Savarese, later on this afternoon, and he's going to be talking about ways that we're actually going to try to mitigate some of these issues. So you can slide forward. Okay, so first off, I wanted to talk a little bit about sea level rise, and some of you on the call might already have a really good understanding of this, but I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. So, you know, why do the oceans rise? And so this is a slide that I like to show my students. It's probably pretty intuitive to know that as glaciers are melting, in particular our two ice sheets, so Greenland and Antarctica, they're releasing fresh water into the oceans, and sea level is rising as a result of that. And you can kind of slide forward as I go through this slide. I think I have some numbers on there. Yeah, so this is actually the amount of water that's stored currently in the Greenland and Antarctic ice sheets. So if they completely melted, this is what how much water we'd be inputting into the oceans. But one of the major things that has affected sea level rise in recent history has been something that we call thermal expansion. So similar to when you put a pot of water on the stove to cook some spaghetti, sometimes it will overflow as the water actually expands as it heats up. So we've been seeing the majority of sea level rise, or at least half of it, is due to thermal expansion. And then we also have some regional effects here. So depending on where you are, you may also be seeing the effects of sea level rise to be more pronounced. And this could be due to things such as subsidence of the land. So for example, up around Louisiana, you have a lot of subsidence going on. And so the land is actually subsiding as sea level is rising around that. And also land that used to have ice sheets on the land surface are currently rebounding. So some areas actually the landscape is rebounding as sea level is rising. So they're actually seeing a decrease in sea level. What's interesting about all of this is here in Southwest Florida, because we don't have these tectonic effects, we kind of see this normal, what we call eustatic sea level rise curve, which I'm going to show you in a second. So you guys can slide forward. Okay, so this is the sea level rise curve. Actually, Noah was talking about this in the last talk, and this is actually the long record from tidal gauges. So you can see that gray record, or the yellow record with the gray error bars. That's a tide gauge record going back into the 1800s. And then you'll see that that little red squiggly line at the top is actually from satellite altimetry. So now we have these amazing satellites like Topax and Jason that are up there, and they're taking really accurate sea level readings within a millimeter. So nowadays we have much more accurate reads on sea level rise, but nonetheless, you can see that sea level rise, sea level has been rising since the 1800s, and we've seen about, you can slide forward or go forward, we've seen about 1/4 of a meter since 1870. Okay, so that might not seem like a lot, but on a landscape where we're very close to sea level, it actually is really impactful. And we're already seeing the effects of that. And I'm going to talk about that in the following slides. So you can go forward. And yeah, and like I mentioned, we actually, here in Southwest Florida, we generally follow this curve. So it's actually a really good location to study sea level rise. And like I mentioned before, Mike Savarese will talk to you a little bit about some of that this afternoon. So you can slide forward. Yeah, so these are some of the effects that we're seeing in Southwest Florida. Noah had talked a little bit about some of these effects, saltwater intrusion, and also the economic effects, which I'll talk about in a second. But here, when you sort of travel around, you can actually see the effects really substantially. This is actually the Rookery Bay National Estuarine Reserve. Here you've got some mangroves that you can see actually on the foreshore. So typically the mangroves exist behind the foreshore. So you have the mangroves, the foreshore, and then the ocean. But you can see as sea level has risen, these mangroves have been encroached upon, and they're actually, these are dead mangrove roots that you can see in the foreshore. You can see on the right-hand side, this is a Saltern. So we have these, obviously these amazing barrier islands down here, but they're very low lying. And so what we think is that as you have these really high tide events, you have a little bit of washover of salt into the middle of these islands, and therefore the deterioration of the vegetation. And then you can see some scarping, some dune scarping. This is actually after Hurricane Debby, which was a really low intensity storm. But we're seeing this effect of, sea level rise and then storms on top of that really affecting our coastline. So you can go forward. And then just a couple of other indications. So this is a freshwater marsh on the left-hand side, and this is the encroachment of mangroves actually invading that freshwater marsh. The right-hand side is a salt marsh, and here we have a phenomenon that Mike studies a lot. It's called pocking, and when the mangroves become really stressed, they'll die, and the peat degrades below it, and then you see these bays start to open up that we call pocking. And then we see this a lot on our coastline, and the East Coast sees it terribly a lot, is this sunny day flooding that you see on the left, the bottom left there. So you can slide forward. So in order to talk about like what's going on and what's going to happen in the future, we really obviously need to talk about greenhouse gas projections. And you're probably going to hear this term RCP come up today quite a bit. So these are representative concentration pathways. And so this is all kind of based on how much CO2 we think we're going to be emitting in the coming years. And you can see RCP 8.5 is the worst case scenario, and this would be business as usual. So taking into account the amount of emissions and then population increase until 2100. And then you see the other RCPs. RCP 4.5 would be the Paris Accord. And there's a lot of conversation, if you look to the right-hand side, these are the temperature projections based on those RCPs. And there's a lot of conversation about if we can just stay below 2 degrees Celsius. So you can see that RCP 4.5 on the right-hand side. And, Noah had talked a little bit about the effects, the economic effects in Florida. And I always talk to folks and obviously my students about this. If you can imagine the cost of 4 degrees Celsius in Florida, just in terms of air conditioning, and insurance, it's a really important conversation moving forward, and it should have us all really trying to focus on sort of trying to tackle climate change and coastal resilience in particular. Okay, you can slide forward. So these are the RCPs, a few RCP models from those from the CO2 concentrations. And you can see the IPCC's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, their models from their 2013 publication. So here you can see the 8.5, the worst case scenario, and then RCP 2.6 in the bottom there in blue. So these projections are based, mostly on, that thermal expansion and melting ice that exists on land, so not sea ice. But then you can see actually the 2017 projections from NOAA. And you can see that there's quite a bit of difference. So some of these projections from NOAA, they have this RCP 8.5, or worst case scenario. They have sea level rise up, up by, greater than 2 meters by 2100, which is when you consider most of Florida's coastline is within 2.5 meters of sea level, that's terribly concerning. So you may wonder, why are these models so different? So, recently the models have become a lot more sophisticated, and they're taking into account things like feedbacks, in particular albedo. So that is the reflectivity of ice. So you can see actually on the left-hand side of the image, how much sea ice we've lost in the Arctic between 1984 and 2012. So this ice does a great job of reflecting incoming radiation. So do the ice sheets, they're quite massive, and even any of the land glaciers as well. And so as we melt them away, they're exposing either the ocean surface or the land surface, and now those surfaces can absorb that radiation that's coming from the sun. And that further heats up the Earth. And then also, as this ice starts to melt, it melts more rapidly. And we're certainly seeing this with Greenland. Greenland is melting faster than we had originally predicted. So this is where these more current models or recent models from NOAA come in, where you see these really large changes in sea level. And I always think it's important to remember, even though, this ice is very far away from us, this melting ice is very far away from us, we are going to be some of the first to feel the effects. And then we also have some regional effects. You might have read recently that the ocean circulation is slowing down some, in particular Gulf Stream. And so what this means is that more water is kind of left to pool up along the coastline of Florida. So this is going to also raise sea level slightly for us, and also leave a bunch of warm water for us around Southwest Florida. And I'll talk a little bit about why that's really important, in particular to hurricane dynamics, in a second. So you can slide forward. Okay, so I'm gonna sort of transition into storminess, because you really can't talk about sea level and not talk about storminess, or they kind of go together. And this is just a satellite image of Hurricane Irma, which obviously for all of us in Southwest Florida was quite terrifying. If you want to slide forward. So why do we care about hurricanes and understanding hurricanes and what they're going to do in the future? They are extremely costly and devastating. So they cause the loss of life and create massive economic problems for us in the United States. At the moment, we predict hurricanes to cost us about $28 billion a year. This cost is expected to go up to about $39 billion per year by 2075. But it looks like these early estimates are actually kind of on the low side. If you consider, the 2017 season alone, just 3 storms were, responsible for anywhere between about $250 to $300 billion. If you just want to slide forward, I think I have some highlights in there. You can keep going. So these are those 3 storms that I was talking about: Harvey, Maria, and Irma, all very costly storms. Harvey and Maria, particularly due to their flooding, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a few slides as well. But we've had lots of costly years. 2018 saw the landfall of Hurricane Michael, which was a rapidly intensifying hurricane. And I'll talk about that in a second as well. And then the 2020 season was the most active on date. But as we all know, here in Florida, we got very lucky. We just kind of got missed by a lot of storms. That season saw 30 named storms in the Atlantic Basin. So if you want to slide forward. So this is just an image showing the return periods. So by return periods, this is the amount of time that exists between landfalling major hurricanes. So the red areas are the areas that see the most frequent landfalling hurricanes. And we certainly kind of fit into this particular area. So we get sometimes direct hits, we get backdoor hurricanes that are coming from the East Coast. So generally we're a pretty active area in terms of hurricane dynamics. And then you see that Cape Hatteras area and one of the other target points up around Louisiana. You know, where most of the state of Florida is within 2.5 meters of sea level. So, you know, hurricane dynamics obviously really important. So you can slide forward. This is actually an article that came out recently just showing the costliness of hurricanes and how important population increase is. It could actually be the most important part of the puzzle. So not only do we have warming sea surface temperatures, rising sea level, but we also have people just migrating to the coast like crazy, which is obviously great for our economy. But it also makes these events really expensive. And so you can see some examples of these events that made landfall in really high population areas. For example, Sandy, and then Katrina, Harvey, Irma, and the costliness as a result of just the population. So these dark blue areas obviously indicating really large population areas. And I'm going to talk about Hurricane Dorian in a moment, but I just want you to think about, you know, if that particular storm, if that particular Category 5 hurricane had made landfall in the very highly populated east coast of Florida, how costly and devastating it would have been. So you can slide forward, and you can slide forward again, sorry. So, so what are we seeing with hurricane dynamics moving forward, and why? So in terms of what the scientists think, we kind of thought, okay, we're going to see an increase in frequency and intensity of hurricanes with a warming world, but we're actually not seeing any kind of discernible trends in the actual frequency, even though last year we saw obviously the most dynamic hurricane season, again, 30 named storms, which was a record. Since 1878, when we've been recording hurricanes, we haven't actually seen a discernible trend in the actual frequency of storms. But one thing that we are seeing quite clearly is a change, an increased intensity in the actual strength of storms. And this is the Power Dissipation Index. This is work from Kerry Emanuel. And it's essentially using wind speed to look at the actual power of the storm. So you can scroll forward. And this is the PDI through time. This is for the Atlantic Basin. And then if you can scroll forward again, this is an overlay of sea surface temperatures with Power Dissipation Index. So one thing that we know for sure is that with sea surface temperatures increasing, the actual intensity of hurricanes is increasing through time. You see, and you can forward a little bit more, you can see there's a little bit of a discrepancy there during World War II when we weren't out there taking data on hurricanes. So you can scroll forward. Okay, so sea surface temperatures, they provide essentially really high sea surface temperatures provide rocket fuel for hurricanes. This is a sea surface temperature map just the day before landfall of Hurricane Dorian, which was obviously a devastating storm for the Bahamas. Sea surface temperatures were above 32 degrees Celsius. And, you know, storms, in order for storms to generate in the Atlantic Basin and to strengthen, they only need about 28 degrees Celsius. And on average, the temperatures at this time of the year around the Bahamas were a couple of degrees higher than average for that time. And then we see this rapid intensification. And so we had a storm that rapidly intensified to a Category 5 within just 48 hours. If you want to scroll forward. So one of the other things that we're seeing with storms, and you may have heard about this, is the slowing down of the forward speed of the storm. So storms obviously have a rotational speed. That's where they get their category status, and that's what causes all the devastation to us. but also they have a forward speed. And what we're finding is the forward speed is actually slowing down. And this is due to the upper level winds. So because of climate change, we're seeing a slowing of the upper level winds that are the steering winds for the storm. And so the storms are slowing down, and this is problematic because a slower storm can push more storm surge, and it can also dump a lot more precipitation. And if you guys remember Hurricane Dorian, you can slide forward. Hurricane Dorian actually sat over the Bahamas for a good couple of days. At times it was moving at 1 mile per hour. So if you can imagine a Category 5 hurricane with sustained winds of 185 miles per hour moving at 1 mile per hour. And this is actually the storm surge map that you can see from the Bahamas, from Grand Bahama. That yellow outline was what the coastline was before inundation. So I think I'm out of time. I was going to show a couple more slides about some of the research that we're doing, but I think I'm going to kind of wrap up there. If you can just slide forward a couple slides, keep going. Sorry, you're going to have to go through this one a little bit more. So this is just a slosh model for Hurricane Donna. So this was probably arguably one of the last really, really intense storms that we had. We didn't have tide gauges back then. They actually put them in the year after Hurricane Donna. But this storm saw, anywhere between 13 to 15 feet of sea level rise. You can slide forward to the last slide. And I would just argue, so this is a population graph on the bottom right-hand side for Collier County. So when Hurricane Donna made landfall, our population was less than 50,000 people. Now we're a lot more than that, especially, obviously in season. But, the idea of, even 13 feet of storm surge in Collier and Lee County and our other counties is really concerning, Charlotte County as well. So I'll kind of just wrap up there. And if you guys have any questions at the end of the session, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great. We're going to go right on to Dr. Wendy Graham. Thank you.
All right, thanks for having me. And you can go ahead and advance to the next slide. I'm Wendy Graham, Director of the Water Institute at the University of Florida. And I'm going to talk to you about implications of climate change on Florida's water resources. And one of the biggest challenges we have in projecting the implications of climate change is that although we can observe the climate is changing, it's really difficult to predict future climate patterns. And there's a variety of reasons for this uncertainty. First of all, at timescales shorter than a decade, ongoing natural variations are chaotic and difficult to predict. And for Florida, one of the weather patterns, the El Nino Southern Oscillation, is the one that causes a lot of variability in our climate and can be a challenge for climate modelers to predict. The second one is when you go to the next phase, we really don't know exactly how sensitive the climate system is to carbon dioxide emissions, and the ability to simulate the climate system response to carbon dioxide emissions, although we know the direction of change is limited, especially at the local and regional scales. And finally, something that Joanne talked about, we really don't know how we as humans will change our behavior, so we don't know what future emissions from human activities will be. So if you can advance, we have three kinds of uncertainty: the natural uncertainty, like the El Nino Southern Oscillation. Next, the scientific uncertainty of exactly how the climate system is working and how it's going to respond. And the third one is uncertainty about human behavior. So next slide. If we look at these various sources of uncertainty in the near term, within the next 10 years, natural and scientific uncertainty are the greatest source of uncertainty that we deal about. So the color intensity of this plot indicates the percent contribution to, in particular, prediction of temperature change uncertainty. And red means more uncertain and blue means less uncertain. So if you could zone in on Florida over the next 10 years, about 50% of our uncertainty is coming from natural variability that's hard to predict. 40% of uncertainty is coming from our lack of scientific precision, and much less, 10% of our uncertainty is coming about how humans are going to behave. So we deal with this by looking at a variety of climate models and starting with different initial conditions and seeing how they propagate through the system. Next slide. if you look out a little bit more to 40 years, the scientific uncertainty shifts to, the source of uncertainty shifts to that scientific knowledge. So really understanding the details of how the climate is working all across the globe. And in Florida, we have about 20% of our uncertainty coming from natural system uncertainty in about 40 years, 60% from scientific uncertainty, and then the human impact uncertainty starts to come up. We have about 20 years. So we deal with this scientific uncertainty by using a collection of different climate models that all are representing the system slightly differently to try to look at the range of possibilities. Next slide. And finally, once you get out 90 years, how we decide to deal with climate change is our biggest source of uncertainty. So if you look at here in Florida now, natural variation is small, less than 10%. Scientific uncertainty is about 20%. And 70% of our uncertainty about the climate that's going to be happening out in 90 years is that, how will we respond to it? So we deal with this by using the different CO2 emission scenarios that Joanne mentioned. So the RCP 2 to 8 possibilities, 8.5 possibilities. So next slide. So if we look globally at what the near-term changes in temperature are, and these are changes from a baseline that runs from about 1985 to 2005. So the first row are projections for the time period 2016 to 2035. So we're kind of right in the middle of that right now. The second row is 2046 to 2065, so a little farther out. The first column is winter temperature changes. The second column is summer temperature changes. And the third column on the right is annual average changes. And they're all for this midline scenario of RCP 4.5 that assumes that our CO2 emissions are going to increase to about 525 parts per million by 2050 and then stabilize around 575. Right now, I looked a couple of days ago, they're at 410 parts per million. So next slide. Next. So on these maps, the stippled areas are places where we have most confidence in the global circulation model temperature projection. So for our ensemble of 20 or more models, they're all predicting similar increases. So next. And you can see that we're generally confident about the temperature at the global scale, and we're confident that the highest increases are expected at the highest latitude. And you can see that far left, lower left, the highest temperatures are expected in the winter time at the high latitude. So this is sort of a global projection of increases. You notice they're all positive, somewhere between 2 to 6 degrees Celsius. Next slide. When we look at the same plots for the near-term precipitation or rainfall projections, the first thing you might notice is not much stippling, not many dots on these maps. And so basically, we're not very confident about the global circulation model rainfall predictions, even at this global scale. So if we have 20 models, it means that some are projecting high and some are projecting low, and they're not zoning in on a single projection. And so on this map, blue is more rainfall, red is less rainfall. And if you could look into Florida, it looks sort of blue. So you might think, oh, look, 0, we're going to remain about the same. But that's not what this means. That means like half of the models say we're going to get increased rainfall, and half of the models say we're going to get decreased rainfall. So there's quite a bit of uncertainty there. Next slide. And one of the reasons for this uncertainty is that the global climate model resolution in Florida is pretty coarse. What these maps show, the square blocks, are the size of the model grids where these predictions are taking place. So on the far right, they don't even have the lower half of Florida in the model. So overall, the GCMs are predicting by 2050 a 1 to 3 degree increase in temperature from this 1985 to 2005 baseline. But the rainfall, it ranges from 20% less rainfall to 10% more rainfall. And there's a lot of reasons for these uncertainties. I mentioned the poor resolution. The other one is that the peninsula of Florida is pretty unique, and the climate affects Florida in a much different way than if you're worried about snowpack in the Rockies or in the Sierra Nevada. We know temperatures going up, snow is going to melt. But the climate in Florida has a lot to do with sea breezes and ocean currents. And we need to downscale these models to get these details represented accurately. So next slide. So to get a handle on Florida-specific climate projections and their implications for Florida water resources, a group of us established the Florida Water and Climate Alliance. It was established with a few projects funded by NOAA beginning in about 2011. And the goal of the organization is basically to increase the regional relevance and the usability of climate and sea level rise data, specifically for the needs of Florida's water suppliers and water resource managers. So this is an open stakeholder scientist network. The partners that sort of established the network are listed on the bottom, but it is open. Our meetings used to be in person. They have been Zoom lately. We hope to get back in person next year or so. But if you're interested in the organization, our website's there. It's also on the list of organizations that were sent out for climate action. So the stuff that I'll talk about is stuff that the Florida Water and Climate Alliance has been doing. Next slide. So there's a variety of interest areas that different groups in the Florida Water and Climate Alliance are looking at. There's a group looking at how extreme events may change in the future. So Carolina Moran from South Florida Water Management District and Jayanthi Obisekera from FIU are working with USGS. Their work is funded also by the Florida Building Commission to develop some future storm depth duration frequency curves for the whole state of Florida. There's another group looking at trying to improve seasonal scale predictions. So a lot of the water managers, Tampa Bay Water, Peace River, Minnesota, their operations are driven by surface water supply. So if we had better seasonal scale predictions, they would know when to pump into the reservoir, when to use ASR, that kind of thing. So we have a project funded by NASA. We're working with a climate modeler, Vasu Misra at FSU, and a group at UF is working with Peace River and Tampa Bay Water to see how those improve their operations. We have a group looking at long-term climate projections. That's what I'm going to talk about. And this group, I would say, has had less emphasis on sea level rise. We've been watching how the Southeast Climate Compact has been progressing, but we don't have any funded projects looking in particular at sea level rise. Next. So the project I want to talk to you about, because it's the closest sort of to this region that's of concern in this meeting today, is a project where we've been working with Tampa Bay Water looking at climate change assessment. So what we're trying to do is evaluate the ability of GCMs to reproduce retrospective temperatures. So these climate models have been run in the past. So how well do they do specifically at reproducing temperature and rainfall in the Tampa Bay region where we have observations to compare them to? And when we take the global climate models and we put them through Tampa Bay Water's integrated hydrologic model, how well do they reproduce historic hydrologic behavior? Once we feel confident there, then we look at the future climate projections and look at changes in hydrology. And we're looking at how those changes in hydrology affect their water supply planning and evaluate the risks to their future water supply. The next slide. And this is our framework. Basically, we start at the GCMs at the large scale, but I showed you those grid cells over Florida. That's much too coarse to think about small scale hydrologic response. So we use a variety of downscaling techniques to translate these global climate models to the finer spatial scales we need to run our hydrologic models. Then we take a look at how that climate information looks over Florida, use it to drive the hydrologic models for a variety of scenarios, and then look at the hydrologic impact. I'm going to show you some examples today focused on stream flow, but we've also looked at groundwater levels as well. Next slide. So this is a pretty complicated slide, and the first thing we look at is to compare these raw GCMs and the downscale bias corrected GCMs over the time period where we have data. So next. So this solid black line on the left is observed rainfall, long-term average monthly rainfall throughout the year, showing the summer rainy season in Florida. Next. What that line is, that gray line, is the average rainfall prediction across these 9 global climate models over the same period. So you can see it knows we have a summer rainy season, but it's not reproducing the local rainfall perfectly. Next one. And this is the variability across all the 9 GCMs. So we have quite a bit of uncertainty. Next. On the right-hand side, this is the mean evapotranspiration. So the water that is evaporated over the soil surface or transpired by plants. And again, the black line is the observed historic. Next. This solid grayish line is the average over the 9 GCMs. And next, this envelope is the variability across the 9 GCMs. So you can see that, next, all of these raw GCMs are biased, and they have to be bias corrected before we use them. And when you see it, particularly for the evapotranspiration, the observed data shows in May, we have the highest evapotranspirations. All the models think the highest evapotranspiration occurs in June and July. And we think this is because they're not getting our cloud cover right due to convective rainfall and that kind of thing. So we have to bias correct it back to reproduce our observations. So next. These little blue crosses are what all 9 GCMs collapse into after we downscale and bias correct them. So next slide. So next step is we put this retrospective rainfall into the hydrologic model and see how it reproduces history. So next. The black line is the long-term observed annual average stream flow. So this is the Hillsborough River in Southwest Florida, showing lowest stream flow in May, the 5th month, highest stream flow at end of the summer rainy season in September, the 9th month. Next. The blue line is the average stream flow across all our 9 GCMs. Next. That envelope is the variability across all 9. So notice that even though all 9 reproduced the annual average rainfall and evapotranspiration perfectly, the nonlinearities in the hydrologic system cause a little variability. But next, on the whole, the retrospective stream flow is okay. After this bias correction, the envelope of our GCMs includes our observations and the calibrated model, which is the green line that uses the actual historic observations. So next. So after that, we've gained our confidence in how the GCMs are doing in the region once we downscale it. Now we want to look to the future. What do these 9 models say about the future monthly change in rainfall and evapotranspiration and something we're calling water deficit, which is rainfall minus ET. So what water is left after the roots do their thing and the surface soil does its thing. And these are differences over 2 different future periods. The retrospective period is 82 to 2005, and then the blue lines are changes from 2030 to 2060, and the red lines are 2070 to 2100. I'm running out of time, but you can see next for precipitation, we see slightly higher mean precipitation, but quite a bit of variability around these predictions. Next. We see definitely higher mean evapotranspiration. It's higher for future 1 and even higher than future 2. And next, what this says is the water deficit, the rainfall minus ET, especially in the long-term future, 27 to 2100, is much lower in future months. So next, but we have a large spread. Go. So now we put this through our hydrologic model to see what's going to happen in the future. Next. So again, the dots in these box and whiskers plots are the mean stream flow across the 9 GCMs. Next. The red is variability in stream flow across the 9 GCMs. And next, we see that the blue is the retrospective period. The red is the near future, 2030 to 2060. The green is 2070 to 2100. We can see, especially as we move out into the future, we see lower mean stream flow in the summer months. And this is when Tampa Bay water is typically filling their reservoir. And we still have quite a bit of range of uncertainty in these projections, but indications that there will be less water in the summer and implications for their water supply. Next. So what we wanted to do is combine these 9 projections of possible future hydrologic condition with a number, and we picked 8 projections of how water supply might be handled in the future. And the scenarios are just exploratory. They're not recommendations. They're not predictions. We just wanted to look at how the range of use of groundwater pumping could affect the water supply. And our goal was basically, do these alternative scenarios meet the 2045 urban water demand? And can they do it while maintaining the current environmental regulations on surface water withdrawal and groundwater levels? And basically they go from abandoning all groundwater pumping to increasing groundwater pumping. So next. Okay, so here is change in water available from the Hillsborough River to be used for public water supply in the Tampa Bay region. So they have a permit that says how much water can be withdrawn from that river given certain river stages and river flows. So next, again, we're looking at 2 different futures, future 1 and future 2. The range of this box plot is the variability due to the water supply scenario. And the 9 models are each of the box plots. So those acronyms across the bottom are the 9 climate models. Next. So in this particular case, you know, the top change indicates no groundwater pumping. And next, the bottom of the box and whisker plots were increasing all of the groundwater pumping. And next. So what we can see is we have 2 climate models that predict we're going to have more water available from the Hillsborough River in the future. And next, 5 GCMs that are predicting decreased water variability. And that, you know, if you look at how we might manage water, there's not much we can do with changing pumping to affect this water availability. So next. All right, this is my last complicated plot here. But basically, we're doing a scenario discovery analysis to try to evaluate the ability of Tampa Bay Water to meet their projected 2045 demand and meet environmental regulations that restrict their withdrawal from the surface and to maintain groundwater levels beneath wetlands. Next. So across these graphs are the climate change scenarios, basically representing the change in precipitation projected. Next. The y-axis is the pumping scenario. Next. And we had 3 different cases where we had no reuse of treated wastewater, 20% of public demand supplied by treated wastewater, or 40% of public demand supplied by treated wastewater. Next. First thing to notice is without any change in climate and business as usual pumping is that black dot. And it's right smack in the middle of those red dots, meaning we can't meet 2045 demand and we cannot maintain compliance with existing environmental regulations. Next. And if we do not use wastewater effluent, treated wastewater effluent, either directly or indirectly to offset public water supply, there's only 4 scenarios that can meet the 2045 demand and maintain compliance with groundwater regulations. And they all assume the highest increases in rainfall. Next. If we move to 20% demand supplied by reuse, we have more scenarios that can meet demand and environmental regulations, but they all require that our climate gets wetter as well as hotter. Next. And then if we use even more treated effluent, we have more options, but you'll notice that they all assume, all the ones that are green, assume we have at least as much rainfall as we have now or more. And with at least as much rainfall as we have now, we're going to have to use much less pumping and much more surface water in order to maintain current environmental regulations. So next. Never mind, go ahead, since I'm running out of time. So some take-home messages. So we have global climate models. They predicted continental scales, and they're predicting temperature better than rainfall, and they're improving over time. We have to downscale these to finer scales to really look at the implications for water resource planning. Most of the models are consistent that by 2050, we can expect a 1 to 3 degrees C temperature increase, but the rainfall predictions are basically anywhere from 20% less to 10% more. When you put these together, there's a lot of uncertainty about our groundwater levels and our stream flows. Next. You know, what we project about stream flow and groundwater varies based on our choice of GCM and water use scenario, but the largest uncertainty is attributed to GCMs. Of the 9 models we looked at, 5 to 6 of them projected decreases in water availability, and that even with active conservation and dramatic increases in the use of reclaimed water, current environmental regulations might have to adapt to future climate. So the current environmental regulations about groundwater levels beneath wetlands, we may not have those wetlands if we get to a hot, dry climate. And so something may have to give with the environmental regulations to adapt to the future climate. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. My name is Nicole Idavia. I serve as Research and Outreach Manager for the Coastal and Heartland National Estuary Partnership, or CHNEP. The CHNEP is responsible for working with local, state, and federal governments, as well as community leaders and nonprofits to restore and protect water resources and habitat in our region. The partnership reaches from the headwaters of the Peace River in Polk County down through Charlotte Harbor estuaries and out to Glades and Hendry County in the Caloosahatchee River Basin. I will be giving a brief overview of the findings from our habitat restoration needs and habitat resiliency to climate change projects covering climate impacts on native habitats in Central and Southwest Florida on behalf of the members of our partnership, which includes scientists, resource managers, policymakers, and community members in this region who have been involved with both the creation and implementation of the plans. I wanted to acknowledge all of these individuals and their entities for contributions to this work. One of the things that we are going to talk about today actually is following the last 2 presentations is we're taking some of the information from the modeling that they talked about and applying that into modeling on what's going to happen with vegetative communities in our region with natural habitats. So the CHNEP engaged Environmental Science Associates, Wood and Kasha Environmental to create a habitat restoration needs plan for the CHNEP area to provide guidance for effective protection and management of natural habitats throughout Central and Southwest Florida region. Full implementation of the plan will have substantial positive impacts on the long-term sustainability of habitat, natural systems, and species populations moving forward. Given that there's always limited time and resources, we sought to document all the factors that could impact prioritization of identified preservation and restoration efforts. Using the best available data, we modeled potential habitat migration caused by climate change impacts, including sea level rise and changing groundwater availability, in order to provide recommendations for management and preservation to shifting and shrinking habitats. So shifts in habitat were modeled using the habitat evolution model. Results from the modeling effort include which habitats may be in actual decline or experiencing disproportionate losses, and which habitats may be increasing and what stressors may be driving those changes. The model used predicts coastal habitat changes in response to sea level rise in Southwest Florida estuaries, as well as intertidal wetlands and coastal uplands. It uses a predictive GIS algorithm that incorporates actual microelevation data for coastal habitats. Habitat zones within the region can be defined for different areas based on the elevation of the area relative to tidal inundation and water levels. The results we will share with you estimate the change in size and distribution of salt marsh or Juncus marsh, which is low salt, freshwater marsh, mangroves, and salt-bearing habitats. You can see from this graphic that these habitat communities require different levels of salt and freshwater inundation to survive at their current locations. The tidal stratums refer to duration of tidal inundation. For instance, mean low water is the boundary between open water and mudflat or beach because it indicates the elevation at which the land is always inundated on an average day. So if the land is below mean low water, it's assumed to be open water. If the land is just above, it is either mudflat or beach. The Habitat Evolution Model, or HEM, is a refinement of the Sea Level Affecting Marshes Model, or SLAM, which is a public domain model. The inputs to the model include topography, vegetation and habitat data as it stands currently, as well as past data, tides, NOAA projected future sea level rise rates, areas of freshwater influence, and soil deposition rates, also known as accretion. To estimate accretion, the model uses decadal sediment loads to account for the overall cumulative amount of sediment that enters marshes. The image here shows the modeled vegetation used. The harbor receives sediment from its watershed and tributary creeks. Sediment carried by creek flows during storm events is deposited into the harbor. Salt marsh or tidal accretion results from suspended sediment deposition due to storm events and tidal inundation, as well as from accumulation of plant biomass over time. This table shows the acreages for 2016 and the difference in 21-20 for all the model runs. So when sea level rise rates are higher elevation habitats convert to lower habitat types. In the intermediate high scenario, there is less upland, freshwater marsh, high salt marsh, Juncus marsh, and mangroves, and open water increases dramatically. You can see there in the box, the yellow box on the right. To follow along with some of the major findings and recommendations drawn from the modeling from these projects in the images presented here, it's helpful to focus on the mangroves shown here in red, and both the freshwater and Juncus marsh. Those are shown in light and teal green. We can see that the results illustrate an expansion of open water created by projected sea level rise numbers. Intertidal habitat is expected to decrease dramatically, over by 63% loss. Tidal wetlands will expand landward where suitable slopes and substrates exist. Coastal uplands will transition to emergent tidal wetlands. And then mangroves will encroach into and eventually replace existing salt marshes. So the salt marshes will be relegated to the tidal rivers and will need suitable salinity gradients and riparian slopes to survive. The expansion of mangrove habitats will be short-lived, as you can see in the last graphic, as they too are pushed out between open water and hardened shorelines. And I just have a couple arrows there so you all can see, which of these areas that we're talking about. Finally, I wanted to share with you the application of some of the recommendations that were made for the current management and planning based on previous findings. Because freshwater wetlands and eventually mangroves experience a pinch out between open water and hardened development, we will need to reserve upland habitats to accommodate landward migration. We also need to reserve areas in the floodplain that are publicly owned to prevent further hardening. So this is public parks and ball fields that could accommodate landward movement of tidal wetlands or increased flooding. We also need to work with agencies to ensure that minimum flows and levels are being attained in rivers so that suitable salinity gradients are available for salt marshes. Additional protection of native upland habitat is important in a number of ways. It provides aquifer recharge functions, supports migratory corridors for threatened species, such as the Florida panther, as well as space for rare habitats. The impact of climate change on inland communities are less well understood, but equally important to coastal areas. So the information presented here reflects the work that was completed for our region, where increased saltwater intrusion is not a factor, namely freshwater portions of the Caloosahatchee River estuary. This area does not receive tidal inundation due to the Franklin Lock, which is designed to prevent it. The partnership engaged, again, Environmental Science Associates and Kashaw Environmental to evaluate likely drying scenarios in the basin and subsequent habitat shifts in order to guide recommendations. As stated previously, in order to provide guidance for effective protection and management of natural habitats, analyzing which habitat should be targeted and understanding threats to that habitat created by climate change are absolutely critical. So average temperatures in Florida are increasing and are projected to continue to increase based on the current rise. The evaporation and plant consumption of water, collectively called evapotranspiration, as was spoken about in the last presentation, is directly related to temperature. So with projected increases in temperature, there will be projected increases in evapotranspiration. The type of vegetated land cover distributed in the landscape is driven primarily by access to water. Plant communities are adapted and compete based on this. Thus, a change in water availability or hydroperiod will lead to a change in land cover. There will be increased drying. Event-driven precipitation amounts will likely fluctuate by up to 10% above and below normal averages, as we learned in the last presentation as well. Evapotranspiration rates are projected to increase by up to 7%. So what we modeled was that basically the amount of water loss associated with increased rates of evapotranspiration still exceed those of increased precipitation, even taking into account variability. The decrease in effective precipitation overall will result in decreases in groundwater levels. So drier climate will lead to increased groundwater withdrawal for agriculture and potable supply as well. So we'll discuss habitat migration in response to these stressors. Plant communities will migrate with their statistical norms of depths of groundwater needed. So similar work found that plant communities are also moving poleward in response to rising temperatures, and there is an increased tropicalization in habitats. As increased events of cold snaps or warm events that keep certain habitats in check will be happening less and less frequently, which will impact those habitats moving into other habitat areas. So this modeled surface showing the percent time duration that groundwater is present at 18 inches of depth, so average depth. So the higher percentage, the wetter the area. So 18 inches of depth is important for the recruitment of new plants as seed germinate and shoot roots at the depth. We may use, so this is using South Florida Water Management District groundwater monitoring wells in the area, and then applying those with those decreased temperatures or increased temperatures and increased evapotranspiration rates, and looking at what would happen with groundwater levels in that area. And you can see that there's an increased drying just south of the river in that red spot. Green areas are areas where there is a little bit more water for the correct amount of time. So the hydroperiod essentially is not changing for those habitats. And those red areas is where groundwater, it's not happening at the same times for not the same length of times, and there's less available. So those hydroperiods for those vegetative communities are shifting. The map here shows the spatial distribution of different levels of transition risk based on the previous graphic that I showed you for native habitats by the year 2060. So the current duration of soil saturation within 18 inches soil surface corresponds with the habitat maps. The native habitats with high transition risk centers around the monitoring well observations south of the river and the central southwest that have been observed to be drier. However, the habitats north of the river are in the low category because they are lower elevation and surrounded by wetlands with assumed hydrologic recharge connections. Using the information discussed on the previous slide, a likely drying scenario of 7.5% of less groundwater availability was chosen when we were looking at vegetative community shifts. This scenario factors into increased evapotranspiration rates, increases in well production in response to drying conditions, as well as increases in precipitation events. So the vegetation management recommendations evaluated current groundwater levels and likely changes on those based on rainfall, temperature, evapotranspiration, and increased use to understand which habitats are more in danger of transitioning, regardless of other management actions that are currently being taken. So the results demonstrated that some habitats will shift regardless of restoration efforts with this increased drying. So what we take from that is that it'll be more important to manage for the future and what habitats are more likely to move in based on altered groundwater availability and timing or hydroperiod, rather than using limited funding and resources to return to past conditions that can no longer be replicated. So here's a table that outlines some of the recommendations from the second phase of the report. These are summaries of habitat areas in acres and relative percent of probable transition risk with the 7.5% drying scenario that we talked about. The tables show that over 19,000 acres of non-forested wetlands and over 10,000 acres of upland hardwood forests are in high risk of transition. Recommendations from the report reflect the need to protect these higher risk habitats in other areas, but not to focus funding on restoration to a historical habitat that may not be possible due to less groundwater availability needed to sustain such efforts. And so why do we talk about this? As they talked about before, as previous speakers talked about, there is a little bit of uncertainty when we're talking about some of this modeling and moving forward, but we also need to continue to plan for a future scenario. So we need to take the best available science and apply it as soon as we can, and then continue to refine that science and refine our applications moving forward. So using the recommendations from the climate change studies, the next step in the project was to implement these into an overall habitat restoration needs plan. So the goal here is to make realistic and strategic recommendations for future habitat restoration and conservation planning, and to help stakeholders prioritize funding and restoration work in the coming years in Central and Southwest Florida. So we believe that full implementation of the plan will have substantial positive impacts on the long-term sustainability of habitat, natural systems, and species populations, which will be important moving forward and adapting to climate change. So to make this plan more impactful and useful, it was built to be utilized by not only natural resource managers, but also taking into account the needs for those planning for infrastructure projects and land use in order to be balanced and realistic, targeting strategically those habitats most in need of protection and restoration. Now we understand the need for the plan and the goals. I want to give you a brief view of how it was built. So the project used the best available GIS maps, documenting changes in historical current land use, historical soils and habitats, and documenting all planned restoration and acquisition projects, as well as listed species critical habitats and migratory corridors as they are currently, to create real targets and opportunities. And again, we seek to plan for the future by using the best available data and modeling to project habitat migration due to climate change impacts, including sea level rise and changing groundwater availability, in order to provide recommendations for management and preservation to shifting and shrinking habitats. So it's again, moving from research to application. So here you can see a summary of the results from the report and GIS maps created as we rolled them up into three major habitat categories: tidal wetlands, freshwater wetlands, and uplands. These results are acres of habitat presented as either targets for restoration or opportunities for preservation. Start on the left, preservation conservation opportunities, or PCO. These are acreages of private lands that are not under conservation easements or otherwise protected, but have identified as strategic habitat value by stakeholders and natural resource agencies that, if preserved, would expand existing preservation conservation lands into larger ecosystem units and consolidate wildlife migratory corridors. Reservation opportunities are areas that are under the public ownership but have not been hardened, like the parks and the ball fields that are recommended to be reserved from further development so they can serve as coastal buffers for the sea level rise predictions that we talked about. Management enhancement targets are public lands that are or under conservation easements and are native. So the recommended management actions are to enhance activities on these areas, such as prescribed burning or hydrologic restorations, to make them more effective habitat. And restoration targets are public lands that are under conservation easements or publicly owned that are non-native. And so these areas are mapped for restoration activities such as regrading and planting. So turning our focus again to the non-tidal freshwater Caloosahatchee River watershed to create results and recommendations for habitat restoration needs using the same methodologies outlined previously. You can see here on the left a table of acreages for each of the same categories we mentioned previously and how those are mapped on the right. And again, this takes into account vegetation shifts due to sea level rise. Or not due to sea level rise, vegetation shifts due to groundwater availability in this area. So I will leave you with a few final thoughts on the project. The importance of completing these projects was to better understand what the future of natural habitats will look like in a shifting landscape, so that resources and efforts could be focused on moving forward rather than returning to an unattainable past. Coordination of efforts to create region-wide landscape level protection will be important to brace these habitats for future climate stressors and potentially protect unique areas that are shrinking and shifting. The map pictured here demonstrates how establishing both preservation opportunities and enhancement and restoration targets together, while accounting for likely future scenarios, helps guide management in a way that creates wildlife corridors and contiguous habitat areas. Often management activities can be very localized and specific. However, they can be more powerful when they are part of a larger plan and coordinated by multiple stakeholders working together towards one vision. And with that, I just wanted to mention you can find the full habitat restoration needs and habitat resiliency to climate change reports on the CHNEP website. We're also creating GIS interactive mappers that will be live on the CHNEP Water Atlas in the coming months. So there's actually a GIS interactive mapper for the Habitat Restoration Needs Plan, but there's an interactive mapper for the habitat resiliency to climate change models that I had shown you earlier. So again, what we're looking to do is, continue to refine the types of data that we're taking into account and trying to plan for the future for what this area is going to look like, so we can preserve some of those native habitats and protect them as best we can. So thank you again to CHNEP Management Conference members, ESA, Wood Environmental, and Kasha Environmental for their role in creation and implementation of this work. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Jennifer.
Great. Thank you so much to our panel 2 presenters. And now for those of you out there in the audience, please go to menti.com if you haven't already and enter this code displayed. If you've already logged in, you'll see a screen where you can start to type in questions for our panelists, and they're going to go ahead and see those in just a minute and take turns to respond to as many of those as time allows. All right, we have a couple test and trial questions there, but if you want to scroll down a little bit. All right, then go right ahead. Thank you, panel.
I can probably take a shot at the one in green. How do you address people who say the current evidence is not human caused but natural variation? So I'm a paleoclimatologist, so I study natural variation. And all of the other interglacial periods we've been in, we should be actually cooling at the moment, but we're warming. And you cannot create the warming that we've seen over the last 100 years or so with natural variation. It's impossible. The only climate model that will actually show the temperature change that we've seen over the last 100 years is a model that actually uses CO2 as the main driver. One of the other big evidences that I like to use when I talk to students about anthropogenic versus natural climate change is what we call fingerprinting. So if you think about the greenhouse effect, you have all these greenhouse gases and they're absorbing radiation and re-radiating back towards the earth. You would expect, as you increase greenhouse gases and therefore warming of the troposphere, you're actually going to see a cooling of the stratosphere because less heat is escaping. And we actually see that with satellites. So if this was natural variation, you wouldn't see those types of fingerprints. We also actually see carbon signatures in the oceans, in tree rings, in all these living organisms that are incorporating carbon. They're incorporating a fossil fuel signature. So they're all fingerprints, and there's absolutely no way that the temperature rise that we're seeing at the moment is natural variation. Again, we should be cooling. We should be going into an ice age very slowly, but we're not.
And I think I can take the question that's addressed to me. Maybe I should clarify what I said. And it is a little bit related to what Nicole said. Under certain of these climate projections, the ones that are hot and dry, even if we completely eliminate groundwater pumping, the climate itself can't maintain a groundwater level high enough to keep these wetlands viable. So this might be one of those places where you're shifting habitat to something else. So that was in response to our most extreme water use scenarios that were aggressive water conservation, 40% either direct or indirect reuse of treated wastewater effluent, and maintaining the current minimum flows and levels requirements in the Hillsborough River. That's when we completely shut down groundwater, we still couldn't maintain the levels required for wetland protection.
I'm just going to go ahead and address the ones about the CHNEP, the presentations being available. Yes, so we are recording today's summit all together, and we will make it available through our YouTube channel, which probably can be found through our CHNEP websites in the coming days.
Well, I'm not a horticulturalist by any means, but I think eliminating plants that require external irrigation and fertilization is a good practice for homeowners.
I guess there's a question about sea level rise projections. What's the most likely? And I'd say it's probably somewhere between those two that I showed you with NOAA and the IC Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. I think for sure that these feedbacks that we're seeing because of melting ice are going to have a really significant effect. So I think the ones from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change are actually on the much lower end. I think we can expect to see much more than 0.5 meter of sea level rise by 2100.
I see another question about the historic ET record. There's a variety of gridded data products. We in this project use the NL-2 data record. I think it goes back to 1979. We used that because it has hourly climate data for all the parameters required for the Penman-Monteith equation, which are a lot. There are PRISM data sets that go back much farther than that. Again, a gridded product. They're by NOAA and NASA and other federal agencies. The PRISM data sets go back further, but they don't have as much. They might just have precipitation and temperature, and it might be a finer grid, but daily instead of hourly. So we used NL-2, and I believe it starts in 1979. Our retrospective period for that project was 82 to 2005. That was the record that the hydrologic model was calibrated over.
I can take that one, what habitats are most at risk. So in our particular region, what our modeling found was that when we're looking at areas where sea level rise is impactful, salt marshes look like they are rapidly shrinking and disappearing and getting pushed out by mangroves. And even though you see a mangrove expansion in the modeling that we did, it eventually gets pushed out between open water and hardened development. And then there's also an argument to be made whether that's quality mangrove habitat that's being created. The other thing that we saw that was at risk was isolated freshwater wetlands, was very high risk in the studies that we did.
I guess the question about sedimentation, I'm guessing from ship wakes. It's not my area of expertise for sure. I know it's very regional to areas with a lot of shipping, but certainly in those areas, I would expect that their climate resiliency should be built around that as well.
There's a question about wastewater reclamation, and actually that's a pretty active topic in Southwest Florida right now. I'm about to be on a review panel, and the National Water Resource Institute has been asked to review the city of Tampa's proposal to inject advanced treated wastewater into the not the lower Floridan, but the lower part of the upper Floridan in an ASR type situation, and then withdraw it at higher levels to maintain their water supply. I don't know the details of the expense compared to desalination. Desalination certainly is a very energy intensive process. I guess the membranes are improving, but there's a lot of work going on in that area. That's not my personal area, but clearly, in my opinion anyway, we have to start thinking about the one water concept. Our drinking water is our wastewater. You know, is our water recharging our aquifers? Is our water supplying our springs and wetlands? So we can't, you know, flush it once and send it out to the tide for sure.
I will handle the, does the habitat migration GIS analysis incorporate human features that might influence the ability for inland migration, e.g. Roads as barriers? So the modeling that we did take into account areas that were already hardened developments. And part of our recommendations are any of those were mostly removed from the modeling that we did. There's an assumption that those areas that are hardened developments will remain as hardened developments. So we did recommend, again, it was more the soft development of the ball fields and the parks. And, you know, if an area was able to be recovered, then the recommendation would probably be a hydrologic restoration or a complete regrading of the area, depending on something like that. But we sort of assumed that hardened areas would remain hardened.
The question about the intense rainfall events, there is a project, Dr. Janthe Obasekera at FIU is the PI on that, working on development of statewide improved duration, intensity, frequency curve for rainfall events to be used for stormwater and that kind of thing. So it wasn't a part of this work. We were looking at longer term water supply issues, but other groups are working on refining the depth, duration, and intensity curves for use in design of stormwater systems.
I think there was a question about Antarctica too. I guess there was a couple of studies published just in the last week or so in Nature about new data coming out of Antarctica, particularly those ice shelves and the instability. You know, we've been thinking that Antarctica would sort of, you get a greater accumulation in some areas due to snowfall because you have more water vapor in the atmosphere over Antarctica. So that's kind of offset some of the melting or the ice mass loss that we've been predicting in the future. But these new studies are showing real instability in some of these ice shelves and the potential acceleration and therefore increase in sea level as a result.
I see a couple of questions here on, you know, what can be done locally moving forward with some of this information. And I agree, it's always important to move forward to what can we do right now, even though we'll continue to refine the science, how can we apply it right now? And I think, you know, as far as our study goes, I encourage all of you, if you can, to support your local land trust NGOs, things like that, in the work that they're doing, and to look at look at the policies that are up at your state, local, and federal government when it comes to land protection, because it's not just protecting these native habitats in these lands, but there's also, they serve another value, which is aquifer recharge, among a number of other things too. So I encourage you to support some of those things and to look into some of those policies that can protect some of these habitats, which will also in turn protect water quality.
All right, I think we have time for one more question.
There's a question about will water desalinization become more important? It's certainly a possibility, but if you think about the carbon footprint of desal, it's pretty high with the energy required. And the idea that we would remove salt from our water and use it to irrigate our lawns seems pretty crazy to me. I think it'll always have a place, especially, brackish water, and a place in, treating wastewater effluent. But the experience so far that Tampa Bay Water has had, it's a good drought proofer, but it's very expensive and hard to maintain, and one piece of a puzzle that has lots of pieces to find a solution.
Well, great. Thank you to our presenters. And we are now going to conclude panel 2, take a very brief break, and then promptly resume at 11:10 for panel 3, which I know everybody will really want to hear. It has to do with the policy and legal framework for climate action. And from that, we'll move into the afternoon, which talks about specific actions citizens can take. So please stay with us and return at 11:10. Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, Elizabeth. We'll be starting here in just a few minutes at 11:10.
Okay, and you guys are running my PowerPoint?
Yes, we have your script, so we'll be moving the slides according to the script.
Perfect. Okay, excellent. This is
All
good.
right? Yeah. Your video and audio sounds great.
Okay, great.
So Elizabeth, once you're set up, you'll want to be turn your video and mic off unless you're speaking.
Okay.
Because it'll pop you up on the screen.
Okay.
And when we get to Q&A, you'll go ahead and turn your video and mic back on.
Okay.
And then turn it off after Q&A.
Okay, so is there an intro from, I think I'm the first speaker, so
I'm just gonna very briefly introduce the
Okay.
panel and we'll go right into it and you'll see your slide and just take it from there.
Okay, and when I'm done, do I just need to end or do I need to kick it back to somebody?
You don't just end and the next person's slide, they're gonna know and hopefully jump right in.
Okay.
Whitney Gray has been on the line. She's going right after you. So she's been seeing how it works. So she should be fine to pick it up.
Okay, so I'll turn this off then until I hear the intro for me.
Yeah, in like 1 minute.
Great.
Okay, bye. All right, welcome back everyone to the 2021 Southwest Florida Climate Summit. We are now going into panel 3. We're going to dive right in. This panel is covering the policy and legal framework for climate action. Our presenters today are Elizabeth Gore from Environmental Defense Fund, Whitney Gray from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and Aaron Deedy from Aaron Deedy Law, followed again by a Menti audience question and answer period with our panel presenters. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth Gore.
Well, thank you. I am going to be talking about climate policy in Washington, D.C. I'm going to be covering the activity at both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. First, I'll talk about what's happening with the administration, including international activity and administrative actions. And then secondly, I'll discuss what's happening around climate on Capitol Hill and the legislative opportunities that I see to make progress. So let's start with the Biden administration. To begin, let's focus on the all of government approach that Joe Biden has embraced around climate change. And for groups like mine that focus on climate, this has been a breath of fresh air for us and reflects the idea that climate policy should not be siloed off as a standalone issue, but should be incorporated into all policy areas because climate change impacts everything. Gina McCarthy, a familiar name and a familiar face to many of us, is the domestic climate coordinator in the White House. And she has assembled an impressive staff, and she is the orchestra conductor on all things climate across all the different agencies. She's got a huge task ahead of her, and but she's a veteran, and she's using all of the tools and the levers across all of government. You know, they say that personnel is policy, and if that's the case, Gina is just one example of the climate experts throughout the Biden administration. It's been remarkable, really, to see the bench of climate hawks throughout the White House and the agencies too. Michael Regan at EPA, Gina McCarthy, John Kerry, Jennifer Granholm at DOE, and even less familiar names like Brian Deese and Ron Klain are notable because they're high-ranking White House staffers with deep background on climate policy. And this all-star lineup of climate experts really signals the commitment of the president to make progress here. Now, a big part of implementing a pro-climate agenda is administrative action. And in some ways, this is the most important and the most overwhelming task that Biden is facing. From perspectives from environmentalists like me, so much damage was done during the Trump administration, and we lost precious time in our fight against the changing climate. So the Biden administration has clearly committed to reversing some of the rollbacks that we saw over the last 4 years, and then leapfrogging to a new set of standards to end pollution from vehicles, power plants, and oil and gas fields. So our goal as an environmental organization is to keep the pressure on for that ambition and to keep pushing for prompt and bold action. And then finally, with the administration, let me touch on the international space. Obviously, the president rejoined the Paris Accords on the very first day of the administration. Now, in some ways, this is a symbolic step, but it also provides a path forward for renewed American leadership in the climate arena. One of the key steps of rejoining Paris is to lay out a national goal for emissions reductions. And so the administration announced on Earth Day a target of at least 50% greenhouse gas emissions reductions by 2030. And that was great news for our planet. It's ambitious but achievable, and it's also what science demands and what the economy needs. By making a strong shift now to a clean energy economy, we can ensure that the new jobs to support that transition stay here in the United States. So it's hard to overstate the importance of the United States putting out a bold goal, which really goes a long way to establishing or reestablishing climate leadership on the world stage. But of course, the administration is not the only hive of activity these days. So let me move 2 miles east to Capitol Hill and talk about what's happening in the House and in the Senate. Let me start with a little color commentary. So many people and interest groups and trade associations and nonprofits saw the new administration and the Democratic majority Congress as a path towards transformative progressive policies. Now, this wasn't just in the area of climate change, but also labor standards and minimum wage, immigration, DC statehood, healthcare, childcare, and higher education reform, but not so fast. The narrowest margins in the House in 3 generations makes Nancy Pelosi's job extremely challenging. And you cannot get any closer than the 50-50 split in the Senate. So that means that while Democrats may seem to be well positioned to advance lots of big priorities, it's the moderates on both sides of Capitol Hill in the House and the Senate who wield enormous power and have acted as a check on the wish list of progressives. Now, much has been said and written about the role that Joe Manchin, a conservative Democrat from West Virginia, the role he plays in shaping what Democrats can get passed. And for all of the hyperbole around his influence, it is still understated. He is one of the fulcrum, one of the real focal points of figuring out how we're going to advance a congressional agenda. Now, one other thing, while talking about process is maybe not so interesting for everybody, I love it. But I'll try not to torture you all by diving too far in the weeds. But I do want to make a few points about process in the United States Senate, because it does influence the trajectory of climate policy in Washington. So number one, you need 60 votes, a supermajority, to move anything through regular order in the United States Senate due to the dreaded filibuster. Two, there are parliamentary tools that can reduce that threshold down to 50, and the Senate has already deployed them for that COVID relief bill that passed in March. But there are limits to what can be done this way. You might remember that the House included a minimum wage increase in the COVID relief bill, but that provision got stripped out in the Senate because of this funky procedure that they were using to get it down to a 50 vote threshold. Three, there's been lots of discussion about doing away with the filibuster altogether. But as of now, Democrats are not in agreement about whether this is a good idea. We've already talked about Joe Manchin, and he doesn't support eliminating the filibuster. And without him, Senate Majority Chuck Schumer doesn't have the votes to eliminate the filibuster and can't make that change. So there's lots of drama around all of this. And if anybody here wants to grab a few beers and talk Senate procedure, send me an email and we'll go down the rabbit hole. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, back to the topic of hand around legislation. Here are some of the big climate related items that we're focused on and that have some momentum in Congress. First, transportation electrification. This means not just cars, but buses and trucks too. And this will be really around providing incentives for manufacturing of vehicles, but also component parts, charging stations, and batteries. This is a jobs issue. It's an economic stimulus issue. It's an emissions reduction issue, and it also has an environmental justice component. So this is a good example of the effort to embed climate in other policy debates. Instead of trying to move a straight up siloed climate bill, it looks to integrate reductions in emissions in every legislative vehicle. So transportation and infrastructure are also good places to build some bipartisanship, even in these very polarized days. So look for this to move early, probably this month, through the committee anyway, and hopefully gain support from both sides of the aisle. I would note that last year, under Republican leadership, the Senate Environment Committee developed a bill that had a $10 billion climate. So this is a committee that covers environment and transportation. And this bill was supported unanimously by both Democrats and Republicans in that committee. Now that Democrats have the pen, we're looking to grow that number for climate investments, as well as keep this commitment to trying to have broad political support. There's also an effort to expand that transportation and infrastructure package to encompass other policies more broadly, like grid modernization and broadband and a whole list of other investments. The path forward on that is a little more murky, but so our strategy has been to focus squarely on transportation electrification. Okay, a second policy I'd like to highlight is the natural climate solutions. EDF and other stakeholders have had good success in pushing forward some of these solutions, although everybody has a little bit of a different definitions about what it means. For us, it means policies like sustainable agriculture and bolstering natural carbon sinks like trees, forestry provisions. These policies get support from rural communities that have traditionally been a little more skeptical on climate action, And they also help to bring big agriculture interests to the table as allies instead of adversaries. Another natural solution that's gaining ground and that has impact in Florida is expanding opportunities for so-called blue carbon along our coastlines and also out in deep water. The next area I want to focus on is innovation. Innovation is going to be a critical part of the path forward toward reducing emissions on the scale that we need. Both the Biden administration and Congress have focused on investments in R&D to ensure that the next generation of climate-friendly technology is coming online. So innovation is not enough in and of itself, but it's part of the solution for long-term success. And then lastly, power sector decarbonization. There's been chatter around a potential clean energy standard for the power sector. The Biden administration has mentioned it in its infrastructure rollout, and some utilities have expressed support for CES. Climate leaders on Capitol Hill have started to discuss it. So it's certainly an area of interest on the Hill, but I have to say, I don't see this as a 2021 issue. It's really challenging, it's really complicated. And so I think the activity now is setting the table for legislation down the road. And then lastly, one more topic I want to just touch on, and that's environmental justice. Environmental justice is a growing force within the environmental movement and also within the Democratic Party. So the good news is that these communities that have been sidelined and overlooked for a long time have found new voice that is both influential and strong. Legislation on Capitol Hill will not pass without EJ provisions that recognize and address issues like disproportionate impact of pollution on communities of color. And both the White House and the Congress will oppose proposals that don't require pollution reduction in these frontline communities. And there's a growing effort to ensure that funding that's invested in clean energy and climate infrastructure, it's targeted in a way that allows EJ communities to join the energy transformation. So that's it. That's the view from inside the Beltway. For those of you who may have stepped out or dozed off, here's my Cliff Notes version. The administration is taking a whole of government approach. It has a huge regulatory agenda, and it's also re-engaging on the international scene with new commitments and partnerships. And on Capitol Hill, Congress is working on climate-friendly legislation in a number of areas, including transportation electrification, natural climate solutions, and innovation. A clean energy standard to push the power sector to clean generation is just starting to get attention. And finally, environmental justice is a growing part of these conversations and will be critical to finding success in advancing climate policy. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth. We'll now be going on to Whitney Gray.
Hey, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm really excited to be and honored to be in this side by side with all these amazing people on the rest of this program. It's also super fun for me to be back here because I've really got my start in Southwest Florida, coming from the Southwest Florida Regional Planning Council. And it's really so gratifying to see the progress that the area has made over the years. And I'm excited to be here and involved and to do whatever I can to help continue that progress. Next slide. I want to start by just talking a little bit about the program that I work with in DEP. We are called the Florida Resilient Coastlines Program. And the program was started in late 2017 to really work closely with coastal local governments and to help them with these incredible issues that they were facing around sea level rise and increased erosion and flooding and those kinds of issues. So we built this program, and really there's kind of three legs to the stool. we reach out to local governments with resources, technical resources like the Florida Adaptation Planning Guidebook. We, of course, have resilience planning grants and implementation grants. That's everybody's favorite part. And we also do a lot of coordination. So in addition to other things, we have a quarterly webinar called the Coastal Resilience Forum. Just had one yesterday, actually. So the next one is in August, but I encourage everybody who's not involved to take a look at our website and see how you can sign up to get on that 2-hour webinar once a quarter. Really, we provide a lot of what's happened over the couple of years that we've been doing this is that we've developed really kind of a community of practice across the state. We're getting up to 150, 175 people on these calls, which is great, but really there's good exchange of ideas and a lot of other support really that goes on between practitioners. So it's really gratifying to see all that come together and to see all these practitioners, resilience practitioners around the state get in touch with more resources that they need on a regular basis. What we've been able to, next slide, please. What we've been able to accomplish is pretty cool. So just since early 2018, we've awarded grants to 129 cities and counties. You can see their distribution around the state there. We've been able to grant about $6.5 million, and the vast majority of those are planning projects, as you can see. The planning projects include dealing with some of the things that I'm going to talk about in a minute. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself about peril of flood and those kinds of things. But I feel like we've really had a good impact. And as I'll talk about a little bit later in the presentation, this has really, we realized how this has just scratched the surface. And what's really exciting is what's coming. As Secretary Valenstein mentioned earlier, what's coming next is really, really big, and we're excited to do that. But let me go back in time a little bit. That's sort of a little bit about us, but let me go back and talk a little bit about how we got where we are, because what I'm supposed to talk about today is kind of the policy background of resilience in the state. And you can go to the next slide, please. And this slide is really interesting to me. I put this together. This is a graphic from our Florida Adaptation Planning Guidebook. And because the guidebook came out of a particular project, it focused on certain policy aspects, but I want to mention a couple of things that aren't on this timeline that really should be mentioned. Because if you go back to 2009, you can see that first bullet there talks about the Southeast Florida Climate Compact and their first summit and so forth. But at around the same time, due in large part to CHNEP's activities and using the EPA's Climate Ready Estuaries grants, there were projects done in Southwest Florida that really, in some cases, predated some of that stuff on the East Coast. So I was very excited to be involved with the Punta Gorda vulnerability assessment and adaptation plan. That really, the timeline is a little fuzzy right in there, who came first. But it was a great project to work on and resulted in comprehensive plan amendments that really set some groundbreaking policy in the city of Punta Gorda. Lee County at that time also did, using the same kind of funding, we did a vulnerability assessment for them and an adaptation strategy or resilience strategy. So just so that you all know, I want to just make sure that we acknowledge the great work that's gone on in Southwest Florida over the years. You can see a lot of the different milestones that have been hit down the years since then. Southeast Florida definitely has been a huge influence on this sector in many, many ways. In 2011, we'll talk as we go along about adaptation action areas. In 2015, we get to the peril of flood statute. In between there, we have a lot of activity here at DEP under the Florida Coastal Management Program that's funded by NOAA to fill in those gaps and help provide a lot of foundation. So there has been, might not always make the news, but there has been a lot of activity going on that has helped to improve resilience in coastal Florida communities. Next slide, please. So one of the first things that happened was the creation of adaptation action areas, the statute that led to that. So this is an adaptation action area identifies one or more areas that experience coastal flooding due to extreme high tides and storm surge, and that are vulnerable to related impacts of rising sea level. And it's an optional designation. This was passed back in 2011. It went into the statutes, and it gives coastal communities the option of creating a designation. You can, when you look at it on a map, it's basically drawing a line around a vulnerable area to target that area for improvements that would help mitigate flood damage and perhaps erosion as well. Interestingly, the way that this came about is there was some thought that when the concept was brought up, that this would be a tool that could be used to then leverage funding at a higher level, I believe on the federal level. So there was some notion that we could create this statute, this designation, and it would enable those communities that used it to identify more federal funding and to get an advantage, to get some more federal funding. That didn't happen, but it has happened on a state basis, because in our grant program in Florida Resilient Coastlines program, creating an adaptation action area or doing an implementation project in an adaptation action area actually is an advantage in that competitive grant process. So we have tried to learn as we go along and build that functionality in, and I think it's working. We see lots of different areas taking on this adaptation action area strategy, and it helps them focus their work, and it helps us focus how we can best address the funding needs in those areas. Next slide, please. Another key piece of legislation that passed in 2015 was the Peril of Flood statute. And I always have to be really careful when I say that. I'm glad it's on a slide in front of you, because people have asked me before, what is parallel flood? Well, it's peril of flood. That's a name taken from the statute, the title of the statute. And it's just so dramatic, it's caught on. So how exciting is that? But peril of flood actually took the whole concept of resilience to the next level. And it actually helped to, it's not an optional thing for coastal communities. It is a requirement for coastal communities to comply with the requirements in this statute. And it, you can see that it's includes sea level rise as one of the causes of flood risk that must be addressed in the redevelopment principles and strategies and engineering solutions. And there are 6 aspects to it that are required. And DEO, of course, has the jurisdiction over this, which is great. And they're doing an amazing job of helping coastal communities get through this. A lot of our grants, our planning grants, have been focused on peril of flood. We saw this when we started this program as kind of a foot in the door to start the resilience conversation in places where it hadn't started yet. And then to be able to back that up with grant dollars to help those communities get into compliance, that just, sort of completed the package there. Right now, they're about half, a little more than half of the required cities and counties have completed these peril of flood requirements according to DEO. Our program has funded about 1/3 of those that have completed it. We're looking forward to doing a lot more in that regard. And we have plenty of funding now to help coastal communities with those kinds of projects. We're very excited about this, and it's really takes it to the fundamental policy level within each local community. Next slide, please. So this slide, possibly a little bit out of order, just talks a little bit about what the role that NOAA has played all along, and really what gave rise to the Florida Resilient Coastlines program. Because starting back in 2011, this this community resilience initiative was developed as a coastal management program strategy. And the strategy lasted a number of years and really gave rise to not just FRCP, but several other things. And it's really has laid the foundation. We still have resilience goals and strategies within the coastal management program in Florida. And in fact, one of my colleagues, Joe Bauer, is available to come and do in person or online trainings with local communities to show them how to use some of the really amazing decision support tools that are free and publicly available, many of them through NOAA's Digital Coast. So we continue that relationship, that close tie and coordination with the Florida Coastal Management Program, because there's just all hands on deck as far as we're concerned at DEP. Next slide. So those things kind of are back in the now distant past of 2011 and 2015. And so what's happened more recently than that? You may be aware that last year in the 2020 session, a statute was passed that what was the title of it had to do with an act relating to public financing of coastal construction projects. So when that statute passed, it set a timetable for rulemaking, which we have jumped into right away. But this is really groundbreaking legislation for the state. If you go back to the 2011 Adaptation Action Area, you see the term sea level rise in Florida statutes really for the first time. The sea level impact projection studies 161.551 is just amping it up to the next level again. So the whole point of this statute is to require, really, if you get right down to it, the wise spending of state dollars. And so what it requires is for coastal construction, certain coastal construction that's funded by the state or with pass-through dollars from the federal government through the state to go through a sea level impact projection study. Our task was to put that all into rule. Sounds very easy from that title, but we were required to translate that into a rule to actually be able to administer it. Next slide, please. So here's the timeline that we've been following. We are now, you can see that we did quite a bit of roundtable discussions. We got a lot of input from stakeholders that would likely be using the rule. And we decided pretty early on that probably the best way to make sure that we got consistent slip studies and made these analyses consistent with each other is we designed an easy button. The easy button is the slip study tool. It does not have a swift, catchy name, but maybe we'll get there by the time we launch. We're hoping to launch that tool on July 1st. And what we've done is develop an online mapping tool with the help of our partners at Taylor Engineering. And this is a great example of how you can really leverage the work that's going on in other parts of the state. We looked at a tool that had been developed for the Northeast Regional Council in Jacksonville to highlight flooding risks and sea level rise risks basically in the Jacksonville area. And we thought, this is the kind of tool that we wanted to create to help form the platform for our slip study tool. So Taylor came in and we've been working on that tool since then. We have, as I mentioned, had a number of workshops to get input from the stakeholders on how this tool could best help them and how what are the main concerns and how we could address those. We have at the same time been developing the rule language. If you want to go to the next slide, you can see the actual rule. So the rule what we tried to do with the rule was to make the narrative analog to what the tool was doing. So the online tool, like I kind of jokingly called it the easy button, but it truly is. I'll show you some screenshots in a minute. It makes doing the slip study really easy. The slip study is a non-regulatory informational tool. We want what we want is for folks getting ready to build something with state dollars to take a look at how sea level rise might affect that structure. And so we're not telling you how to build your thing. We just want you to take a look at the options that may be available to you. So the tool actually incorporates a lot of adaptation possibilities and stuff like that. The rule needed to provide how how-to, how we did this. Because you're not required to use the tool, you can certainly do a manual, if you will, slip study. We wanted to make it very clear how to go about doing that. And we did that so that any manually done slip studies would be consistent, and we have a big basket of apples instead of apples and oranges or grizzly bears in our basket. So you can see here, this is some of the basic requirements of the slip study. The state finance constructor has to do these things before they begin construction, and they have to do them at least 30 days before construction commences. And of course, we actually emphasize in the rule that it's very important to try and do it much earlier than 30 days prior to commencement. Most projects really need to have it done way before that. But we were dealing with what we were allowed to make a rule about in terms of what the statute allowed us to do. So we did have some sideboards there that we had to stay within. So you have to do the study, you have to submit the study, and then the study will stay on the website for 10 years for available to the public. Next slide, please. I'll touch now the fun part. I've got some screenshots here from the tool. We're really excited about this. This is the basic interface, or the landing page or splash page, whatever you call it. This is where you start. And you can see, it's not showing on this view, but there are also buttons that will go below that title there that aim the user, the public user, or the slip study user at lots of other resources too. So we have resources on the tool that will show lots of different adaptation options. It's kind of an adaptation library, if you will. We'll also have information generally about climate change and sea level rise in Florida, and how sea level rise is affecting Florida. And then of course, there's this whole area where you can go directly to just do your slip study if you need to do that. Next slide, please. So here's a screenshot of that beginning that work. If you were going to look down at, you can use this tool in two different ways. You can do it primarily just to do your slip study, but a member of the public can use it, anybody can use it, just to look at how sea level rise might affect their neighborhood, their house, their town, whatever you like. So it works in that regard a lot like other sea level rise viewers. You can see here that we've got, these are all the different layers over on the left under coastal flooding. You can see the different layers that are brought into the tool. The tool does an amazing job of bringing in layers from other tools. So there's not a lot of this data that's like super resident in our tool, which would slow it down and make it kind of cumbersome and require lots of updates. What we do is leverage that information from NOAA, from FEMA, and then when they update theirs, our information is just automatically updated when it's brought in. It's pretty ingenious, and I think that'll make it a really useful tool going forward. But you can see here how it looks like a lot of other sea level rise viewers, in that you can adjust all your different, you can set it for different regional scenarios and different levels of sea level rise, just to see how it affects your location. Next slide, please. But if you need to do slip study for real, then you can click on the button in the upper right that says slip study, and you can get started and create the report. You can see that there are really just a handful of inputs required. And this was very much on purpose to make this tool very easy to use and to not cost local governments money to do this. This should be a simple task to accomplish that doesn't require a lot of time. And we wanted it to be very accessible and easy to be done. We don't want to create a burden on local governments. Really, we just wanted to provide that information for the person constructing the project. Next slide, please. Once you fill in all the information and hit the Create Report button, you get a report that will look something like this, and it will have narrative as well as graphical information about what your report says. And this is not the final format, of course, we're still working on that, but really we want to give a comprehensive picture of what's going on and what could happen. Notice that in the lower left, you see recommendations. Those are our adaptation suggestions, recommendations, potential options that you could think about doing. You notice this isn't engineering advice. This is general information, and we took some cues from websites like Flood Factor. But how can we portray this information so that it is easy to consume and without creating a mandate, without creating what we didn't have the authority to ask, which was a regulatory mandate. There's lots more I could talk about the SLIP tool for a long time because I think it's really cool. I will mention one other thing about the rule. We did decide after lots of input from the public that we needed to narrow down what kind of sea level rise projection we wanted people to analyze their project against. And we did decide to use NOAA 2017 intermediate high projection. People can use other projections as well if they want, but that's the minimum that has to be, you have to include that one to fulfill the requirements of the statute and the rule. Next slide, please. And I will say that's a huge deal, by the way. I didn't mention it, but it is a huge deal. And we're very excited to put that out and start making that really public. Last slide I have here has to do with some resilience-related legislation. And if I could, I would just put strike through in all of them, except for the top bullet there, Resilient Florida Grant Program, and 1377 and 1379. Everything else related to resilience really didn't get off the ground, but gosh, what we got was amazing. And Resilient Florida Grant Program is going to happen. There is $20 million next year for planning grants, similar to what we've been doing, which includes vulnerability assessments. There are several other pods, several other aspects to the legislation, including the establishment of the Florida Flood Hub at USF, which hopefully will lead to a much higher level of coordination among all the universities so that we can really get the downscaling that Wendy was talking about earlier done and honed in on. I will leave it there since my time is up. You can go to my last slide, which is very pretty and has my contact information on it. And I'll be happy to hang around for questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you to all of our presenters, now audience. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We have Erin Deedy coming next. Thank you.
Sure. So my presentation is going to be kind of specific about some of the legal and policy issues that local governments are facing. Mostly what I do in my practice as a lawyer and a land planner is work with local governments that are undertaking either integrating resiliency and vulnerability into their comprehensive plans, or they're doing some type of vulnerability assessment. Next slide, please. And so I track out of Columbia Law School this really great database that kind of categorizes the types of climate change litigation that's going on both from a domestic and an international perspective. And while 1,350 cases doesn't seem like a lot of cases within, the nationwide and at the state level in terms of all the litigation that's going on, these cases are really making new law. And it's not that they're within a regulatory context of dealing with regulations related to climate change, but we're using traditional environmental type resource and natural resource claims and theories of the law to kind of advance the ball on carving out new law and policy. Next slide, please. And so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. Whitney did a great job, but my presentation is kind of building on what she's talked about with what DEP is doing, both from a programmatic standpoint and a rulemaking perspective right now. And so these are the main things that are really driving local government response. If it's not that the local government is looking at the technical information and saying this is a good idea, they're doing it because they're receiving grant dollars or there's some type of funding allocation to help spur that discussion, or their comp plan is coming for an update and they want to aggressively or understand from a data and analysis perspective what their vulnerabilities are over time and how they can potentially respond to them and what they might be required to do in their comprehensive plan. Next slide. There's also local law that's being promulgated, and I don't want to forget about that. So we've got case law at the federal and state level. We've got regulations that are evolving, programming that's evolving around climate change, but also local governments are responding. And here are two examples. Seawall ordinances and shoreline policy is a really hot topic right now. People are trying to understand how they can help private sector or utilize public seawalls and responding from their assets that they may own to prevent flooding. And so both City of Miami and Broward County are recent examples in terms of seawall regulation. One thing that's a little bit unique about the Broward County seawall ordinance is that they require a disclosure to property owners that they are located in a tidally influenced area, and they may have to undertake work on their seawall to come into compliance with this new local regulation. So, this is another way that local governments are influencing response to climate change and sea level rise. Next slide. And so some of the big legal and policy issues that are kind of swirling around there, we know that state and local governments are undertaking litigation against the fossil fuel industry to pay their share, kind of like a polluter pays theory of paying their share of adaptation response that local and state governments have to undertake because of the impact of the fossil fuel industry on climate change. That's one theory. Another theory is level of service and torts. People that want to see the government respond, or they want to change the way the government is responding to climate change, they may undertake some type of litigation or some type of advocacy work around level of service for flooding. We know that takings is an issue potentially with some local governments. They may be concerned about how a takings claim might play into either encouraging them or discouraging them from undertaking some type of adaptation project. And then we know that there is litigation right now regarding payment structures. Who pays for flood mitigation, especially if people aren't going to receive the same level of service from a flood mitigation perspective throughout a community? How do you apportion those costs appropriately for people to contribute through assessments or user fees to that response? Next slide. And so the bottom line is that there is no real case law right now in the state of Florida related to sea level rise, except for one case related to public trust doctrine, which is ongoing right now, which I will talk about. There have been some attempts at litigation related to some of the peril of flood amendments. That has not been successful at this time. But really, what this is about is trying to figure out what local governments' obligations are in terms of their response for climate change, sea level rise, and adaptation. Next slide. And so the basic questions are, does the government have to respond? Does the government legally have to respond to climate change and sea level rise? And what happens if the flooding and the impact is not through a government action? And I'll kind of get into why that's important. Next slide. And so what type of flooding are we talking about? The picture, the Monroe County picture on the left side, basically is showing the effect of tidal flooding. Like, this is through a roads elevation project. And what we have conveyed to the community is that the roads can be elevated, but because the property elevations are low, flooding still may occur on the individual property, versus precipitation-based flooding or storm-based flooding that is rain coming out of the sky, and that is traditionally managed through a drainage system and through permits. You have a different type of regulatory structure and response related to that type of flooding versus sea level rise or tidally influenced flooding. Next slide. And so the reality check is that there may be people that are unhappy with the local government's response to climate change and sea level rise. They may be trying to force the local government to act through some kind of litigation, or they may be trying to get the local government to contribute to the response where private property flooding is concerned, or they may perceive that there is a taking of their property either through government action in terms of how an adaptation project is designed and permitted and is implemented, or government inaction. You may be accused of taking somebody's property values if you're not acting and you're allowing that flood impact to occur without mitigation. Next slide. And so I'm just going to run through a couple of key concepts that may be interesting to advocates and local governments in particular. People think that local governments have a duty to respond in terms of drainage and flood mitigation, and that's not necessarily the case, particularly with regard, and a lot of my stuff is related to roads and stormwater because that's where the rubber kind of meets the road in terms of an initial priority for sea level rise and flooding response. But a government entity does not have a duty to upgrade roadways to keep up with climate change and sea level rise flooding. It's absolutely permissive, but there's no tort-based duty that government has to evolve its infrastructure to keep up with sea level rise. Next slide. And important to that, is the government immune if they decide to take an action or not to take an action? And so case law is pretty clear that planning level decisions, that type of decision to say, hey, we need to keep up with sea level rise, we need to elevate our roads, we need to put in more drainage, that planning judgmental decision is something that is 100% entirely within the government entity's purview, and they cannot be dinged in terms of sovereign immunity on that type of decision. Next slide. And then finally, what happens if somebody's access to their property is cut off due to tidal flooding? And so the question is, what is the response related to that? And the impact to the individual property owner has to be more specific than that impact to just the general public. And impact does not mean loss of convenience. So if the shortest route to your property is impacted by tidal flooding, does that require the local government to respond and elevate that road? And the response is no. There may be alternative routes to the property, but loss of convenience is not something that would trigger any kind of requirement for local government response. Next slide. And so related to road planning, road adaptation, and stormwater, there are other things that influence those decisions. For instance, the concept of retreat, meaning the local government has decided in a particular neighborhood that they do not want to adopt the roads or elevate the roads. What are the local procedures that the local government has on the books in terms of road abandonment? The one thing that you do not want to do from a case law perspective is keep the responsibility and the ownership of that road and decide, it's too expensive or it's too complicated to elevate that road or adapt it. You need to abandon it. You need to get rid of that responsibility on the books. The Florida Department of Transportation Green Book standards have minimal design criteria for roads. They also have design exceptions. For instance, if the local government wants to go above and beyond what FDOT requires for its minimal standards, it can make a design exception within its code of ordinances to address higher design criteria to deal with tidal flooding and sea level rise. And then finally, you have to get permits for road elevation and drainage projects from the water management districts. Water management districts do not directly regulate sea level rise based flooding. They do regulate precipitation based flooding. And one thing that we know in conversations with water management districts related to road elevation and drainage permits is that they will ask questions about the functionality of the drainage system for that roadway project and how that functionality will be impacted by sea level rise. But they don't regulate the government, the local government's response. So their purview, while it may be perceived that it's limited in terms of application, water management district permitting is absolutely a place, even now with the law on the books, where that balance between the impacts of drainage and tidally influenced flooding will play out. Next slide. And so, I talked a little bit about water quantity. We know water quality is an issue. The state is undertaking uniform statewide stormwater rulemaking right now, a rule that hasn't been updated in decades. And that was directed as part of water quality legislation, which passed last year. And we know that there is an implication related to climate change and sea level rise. So we're waiting to see what that technical advisory committee comes up with to deal with climate change. Whitney has already talked about the slip rule, but for instance, now, if you have a road or a drainage project and you've received a grant of state funds to help implement that project, guess what? That triggers Whitney's slip rule analysis that you'll have to do related to that project. And this was just specific to the Florida Keys and their road elevation projects. We also have to look at jurisdictional boundaries with national parks, marine sanctuaries, and if there are any staging and phasing issues where you may need some type of special use permit from those agencies. Next slide. So the Monroe County vulnerability study for roads is an ongoing project. We had a very large presentation to the County Commission in November, and we are now moving into conceptual design. And what we are doing is focusing on the first wave. It's approximately 25 to 30% of the roads that are going to be vulnerable by 2045. Next slide. And so what we project right now is with that first initial analysis out of 311 countywide road miles, with the initial 25% of the roads to be potentially elevated or some type of adaptation response, we think we can hit almost 50% of the unincorporated county, and a lot of residential units would benefit just with that initial 25% of the roads being elevated. Conceptual costs assume a complete and total rebuild with stormwater components associated with that. The county is looking at approximately $1.8 billion for sea level rise response just for roads and drainage by 2045. Next slide. And so this kind of shows you the amount of roadway segments and subdivisions and miles and residential units that would be benefited by that first wave or 25% of road elevation projects. Next slide. And so what we've also done is start to put together a policy response and process outlining what the prioritization has been for the roads project. And so where we are, we've identified those first 25% of the road segments, and we are in conceptual design right now. Next slide. And so it doesn't mean that the rest of the 75% of the roads won't be addressed. They just won't be addressed in this phase of the project. And so after we presented back in November to the Board of County Commissioners, we are now moving into engineering concept. What types of designs will work? Some of these roads are very space constrained, so they're not going to have swales and the ability to do traditional percolation of stormwater for quantity and treatment. We may have to use deep well injection or other technologies. And so right now we're trying to figure out what those conceptual designs are to fit a 25-year sea level rise projection. After we have those design concepts and better cost estimate figures, the query becomes whether or not in those particular areas, it makes common sense to actually elevate and adapt those roads. Next slide. And so if the answer is yes, if it's pretty clear that a lot of property owners will benefit, that we can get permits, we have a good workable design, then you would go through that green process where the road project would actually be incorporated into the roads implementation plan, to seek funding and for actual construction and elevation of the road and the stormwater components. If the answer is no, for instance, if there's a road, but only very few property owners would benefit from the elevation of that road, like say a road leading off of US 1, it goes through a big open space and it lands, on the Gulf or the Atlantic Ocean, and only a few property owners are benefited, then it may not make sense to reconstruct or rebuild or elevate that road to a 25-year useful life, because just the cost benefit isn't there. And if that's the case, we would go through that red and orange process to determine what level of service might make sense for that particular neighborhood, establish that. For instance, maybe it's not a 25-year standard, maybe it's a 10-year standard for sea level rise. And we would establish that level of service, go through a specific designation, and then the project would be incorporated into the road implementation plan. The whole point of this process is that we're going to have to take this flow chart and we're going to have to reduce this into words to go into the code of ordinances and potentially policies within the comprehensive plan to be transparent about what the county's process is going to be for prioritizing. And this is just one strategy, and it's related to roads and stormwater, but a similar type strategy would probably exist for other components of infrastructure. You have to undertake prioritization and figure out what is going to make sense for the community. You may not be able to afford to do it all, so you may have to establish and use a tool of establishing differing levels of service to be transparent with people about what they're going to get and how the local government is going to respond. Next slide. And so what we've been very clear about is that there are responsibilities for countywide adaptation, roads, county buildings, infrastructure, other partnerships with utility service providers, public sector adaptation. But that does not mean that the county is ignoring the fact that there's going to have to be some type of private property adaptation response also from a policy perspective. Are we going to let people improve their shorelines, and how? Do we want natural shorelines? Obviously, we want to encourage that, but it may not be practicable in every circumstance, especially when you've got a shoreline that may be right in front of critical infrastructure. You may have to do something to harden that shoreline. What are we going to allow people to do with their lots? Fill policy, encouraging people through programs to elevate or mitigate their private structures. So you need both the public sector response and the private sector response to truly achieve a resilient community. Next slide. And so I like to end on this case, Reynolds v. Florida. This is a series of cases, both at the federal and the state level, about trying to effectuate some level of change within the energy delivery policy for the state of Florida. These public trust doctrine cases, the theory of the case is essentially that there are certain resources that need to be held in trust for future generations. And it's somewhat of a novel theory in trying to extend those public trust protections to the atmosphere and the right to a clean and stable atmosphere. What these cases are seeking in terms of remedy is a statewide greenhouse gas inventory and a statewide remedial plan to stabilize the climate system to help protect natural resources and our atmosphere for future generations. Next slide. And that's it. And so I think we are at time. So if you have a Q&A, we're good to go.
And we do. Thank you very much to all of our panel 3 presenters. Those were excellent. We're now going to go to the question and answer with our audience. Audience, some of you know the drill, but if you don't, please log into menti.com and enter this 8-digit code. You'll see a screen displayed where you can enter your questions now. And panelists, we're going to turn that over to you. Please feel free to start taking turns responding to as many as you can within the allotted time. They should be coming in here just shortly. Well, while we're waiting, I have a question for all of you. There's been some discussion in Florida about these new rights of nature laws or attempts to provide nature some rights, legal rights. Do you see that in any way interfacing with these laws around climate change and resiliency?
I mean, I'll start and then you guys can jump in the way you see fit. I mean, we've seen these rights of nature type cases in other states and in federal litigation. So it's not illogical to me that that would be something that would, you know, kind of start also within Florida. I think any of these theories are helpful to kind of round out our policy response. And I'll give you an example. You know, there's already litigation in the Florida Keys that's ongoing about the delisting of the Florida Keys mole skink. You know, so these types of cases provide new avenues for the advocacy community to try to get a local government, state or federal government to respond. So I think they're absolutely critical in providing yet another option to try to push forward action, especially on the part of natural resources and species.
Great. And if the rest of you just want to start jumping in, and I see some of these are even directed to specific presenters.
Yeah, sure. I can jump in. There's a couple there about the slip tool. I'll go to the more general one first. Will there be efforts to encourage non-government entities to use the slip tool? So the website will be open to the public. The slip tool function will require a secure login, and we're still working on how we will hook up our local government and our state government partners with those secure logins. And we're keeping it that way for a number of reasons. First of all, to have, you know, that data be secure and so that it can't be tampered with. But also at this point, you know, new in the tool, we have kind of some space constraints, if you will, some storage constraints. And so hopefully we will build functionality into it so that we can expand it and let other folks, the public can generally do a slip study themselves. But right now, for now, you won't be able to do that without one of these secure logons. So you'll have to be a local government or a state agency to get that secure login. In terms of the critical elevation, if you look in the rule language, there's some flexibility in that. And we did that on purpose, and that's so that you can use the elevation that's critical for your project. And because the tool covers such a humongous breadth of projects, everything from roadways to multi-story buildings, that elevation is going to be unique to the project, or there'll be certain categories of those kinds of elevations. So it might be an elevation associated with a roadway. It might be a finished floor elevation. That's going to vary depending on the kind of project.
I can take a quick one. The status of Reynolds v. the state of Florida. The case is in the First District Court of Appeals. There was a request made for oral argument that was denied. So the pleadings are in front of the DCA right now. And so we'll see when there's a ruling, either regarding the complaint on the merits or whether there's a denial and further litigation.
I can jump in here around some of the federal questions. One question was about what policies would you like to see passed to end climate change? You know, if I were a benevolent dictator, I would impose economy-wide policies that would have mandated emissions reductions. But alas, I have not been able to get that title. And so we're working through Congress, and really that has meant more sectoral policies. I talked about transportation electrification, and we talked about resilience and sustainable agriculture. So it's a bit more of a piecemeal approach that we're taking right now. You also, or somebody else asked about the end of the filibuster. Absolutely, there's interest in trying to end the filibuster, but I'm not convinced that eliminating the filibuster would open the gates for a progressive agenda. You still have to get 50 votes in the United States Senate, even if you eliminate the filibuster, and that includes very moderate and conservative Democrats. And so I think even with the elimination of the filibuster, you still have hurdles in terms of passing legislation there. And one final comment on that, we have seen the political pendulum swinging back and forth. And so the same, the elimination of the filibuster, which may give Democrats an opportunity to advance their goals now, is going to provide that same benefit to Republicans who may want to roll back some climate change policy going forward. So I'll stop there, and we can move on to some other questions.
I wanted to respond to the first one there about the notion of extending SLIP requirements to private sector development. I mean, the requirement now is triggered that if a project receives state funding. But I personally, this is my own theory, I don't know this to be true. I believe that the tool provides benefit to local governments. Now, whether or not local governments require some type of analysis like that as part of their development approval process, that remains to be seen. There may be a lighter touch approach like the state is taking, like this is informational and we'd like to see you undertake this analysis through the development process, but we may not have you be required to actually change it, but hey, this is information that you should be using in the planning process. So I'm actually encouraged and would counsel, you know, my local government clients, why would you reinvent the wheel if this is a good tool for use of the state for the evaluation of these projects, and you're looking at being a little bit more progressive about your climate requirements and sea level rise and how it impacts development approvals, I would say, hey, why not? Why not?
I can talk about what people can do to influence the government to pass climate change initiatives. You know, I would greatly encourage people to reach out to members of Congress, engage them in a dialogue around the impacts that climate change is having. And we need to act now, or these impacts are just going to accelerate. Business leaders can be very influential, state and local leaders. They are those voices that can be very helpful in changing opinions on Capitol Hill. And I guess the bottom line for all of that is to get out and vote and make your vote. Demand that candidates and members of Congress take this issue seriously, and that they make commitments to passing policies that reduce emissions and fight climate change. There's also a question here around a clean energy standard and whether that's the sort of legislation that's more likely to pass than a price on carbon. So it's a great question. A clean energy standard is focused just on the electricity sector. And a price on carbon generally is broader across the whole economy. That's usually the way that we think about those different policies. And I think that where we sit right now, that it's a little bit hard to see either of those really big ideas happening in the short term. But let me say this, a clean energy standard does have some support from the utility sector, as I mentioned earlier, and there's a lot of ongoing dialogue on Capitol Hill about how it might be implemented to benefit environmental justice communities and otherwise be a policy that could move forward in the current political climate. A price on carbon, in many ways, is simpler. It's easier. It's easier to understand. But it is a tax, and that is a difficult policy to advance through Congress. So challenges on both of those. I would say that right now a clean energy standard is probably easier to move forward, especially given the push that we're getting from the Biden administration. It's something that the president raised in his infrastructure release. There was also a question here about establishing robust nationwide electric grid to take advantage of renewable energy sources. Excellent question. And it's interesting because this is another aspect that has gotten some traction on Capitol Hill around in the infrastructure package. How can we make grid modernization part of advancing our infrastructure, which it absolutely should be. Infrastructure is not just roads and bridges, it's also making sure that we have the building blocks in place to move us towards a clean energy economy. And the grid has to be updated. This is a intersection of lots of different policies. It's state, it's federal, it's funding, but it's also siting, it's also permitting. So there certainly has been a lot of activity around that. And it is something that is on that menu for the infrastructure package. One of the things that's unclear right now is how expansive is the definition of infrastructure going to be when Congress advances a bill, which I'm confident that they will do a bill this year, but how big is it going to be, and how is it going to include something like transmission infrastructure? Is it going to include broadband? Is it going to be more narrowly focused on transportation, roads, and bridges? But absolutely on the agenda, and certainly something that as we bring more renewables online needs to be addressed.
I can take the one on case, I'm going to call it the case study question, like what can we learn? And the answer is, well, I hate to give you the lawyerly response of it depends, but it kind of does in terms of what you're looking at. There are a couple of really good case studies in terms of integrating climate and resiliency into a comp plan. I can give you a great case study is the city of Delray Beach. They updated their comp plan, and not only did they do their peril of flood amendments, they took their conservation element of their comprehensive plan and expanded it to be conservation, sustainability, and resiliency. And I know they also dealt with government operations in those comp plan updates, which is not something people typically add into the comp plan. So that's a great case study on comprehensive planning stuff. Broward, they've recently adopted that seawall ordinance. So they've got some interesting shoreline policy. They've done a lot of very good integrated groundwater, surface water work, and they've got a new drainage standard that incorporates future conditions into a map series that you have to account for. Monroe County, I talked about today. Monroe County, got kicked out of FEMA's community rating system program because of their downstairs enclosure issues. And they were just recently awarded a 3, which is one of the best class ratings in the state of Florida through a lot of years of work and analysis in building up their data sets. They undertook the expense of collecting mobile LiDAR data. They are in the midst of doing a countywide roads and stormwater planning project right now. The city of Miami Beach has done some interesting stuff with green building and historic buildings and adaptation response. Pinellas County has done some really interesting stuff with infrastructure analysis in the budgetary process. So really, it's just kind of where you're at right now. In terms of what kind of case studies you're looking at, because I like to say there's no right way or wrong way in terms of adaptation response. I would say that it needs to be done comprehensively and holistically and not kind of like the Band-Aid approach of running here and running there. Know what your vulnerabilities are overall so you can respond.
I saw the note asking what resources are available around policy and climate change. Certainly, the Environmental Defense Fund has lots of resources on its website, which is edf.org. You should feel free to check that out. I think that has a range of information that might be of interest.
Yeah, and the only thing I would add to that is that Columbia Law School tracking website, because not only do they track all the different types of litigation, they also have what they're calling their deregulation tracker, which is what we've seen kind of happen over the last administration for rollbacks. And so they've got a lot of really great resources in terms of policy and law also.
I also want to mention on that, we have, it's not strictly related to climate change, but the Florida Adaptation Planning Guidebook is available on our website. There's a PDF of it on there, but it's pretty big. So if you want a hard copy, I can send that to you. It really helps pull a lot of information together about adaptation planning in Florida. It's the result of a multi-year project that was funded by NOAA over several years, and that was coordinated through DEO. So I do recommend that. I also I got a couple of other questions here at the end. Down here at the bottom is the state coordinating with regional climate compact parties. Absolutely we are. We are funding some of them. And if you notice in the new legislation for Resilient Florida, there's more funding available for regional resilience climate compact type organizations, entities. Funding available for them to provide technical assistance to local governments and cross-jurisdictional projects. So that's a huge advance, yay. And then is there any state emphasis on making resources more easily available to EJ communities? I've done several things recently with a focus on environmental justice communities. And I think that's an area where DEP is really ready to step out and make some progress. I know that we're sort of marshaling some resources and understanding about how, what our current level of engagement is, and then thinking about what it could be. In the resilience planning grants and in the Resilient Florida program, you'll see that addressing EJ communities gives you extra points. So if your project is focused on that, you're going to have a more competitive application. So we are encouraging local governments to address that.
Great. That wraps up about as much time as we have for questions today, but I do encourage all of you out there in the audience who have additional questions to go to the proceedings document, which has abstracts from our presenters as well as their contact information. So feel free to directly communicate back with them if you have additional comments or questions. Right now, I just want to say that, this morning we've heard from leading scientists, legal and policy experts with regards to climate change. This afternoon, we're going to dive into people because after all, it's the widespread understanding and movement by people that is needed to continue to move this forward. So you won't want to miss this afternoon's discussions and the amazing lineup of remaining presenters. We are now going to go to a lunch break. We do ask that if you please return by 1:30 p.m. when we will promptly resume with our 4th summit panel. Thank you so much. All right, welcome back to the participants of the 2021 Southwest Florida Climate Summit. We're just going to resume here in just 1 minute. So if you don't mind coming back to your computers or devices of any kind, we'll begin here in just a minute. All right, welcome back. All right, we're going to begin now. The next panel is Growing Climate Awareness in Southwest Florida. It's our 4th panel, and the presenters include myself, followed by Melissa Baldwin of Florida Clinicians for Climate Action, and concluding with Dr. Anna Pushkin-Shevlin from Growing Climate Solutions with a panel Q&A to follow all the panelists' presentations. Next slide. So today I'm going to be sharing a regional climate change vulnerability assessment conducted by the CHNEP in response to a requirement by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency that all 28 entities in the National Estuary Program conduct climate change vulnerability assessment as part of their Climate Ready Estuaries initiative. Next slide. 5 individual experts and the public participants of a large public workshop were respectively surveyed in areas relating to climate science and coastal planning. They were asked to review a list of threats that threaten the achievement of specific natural resource management goals, and to rate the risk, the climate risk, on a qualitative scale from low to high as to the likelihood of that risk occurring, and if it did occur, how severe of an impact it might create. You can see a list here of the symbology of the 5 experts and the collective public response, which will be represented in future graphics in this presentation. The primary purpose of conducting a climate change vulnerability assessment here was to identify risks that could inhibit our ability to achieve the comprehensive conservation and management plan objectives, the 5-year strategic plan collectively drafted by all the CHNEP partners, in order to address if those needed to be revised in response to those risk factors. It should be noted that this was done in regards to our 2013 plan objectives, and then that these results were used in the crafting of our 2019 plan, which we are now currently implementing. However, as we conducted it, we found that it also served to identify important disconnects of knowledge and understanding of these climate risks between the experts and the public. This has helped to inform what environmental education needs exist with regards to climate change to implement in our public education and outreach activities. This graph here is an example of where the public thinks there's a low likelihood of sea level risk causing a loss of existing shallow water coastal habitats, while there's consensus amongst the experts that there's a high likelihood of this risk occurring. Finally, we found that this also served to identify potential research needs where there was potential scientific uncertainty reflected by a lack of consensus amongst the experts that were surveyed. The first category we looked at was fish and wildlife habitat protection. Objective 1 centers around protecting, enhancing, and restoring native habitats where physically feasible. And objective 2 is to increase conservation lands within the CHNEP study area. Experts in the public mostly agreed that increased storminess may lead to shoreline erosion, as well as loss of beaches and wetlands, and that sea level rise may shift salinity regimes, constraining oyster habitat and affecting reef productivity, affecting our ability to protect, enhance, and restore native habitats, including aquatic habitats. However, you can see here that there was also significant disconnects between the experts and the public on other climate risk factors, such as whether warming temperatures may affect plant zonation. Experts rank this as medium to high for its impact on efforts to protect native habitat, as well as also having a high likelihood to occur, whereas the public ranked this as a medium level of impact with a low likelihood to occur. With regards to the risk of ocean acidification may impact shellfish and the condition of habitat created by shellfish, the public ranked the likelihood of that occurrence as low, whereas the experts ranked it as medium to high. This illustrates where potential public education areas are needed to focus on how higher temperatures may affect vegetative communities that serve as important fish and wildlife habitat, as well as how impacts to ocean acidification to shellfish can impact other species, such as oyster catchers, for instance. And as I mentioned, there's even times when the experts themselves did not agree, which could reflect areas of higher level of scientific uncertainty or where additional research might be needed. With regards to impacts on fish and wildlife habitat protection, these were the risks of whether increased temperatures altering evapotranspiration rates and water availability in wetlands, or sea level rise, reducing light penetration and affecting seagrass populations, or also if sea level rise causing existing protection area guidelines to become mismatched or inaccurate, would have any real significant impact on broader fish and wildlife habitat protection efforts. The second category is water quality improvement, which has 4 objectives. The first being to maintain and improve water quality, including bringing impaired water bodies into corrective actions to restore them. Experts in the public mostly agreed that the following risks could reduce our ability to maintain and improve water quality to meet water quality standards. And those include increased storminess that could lead to overloaded stormwater systems, increased nutrient and sediment loading from that, and that warmer temperatures may promote bacteria and algae growth, amongst other climate-related risks. But interestingly, there was also some differences between the public and the experts on whether sea level rise may lead to septic system failure and increased nutrient and bacteria loading, or whether precipitation changes and changes in evapotranspiration rates may alter freshwater flows, affecting salinity and other constituent levels, or even whether sea level rise or precipitation changes could lead to inundation of contaminated areas. The second objective under water quality improvement relates to developing and meeting water quality criteria that are protective of living resources. Experts in the public mostly agreed on all the potential climate risks that could impact this objective, including warming temperatures potentially leading to lower dissolved oxygen levels, and changes in precipitation and evapotranspiration rates, potentially altering freshwater flows, affecting salinity and other constituent levels. This shows areas where the public are well informed and sharing a similar knowledge and understanding as the subject matter experts. The third objective under water quality improvement is to reduce severity, extent, duration, and frequency of harmful algae blooms. Again, the experts and the public mostly agreed that the climate risks as follows would affect that objective. Increased storminess leading to overloaded stormwater systems and increased nutrient loading, warmer temperatures potentially promoting algae growth, and sea level rise storminess leading to loss of vegetative buffers. This is interesting because while there's still a lot of research to be done on harmful algae blooms, there seems to be consensus on the foundational issues of the role of stormwater and associated nutrients and contributing to them, as well as temperature, that these are well understood. And there's also a sophisticated understanding that vegetative buffers can help reduce nutrient pollution washing into waters fueling harmful algae growth. The final water quality improvement objective relates to meeting shellfish harvesting standards year-round. Experts in the public mostly agree that warmer temperature can lead to lower dissolved oxygen levels that can promote bacteria growth or disease that would inhibit our ability to meet shellfish harvesting standards. Additionally, there was consensus amongst the experts in the public that ocean acidification impacts shellfish populations and that would be detrimental to meeting this objective. Experts did not agree, however, on whether sea level rise and storminess lead to loss of vegetative buffers and affect water quality in a way that would affect meeting shellfish harvesting standards. And interestingly, the biggest disconnect between the public and the experts with this was regards to whether sea level rise may shift salinity regimes further upstream, constraining oyster habitat and affecting reef productivity, and whether that would affect overall shellfish harvesting. Experts rank this as medium to high likelihood to occur, whereas the public ranked this low likelihood to occur, though they agreed with the experts that if it did occur, it would have a high level of impact. This could highlight a public education need to further explain increased saltwater intrusion and its likely impacts to overall shellfish harvesting and restoration efforts. The final category assessed was with regards to hydrological restoration, with 4 objectives. The first objective was to identify, establish, and maintain more natural seasonal freshwater flow. Experts in the public generally agree that the following climate risks will impact that objective: increased temperature leading to higher rates of evapotranspiration, precipitation changes leading to reduction in freshwater flows, and the loss of wetlands impacting freshwater flows and drainage patterns were all likely to occur and would be very impactful to hydrological restoration efforts. Experts did not have consensus on whether increased temperatures may affect freshwater demands and alter surface and groundwater flows. The public agreed with 2 experts who ranked this as likely to occur and as very impactful to hydrological restoration, while other experts felt that there was a lower likelihood and that it would only have a medium impact to those efforts. The second hydrological restoration objective is to restore historical watershed boundaries, where the experts and public mostly agreed that the loss or degradation of wetlands impacting freshwater flows and drainage patterns, as well as sea level rise potentially pushing development inland, altering drainage patterns, were both highly likely and would be very impactful to efforts to restore historical watershed boundaries. Areas of potential scientific uncertainty where experts did not agree centered again around whether increased temperatures would affect freshwater demands and alter surface and groundwater flows so as to affect these watershed boundaries, as well as whether changes in precipitation, temperature, and sea level rise would make restoring historical watershed boundaries potentially unattainable altogether. The third objective involves creating more natural hydrologic conditions to water bodies affected by artificially created structures. The only risk for this category highlighted was illustrates a disconnect between knowledge and understanding of the public and experts. The risk assessed was that sea level rise may lead to more frequent flooding and an increased demand for artificially created drainage and flood protection structures. All experts ranked this as high likelihood and high impact, whereas the public ranked this as low likelihood and medium impact. This illustrates a need to educate the public more on how climate change factors will affect our existing water management and flood control systems, and how we will need to implement measures to improve infrastructure and to restore natural floodways and flood storage capacity to maintain flood protection that people are accustomed to. The last hydrological restoration objective is to improve linkages between local, state, and federal governmental permitting and capital improvement programs affecting water storage, flood control, and water quality. Both risks under this objective were disagreed upon, including increased uncertainty around future environmental conditions making permitting more challenging, and whether changes in precipitation, temperature, and sea level rise may affect planning objectives and priorities in a way that affects hydrological restoration efforts. So there's obviously a lot to unpack here, but generally when the public and the experts disagreed, it was that the public frequently ranked the likelihood of a risk occurring as low when the experts ranked it high. And there was also specific areas that seemed to surface where more public education was needed, such as on ocean acidification and sea level rise impacting habitats, warmer temperatures affecting plant zonation and vegetative communities, and how sea level rise and changes in evapotranspiration rates could affect water quality and hydrological flow. There's also a number of potential research areas around whether sea level rise will reduce light penetration affecting seagrass growth, or whether increased high temperatures will affect freshwater demands, surface and groundwater flows and levels, and whether evapotranspiration will affect wetland hydro periods, as well as a host of other interesting scientific questions outlined here. To look more at the results of this climate change vulnerability assessment, you can find the full report on the chnep.org publications page, as well as read the updated comprehensive conservation and management plan that use the results of this at our chnep.org Our Plan page. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to turn it over to the next presenter. Thank you.
Well, hello, everyone. Can you all see me? My name is Melissa Baldwin, and I'm the Director of Florida Clinicians for Climate Action. I'd like to thank you, thank the CHNEP for asking me to speak today and for hosting such a wonderful educational event. I've already learned so much from your experts already. My name is Melissa Baldwin. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And one more. So I'm the Director of Florida Clinicians for Climate Action. I'm not a doctor or a scientist. I'm a climate communications specialist, and I have about 15 years of experience talking with the public about climate change and energy issues in Florida. And at Florida Clinicians for Climate Action, we are a coalition of health professionals who are concerned about climate health impacts and who advocate for equitable solutions. Next slide. So I'd like to start with a question, and you've all gotten a lot of education here today, so you might already have some ideas, but when you think about climate change and global warming, the question is, what comes to mind? A lot of times in the public, the thing that comes to mind would be the polar bear or the ice caps. Now, all of you have had a wonderful education today, so you might be more informed. You might be thinking about coastal estuaries or saltwater intrusion, but often the public thinks about things that are far away. And so the problem that we have in communicating climate change is that people see it as a there, them, and then problem. They think it's going to affect someone else, somewhere else, far away in the future. But what we hope to do with the health message is show people that climate change is a here, now, and us problem. It's about health effects, and that's what we're going to talk about a little bit more today. Next slide. So this is a study that was done by the Yale Program on Climate Change Communication. And they do this study every couple of years. And they ask people all over the country about climate change. The first question that I'm showing you here is, do you think that global warming is happening? And the overwhelming majority of folks say yes. 72% say that yes, climate change is happening. And you see that reflected in those warm colors there, those warm oranges and reds. Next slide. So here's the disconnect, and the speaker before me spoke a little bit about this, where the majority of Americans they agree that global warming is happening, but they don't think that it will affect them personally. So you can see here the cooler colors in blues. That means that only 43% on average of adults think that climate change will harm them personally. And if you look at that number specifically for Lee County, it's even lower, it's 38%. So you can find these maps if you want to do more research and look at the other questions that they ask if you Google Yale Climate Opinion Maps. So it's really important for us to shift this conversation and show people how climate change is harming us now and here. And I think you had some great points earlier in the conversation you just had before this. Go ahead, next slide. So the message that we want to communicate at Florida Clinicians for Climate Action is that climate change is harming our health now. Everyone is at risk, but some people are more vulnerable than others. And if we do nothing to address these risks, these harms are going to increase. We've developed this heat wave mnemonic to help us remember the 8 ways that climate change is affecting our health. There are 8 impacts in 4 categories, and I'll go through the heat wave mnemonic now. H is for heat, illness. E is for exacerbate existing preconditions like heart and lung conditions. A is for asthma. T is for traumatic injury. W is for water and foodborne illness. A is for allergies. V is for vector-borne disease. And E is for the emotional stress brought on by all of those things above. I don't have time to talk in depth about all of these things, but I am going to talk about a few of them, starting with heat. Next slide. So the last 5 years are the hottest 5 years on record. 2016 is the hottest year recorded globally since record keeping began in 1880. 2019 is the second hottest year, and 2020 tied 2016 for the warmest year on record, according to NASA analysis. Next slide. So Florida has also made headlines for our local heat. So you had more record heat in the Southwest Florida. March of 2020 was the hottest month in Florida for the last 126 years. Statewide temperature averages have been higher than normal 57 out of the last 60 months. So heat-related hospitalizations have also increased along with this increased trend that we see in heat. So the heat is bad now, and it is going to get worse. Next slide. So everyone's health is at risk, but there are certain people who are more vulnerable than others. And I like to walk through these vulnerable populations with you because it's really important to think about this as we think about how do we adapt and respond to these changes. So the first category of vulnerable people I want to talk about is often overlooked, but it's really important, that is pregnant women. So pregnant women are at risk. There was a new JAMA study from 2020 that showed that climate change is causing babies to be born sooner and smaller. So preterm birth and low birth weight are the two leading causes of infant mortality, and heat and pollution related to climate change is exacerbating that threat. So pregnant women should always drink lots of water during pregnancy. And when I say lots of water, I mean drink an extra 2 to 4 cups per day of water in addition to the recommended 8 cups. Another high-risk category is people with pre-existing conditions, things like diabetes, high blood pressure, people who have heart conditions or lung conditions, and people who are overweight or obese. These people all face higher risk of heat-related illness. So people with mental illnesses are also at higher risk, especially people with dementia. Another category I want to talk about are low-income people and people who don't have air conditioning and communities of color. Unfortunately, heat-related deaths are 2.5 times more likely among African Americans than non-Hispanic whites. This is due to social determinants of health, and also we see a higher percentage of communities of color concentrated near urban heat islands where you have that urban heat island effect. The next category we want to think about is the elderly. The elderly are actually most likely to die in a heat wave, especially if they're living alone or if they're secluded or if they're on the top floor of an apartment that doesn't have air conditioning. So it's a really good practice to check up on your friends and neighbors during a heat wave, especially if you know there was a power outage or if they don't have access to air conditioning. Older adults are less able to thermoregulate, and they often have pre-existing conditions, both of which are stressors for heat. Next category would be children, especially infants, but also teen athletes, especially football players. They are at increased risk for heat stroke. So you might remember the news story of a Lee County High School football player who died in the summer of 2017 after hours of practice in 90-degree heat. And finally, outdoor workers. So outdoor workers face greater risk because they're exposed to the elements. They're outside working in that heat with the humidity. And think about how this can affect Florida's thriving construction, agriculture, fishing, and tourism industries. These people are exposed to the elements for long periods of time. So their health is at risk, but also it can affect the industry and the economy as well. Next slide. So extreme heat can trigger heart attacks, asthma attacks, problems with kidneys, and diabetes. Prolonged exposure to extreme heat can cause heat exhaustion, heat cramps, heat stroke, and death, as well as exacerbate those pre-existing conditions that I talked about. There's also a growing body of evidence that shows that heat is connected to violence. So when we think about the phrase, when people get hot-headed or when tempers flare, when we are hot, we become more irritable, we're quick to anger. So researchers have actually looked back at history and even connected global and local conflicts to heat waves or extreme weather events. Next slide. So another topic that I want to talk about is air pollution, and it relates to asthma and allergy attacks. We know that we need clean air to be healthy, but when we burn fossil fuels like coal or methane or frack gas in our power plants and gasoline in our vehicles, we're producing air pollution. One type of fossil fuel pollutant is called particulate matter, or PM2.5. These are very tiny particles that when we inhale them into our lungs, they could get trapped there. They're too small to exhale, and so they stay there. They can cause irritation and lung damage. So air pollution can trigger asthma attacks and other heart and lung issues. Just this week, a new study came out that estimates that air pollution from burning fossil fuels caused 8.7 million premature deaths worldwide in 2018. So that's almost 1 out of every 5 deaths in 2018 attributed to air pollution. That research was led by Harvard University in collaboration with the University of Birmingham and the University of Lancaster. So fossil fuel pollution is harming us in two serious different ways. One is it harms us directly through air pollution and poor air quality, but also it exacerbates the warming of the globe, which is triggering these 8 climate health impacts that I've been talking to you about. Next slide. So I want to talk about something that probably all of you have experienced, and that is allergies. So this is something that most people have experienced at one point or another. And climate change through more heat and carbon dioxide is causing flowers to bloom earlier. So it's lengthening the allergy season. So carbon dioxide is also a super fuel for pollen. And so not only does it prolong the allergy season, but the CO2 is causing the pollen to be more virulent and causing it to be more allergenic. So you're more likely to, it's more likely to trigger your allergies. This is especially true for ragweed. A warming climate has increased ragweed pollination and the pollen biomass. And this slide shows the more CO2 in the atmosphere, the more pollen production. So again, climate change is harming our health now, and it's going to get worse if we don't reduce heat trapping pollution. Next slide. So the last thing that I want to talk about is another pesky and sometimes deadly problem. And this is when we think about the heat wave pneumonic, I'm talking about the letter V here for vector-borne disease in the form of mosquitoes and ticks. So mosquitoes love warm, wet weather. And we know that climate change means warmer, wetter weather. And so here's a chart from the CDC showing an increase in mosquito and tick-borne diseases from 2004 to 2016. So warmer temperatures allow mosquitoes to expand their territory so they can cover more ground. They have a greater range. They also, warmer, wetter weather also creates conditions ripe for a longer mosquito season with a prolonged rainy season or more downpours and even some of those puddles where mosquitoes can hatch. And finally, climate change affects the proliferation of mosquitoes because their eggs hatch faster in warmer climates. And we know that mosquitoes can carry sometimes deadly diseases, things like dengue, West Nile virus, Zika, chikungunya. Lyme's disease is another concern that we need to be aware of and watch out for. We've seen tick-borne diseases on the rise as well. So in Lee County, Florida, in September of 2020, somebody was tested positive for West Nile virus. So you have it right there in the community. And that was according to the Lee County Department of Health. Next slide. So I've told you about all of these things, all the different ways that climate change is affecting our health. I didn't have time to go into all 8 of the ways, but I talked about a few of them. Hopefully you're not too depressed. And so I want to transition now to solutions. So at Florida Clinicians for Climate Action, we believe that clinicians have a role to play. Not everybody knows a climate scientist, but everybody knows a doctor or a nurse. And we also know that nurses and doctors are among the most trusted health professionals in America. So we believe that by educating and activating the health voice, that we can begin to have a conversation and educate the public more on the health threats of climate change. So I encourage you to take your smartphone and look at that QR code there that will pull up our website. And if you know a health professional or a doctor or a nurse or a med student, encourage them to learn more about Florida Clinicians for Climate Action, to get involved and to join. We provide monthly educational opportunities for clinicians to enhance their climate literacy. A lot of times doctors and nurses didn't learn about climate change in med school. That's changing now, but in the past it wasn't taught in regular curriculum. So we provided educational opportunities for free for clinicians to enhance their climate literacy, and we also provide them with opportunities to engage, to get involved, especially when it comes to advocating for equitable solutions. So next slide. So I told you all of the bad news. Now here's the good news. The good news is that climate solutions are health solutions. So the quote on the last slide was by Ian Roberts at Clinical Medicine. It said that mitigating climate change presents unrivaled opportunities for improving public health. And that was from Clinical Medicine in 2009. And my point here is that when we change our habits and embrace more active lifestyles like walking more, riding our bikes, driving less, we can address issues like obesity caused from sedentary lifestyle. When we choose a plant-forward diet and we try to eat less red meat, eat less processed meat, we can address issues like heart disease and cancer. And when we transition away from harmful, polluting fossil fuels towards cleaner forms of energy, we can reduce air pollution, clean up our air and water, reduce PM 2.5 that impairs lung function. So all of these chronic diseases, heart disease, cancer, obesity, diabetes, all of these things can be addressed when we embrace health solutions as climate solutions. And in conclusion, next slide. Okay, that's okay. You can keep it there. In conclusion, climate change is harming our health now. Everyone is at risk, but there are certain people who are more vulnerable than others. And if we do nothing to address it, these health threats are going to increase. And that's why it's so imperative that we transition away from harmful polluting fuels towards cleaner forms of energy. We can do it for ourselves, we can do it for our health, and do it for our children. And that concludes my talk, and I'll pass it to the next speaker.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Being the third speaker in the panel after lunch, I hope I can be exciting enough to keep you all from yawning after that lunch is settled in. But among this crowd, and when I start to talk, I often say, excuse me, is it okay to talk climate change? And I know in this audience, we are all okay. That's why we're here. Next slide. But when you go out to the public, we often default to the adage like, you never talk politics or religion. So is climate change really okay? Is it okay to talk about climate change? So to get a better handle on that, it's important to understand where people are. Next slide. To do that, I've started to pull together some of the survey data that gives us a sense of where people in South Florida stand on climate change. Specifically, I looked at 4 different data sources. One is the American Climate Metrics Survey that was done by Eco America in 2018. It was about 800 responses in this South Florida County area. I also looked at the League of Women Voters Collier County study. They did a qualitative study in 2019 of 80 interviews. We can add that to the Florida Atlantic University Center for Environmental Studies. They've been doing a climate survey statewide every quarter through 2019 and 20 of about 1,300 representatives. That's statewide data. And finally, the gold standard, the Yale program on climate communications and their opinion maps, ones that Melissa shared with you. And I looked at 2020 survey data. Now that's a nationwide study of 25,000 respondents, but what's great about that is they broke it down by county. So what did we find? Next slide. What we find is that there's at least 55 to 56% of Floridians who generally agree that climate change is happening and it's induced by anthropogenic activity, humans. What's interesting is the discrepancy between the Yale data and the FAU data, where in the FAU statewide data, there's more acknowledgement that climate change is happening, but a hefty 34% sort of attributed to natural occurrence. And that data says that only about 11% of our population statewide are what we would deem climate deniers. But the Yale data says that number is a little bit flipped, that there are a larger number of people who outright don't believe that climate change is going on. Next slide. So the Eco America data that goes back 1 year sort of breaks that tie. And we see from the Eco America data that it resembles more of the Yale data. And that would show that a good 2/3 of people in the state believe something's happening with the climate. More than half think or know that it's anthropogenic, but there's a lot of misinformation and there are a lot of climate deniers. If you look at the graph to the right, you'll see that statewide, 28% of Floridians still aren't on board. And in this area, in Collier, Lee, and Charlotte County, you will see that that number is like 33% or 36%, more than a third. And so I've included in some of these slides in quotes or little sentences or snippets from the League of Women Voters interviews. And I won't read them out loud, but read them as I move along, and you will see some of the language that are being used by business leaders and how they are really on the fence. Next slide. What's important is that when you have 1/3 of the folks here denying climate is really changing, and still a large number that don't believe that it's human, it changes the way we talk about it. In fact, what tends to happen is people say, let's just gather around the majority, let's not upset them, and let's talk about adaptation. So regardless of why it's happening and we have to do something about it. So it's okay to talk about changes in land use or preparing emergency management or upgrading our infrastructure so we don't flood. Just don't cross the line and talk about greenhouse gas emissions and mitigation activities, renewable energy, because we lose our audience. And while I do respect that position and I hold it depending on the audience, I really in my heart believe that it's important to educate and that we must educate on the mitigation piece. We can't leave that piece out of the discussion. So then the question is how? Next slide, please. So I think the best approach is to connecting it to the impacts that people are feeling or the ones they are aware of and concerned about. So it's snowing in May. That was a tweet that or a Facebook post that somebody sent me last year out of New York. I've taken pictures of water breaching our seawalls. We've all been out to the mangroves. Next slide. So what does the data say? The data from the Eco America study suggests that in this region, people really feel strongly about preserving our natural assets. 93% agreed that the government should do more to protect our mangroves and wetlands. At least 2/3 say that the algae outbreaks are worse due to climate change. The sea level rise data is also interesting. It alludes to what Melissa was saying. 78% agree that it's a threat, but it's not something that's happening right now. What is happening now and what resonates strongly are the hurricane issues. 83% that agree that extreme weather threatens our community. And after Irma, at least 2/3, almost 3/4 of people in Southwest Florida thought that it's time to prepare more for climate change. Irma was a trigger. Next slide. The FAU data is even more interesting. I love this data source. It asks people, what are they concerned about in terms of climate change? And it's fascinating. Look at the yellow and gray lines. The things that concern people the most are drinking water, followed by the health of the natural environment. Those are those yellow and gray lines that are pretty high. The blue indicates issues that people are not at all concerned about. So where does that highest? Oddly, sea level rise and rain flooding, people aren't really worried about that. And what that tells me is that there's a real educational disconnect. People believe that these factors can be isolated, that one might happen and they should be concerned, but they're not interrelated, because if they understood the dynamics, they would be concerned about all of them pretty evenly. Next slide. So when I talk about climate change, and you should look at the quotes to the right, which are always going to be in that brown color, I try to make it really clear that sea level rise isn't something that's happening in the future. 8 inches of sea level rise have already happened since 1950, and that rate is accelerating. And for us in this audience, we know what that means, but to the general lay public, they don't realize that that's an exponential curve, that it's getting faster. So make it really clear. Over this decade, it's been about 1 inch every 3 years. And when we show them a graph from NOAA of the intermediate high, it's not helpful to put it in feet and say 1.8 feet. People can't translate those numbers. What's a third or 0.28 of a foot? Put it in inches so that people can really digest these numbers. By 2030, we're going to have somewhere around a foot, between 9 and 15 inches. And by 2040, it's going to be closer to 2 feet. That is something people can understand, along with showing them pictures of areas that they know. Next slide. The other thing is to connect that sea level rise, which wasn't a big indicator, with something that really is. They were concerned about drinking water. So I talk about saltwater intrusion, and I explain to an audience that we have a freshwater aquifer, we drink from that. And the salt water is under the Gulf, and there is a zone which is mixed. And as sea level rise moves upward, or that line of the salt water will come closer to the wells. And people can relate to the issue of overdevelopment. That's a big topic here. So you explain to people that as more people move here and we develop more and we pump more fresh water, that saltwater intrusion line will move landward. Suddenly, a topic that didn't seem that interesting, like sea level, touches something they're really concerned about, drinking water. Next slide. Likewise, there isn't a big concern about flooding, apparently, or drought, even though they've already experienced 18 inches of rain in one day, or a brush fire shutting down I-75. But if you can relate that to the fact that birds that migrate will no longer have these pools of water to feed for the food that they need on their migratory journey, that somehow tugs at people's hearts. So it's important not to make it abstract, but to connect back these topics to things that people seem to care about. Next slide. Likewise, it's often helpful to connect those heavy downpours, the wetter wets, to the issue of harmful algal blooms, which are, again, related to water supply and drinking water quality. Explaining to people that when the rain comes down hard, it flushes those nutrients into the canal system, that clicks. Likewise, that when it rains, we can overburden our septic systems, and they will percolate up and we will have contamination on our front lawn. It hasn't happened to you, but it may happen to your neighbor. And that flooding isn't clean water. It's not just a bunch of rainwater at the bottom of the road. It's rainwater that's popped up out of our storm drain system. It's contaminated, it's dirty, it's dangerous. It goes out to the Gulf of Mexico and contaminates our estuaries. Those issues, relating that back to those natural assets, that seems to make people listen. Next slide, please. So what Growing Climate Solutions is about is elevating that climate literacy, making sure that people understand how it relates to the natural assets they care about, and then teaching people how to communicate effectively to their community leaders about these issues, showing people that we care. Next slide. We do that by trying to depoliticize climate change and its discourse by using education instead of a policy advocacy approach. We gather organizations in our community that are willing to sign on to the climate discussion. We then depoliticize that. If your church, if your doctor, if your insurance company are all on board, well, suddenly this may be important to you. Likewise, we leverage those partners to reach audiences we couldn't. So they can be role models, but they can also connect us with people that wouldn't normally engage in this discussion. We try to focus a lot on the positive solutions at every level, both the things that people can do individually and how those individual actions add up to something bigger. And we try to train on this communication piece. Next slide, please. So we know that 76% of the we believe, and 70% believe that they personally have to take action to reduce the pollution that causes climate change. Yet we also know that only 30 to 35% of adults discuss global warming among friends and family. In fact, 54% believe they should be talking about it, but there's this spiral of silence because is it polite? Are we going to offend anyone? Are we going to engage with a denier and get into an uncomfortable situation? That number is even higher in Southwest Florida. It's 5% lower than the national figure. Next slide. So I try to explain to people how we connect these personal actions to systemic change. And we start with the individual. If we educate that individual about all the things they can do to reduce their carbon footprint, next, one family or one household may reduce their footprint by 15%. But the key comes in the communication. If they take that personal experience that they had, whether it's Meatless Monday or riding their bike to work, And then they meet with their friends and their colleagues, a bridge club or people in their association, and they talk to them. That's where the magic starts to happen. Next, please. So together, let's say I tried Beyond Meat. It was pretty good. I liked it. Suddenly somebody else in the group tastes it and that person tells somebody else, and we start to change the consumer demand. And that helps the local businesses discover that there is a niche for sustainable products, and that percolates its way up to businesses that start reading those changes in consumer preferences. And before you know it, we have new products in the market, and that drives growth. And that's all well and good, and we understand that market approach. But there's more to it than that. Next. Somebody in that group, or in one of the groups that you're talking to, they're the head of a company or the director of the human resources division. And they know that now transportation and riding your bike to work could be important, and they may bring that to their company. And then that company's buying habits start to change, and that reinforces the market synergy. Next. Another person may live across the street from the person running for city council, or they may be married to the mayor. And now there's been this discussion and people seem to be on board, and that elected official feels more comfortable proposing a policy at the local level. Next. Another group may say, gee, this was really stimulating. I really believe in this. I'm going to, spend some time with an NGO locally and help support some of these issues that mean something to me. Next. And the last person, well, they don't want to get into politics directly and they don't want to lobby, but they go to church on Sunday. And then on Sunday, they find that there's a green sanctuary committee and they meet with these people. They find comfort in knowing there are others that are still looking at these issues like they are. And when that policy question comes up on the ballot, now the whole church group discusses it and we get all these voters to come out. And so while the systemic change that we started with only does a little thing, it's all the talking about it and perpetuating that knowledge that really goes a long way. Next. And we do want to go there. The data from the surveys show that only 28% of Floridians agree that we're doing enough. 38% believe that government is not doing enough. What's fascinating is that green figure. 33% of the people surveyed didn't know how to answer that question. That means there's a lack of education. If you don't know whether your government is doing enough or not enough, it's because you don't know what they need to do, right? So we clearly know that there's an educational need there, and that's why all the communicating is important. Moreover, if you look at the Yale data, which is really fascinating, 52% believed that local government was responsible for implementing some of these changes. Notice the figures are higher on local government than on state government. And these are Collier and Lee County. In both counties regionally, the majority of people put this responsibility first on local government. Next slide. So when Growing Climate Solutions goes out, we focus on solutions and we bring those solutions in various sectors. Next, please. I'm going to give you an example of two. Transportation is important because in Florida, transportation is 45% of our greenhouse gas emissions. So we tell people that the average American produces 50,000 pounds of CO2. 20% of it, a fifth, is just from driving your car around. So you can conserve fuel by not idling. You can work from home, which has been a huge driver of lowering emissions this past year. We can fly less often. You can purchase an electric bike or a hybrid. You can walk or bike when possible. You can take public transit. In fact, bikes and electric bikes are a growth sector. More companies are creating electric bikes. In the next 10 years, that market's going to grow by 23%. And this is a picture of a Ford Mustang. It's electric. You no longer have to drive a moon vehicle to drive electric. They're cool and attractive. And so we hope that people will make these choices. Next, please. But the idea is, if they were to make the choices, if they become that biker, then through education, they will connect that to larger issues that are systemic in nature. So advocating for complete streets. Once you've tried to ride your bike to work or even to the supermarket, you realize how disconnected our bike lanes might be or how you wish they were safer. And then when they widen a road, you may pay attention and advocate for a complete street with protected bike lanes and shade and wider sidewalks. This issue may not have resonated with you, but if you tried biking or walking, suddenly this larger systemic issue becomes of concern. Next, please. Likewise, it's really easy to tell people about the benefit of trees, and everyone loves to plant trees, and we educate that trees capture that carbon dioxide. It's important for adaptation because tree shade lowers the ambient temperature by 10 degrees. And as Melissa just pointed out, it's going to get hotter here. We also educate people that tree roots slow rainwater down and it improves water quality. Again, harking back to the issues that really resonate with folks, and that trees can even improve property value. Next, please. But then it's taking that person who's done a tree planting initiative and converting them into an advocate for land use regulation. That's where the education comes in. So relating those trees to the mangroves and the fact that mangroves need to migrate inland, or the ability to preserve and buy more land for conservation, for water percolation. Likewise, that when we redo our seawalls, we need to vegetate around them and even conserve land and not clear cut. So it's taking that person who's understood the value of trees and native landscaping and having them turn out and care about the land development regulations in their town, or a proposal to revise the parking requirements. It's making that educational connection between something they've experienced and this larger sort of systemic issues. That's where we really start to move the needle. Next, please. And the education, luckily, is where we do find support. We really do. If you look at the data from two of the surveys, the FAU and the Yale data, 78, almost 80% of Floridians believe that we should be teaching climate in school. So while people like Melissa and I and others on this panel today, we are educating the current adults, we're hoping that over time, as the school districts get on board and start teaching the interrelation and intersectionality of climate and social studies and on science, the next generation will be there. And very few people disagree. That little red dot is only 4.5% of people who don't believe that we should be teaching about it. So that's all good news. Next slide. So I often end my topics or my conversations with folks when they're able to talk climate is that we need, while we only have 30% of people talking about it today, we really need to talk about it quite a bit more. And you can't be an expert in in all things, but pick something that you really care about. What gives you joy? Is it gardening? Then think about composting or tree planting. If you're a cook, talk about learning new vegetarian recipes, adopting Meatless Monday. Perhaps you're an exercise fiend and you pick up riding your bike or scuba diving and seeing what's happening to our coral. And then figure out what you're good at and communicate. Communicate your enthusiasm and your personal experiences to friends and family. If you're a good writer, you can write a blog. If you're not a good writer, you can just go onto your social media and when you see a climate article, post it to your friends. When people see that and they respect your opinions and they see that you have now suddenly taken on this dialogue, this climate education dialogue, they will start to listen. And before you know it, you have more people engaging and we're closing that gap from 33% of people who deny it to possibly bringing it down to 11. And then we can get something done. So with that, I thank you so much for your time. Next slide. And here's my contact information. I hope that you might look up Growing Climate Solutions and reach out to me. Or if you know of a group that wants to be educated, that's what we're here to do in our region. Thank you so much. And thank you, Jennifer, for this opportunity.
Well, thank you. Those two presentations were excellent. And now we're going to go to Q&A with our audience. And audience, if you wouldn't mind, if you're not already logged in, logging in and entering any questions you have for these panelists. And panelists, please feel free to start taking turns responding to as many as you can.
Okay. I guess I'll start. I see some questions here for me. So I see Melissa, are those health effects the same in other states? They're similar in the Southeast. So generally in the Southeast and also in the Southwest, heat is certainly a concern. Extreme weather, hurricanes is a concern, but they are different in other states in that California obviously has more issues with wildfires. We do have some wildfires here in Florida, but not to the effect that California had seen. And in New England, they also have a different set of issues there as well. Our parent organization, the Medical Society Consortium on Climate and Health, which you can find if you go to ms2ch.org. In their annual report, they have a great map that has icons for the different regions of the state, Northeast, Southeast, Southwest, and it shows the different health concerns that are in different regions of the country.
I see that someone asked me, is there a solution to sod on all lawns? That is one of those questions that I've been interested in dealing with. I think the approach there is going to be through the neighborhood associations and property managers, and educating them on the value of native landscaping, that it doesn't have to look like a mess, is one, and having them revise some of the private property, you know, those gated communities. Most land is in private hands. And so, and many of them in Florida are in neighborhood associations that have strict requirements. So this change may be there getting on the board, presenting to those boards and having them loosen those requirements and allow for more native landscaping that doesn't require so much water. That would be one component of it. I also like to approach that through composting. I want to find a group of people that want to make composting cool. And the fact that if you could compost, you reduce the methane that ends up in the landfills. If you don't move it off your property, you can put it into your landscape beds. You're going to produce quite a bit of it. So you might want to be creating more planting beds and less sod. So that's another kind of interesting angle on getting rid of the sod lawns.
I just want to add to what you said, Dr. Anna, and I've had a worm composting bin at my home for 10 years and it's doing great. And I put all my fruits and veggies in there, and then I produce worm tea and high quality compost that I add to my garden. And you said something earlier too that really struck me, and that is what brings you joy. And recently I've gotten really involved in the Florida Native Plant Society and Florida Association of Native Nurseries. And I've found a lot of joy in trying to plant natives and also looking for butterflies and wildlife coming back to my yard. So I think that's a great way to have joy and also be doing something that's really good. Jennifer, do you want to answer a question?
Yeah, it says, Jennifer, what was the most surprising about the results? And I think that for me, what started as a strategic planning exercise really ended up being a social science exercise, and how important it is to go out and gather input and look at, what are the responses from experts versus what are the responses from the public, and finding out where those disconnects are, or even where the experts disagreed with one another and where there might be potential research avenues that need to be further explored. That was just a really interesting, something totally unexpected when we embarked on that climate change vulnerability assessment. It seems, even the way I presented it, unfortunately, it comes across very dry. But I think if you just really dive into it and look at it, it gets more interesting. And you're like, wow, why is there not consensus on this? Why is there consensus amongst experts, but not with the public? And trying to then dig deeper into that about, well, what does that mean? And how do we use that information to better educate and reach people that we're trying to communicate about this topic with? So I agree. And it fits so well with what the other two presentations highlighted.
If it's all right, I'd like to tackle the one about if we're not supposed to be building on the coast and we don't want to build inland so that we don't use up native or untouched landscapes, where do we go? I love that question. I'm a land use planner by training. And I think the answer is the word that people are afraid of saying. It's called density. and reducing parking requirements. We've paved over paradise. Most parking ratios for a mall are designed to fit December 25th at around, or December 24th at 11 p.m. We have very high parking ratios. And if we now, as we are seeing a change in the demand for office space, the types of retail uses, we could redevelop some of the existing built environment, that some of which is old and some of which doesn't meet standards, and look at new zoning and more mixed use, higher density uses. We could accommodate a lot of growth where there is already existing infrastructure, and it's much cheaper to re-densify and rebuild than to go out and plow over Panther, landscape out east here. That would be my, my take is we've already developed a lot. We can densify these strip malls, connect them, so that you don't drive out of one onto the street and then turn into the next parking lot, interconnect them, take back some of that pavement, put some landscaping in, make it mixed use. We could do a lot with that.
Yeah, I concur with that. That's exactly what I was thinking too, is how can we redevelop areas that have already been developed and get more use out of them?
Infill.
I wanted to answer, there was a question above about the sugarcane burning. I'm really glad that somebody brought that up. That's definitely an environmental justice issue. So if you aren't aware, many of the crops in the Everglades agricultural area are burned pre-harvest sugarcane burning. And it does tend to, that smoke does come into the neighboring communities. And many of them are communities of color. And so this is an issue that Florida Clinicians for Climate Action has spoken up about, written op-eds in the Miami Herald and Palm Beach Post about it. And what I would advocate for there specifically is that we believe that sugar should transfer to green harvest, which actually has economic benefits, because instead of burning the crops, they can retill and do regenerative agriculture where they're doing a green harvest. So they're not creating that PM 2.5 pollution, which I talked about earlier. So I think that's a really important thing. And what you can do as an individual to express your concern about that is to use your vote in terms of using your dollar and buy organic sugar. Because if you buy organic sugar, it is not pre-burned, it is green harvested. So that's one thing you can do to support that movement. And there is a question also about cyanobacteria, specifically as it relates to pregnancy. I'm not aware of any specific studies on exactly that, but I think the points that Anna made earlier in her presentation about how when we have increased precipitation and we have that runoff, that can affect the nutrient loads that can fuel those harmful algae blooms. That is the climate connection for that. And so it's something to be aware of in terms of, it is another health impact of climate change. It's not one that I brought up in my conversation, but it is an important one.
There was a question that asked about educating children. And while I am not a specialist in K through 12 education, so I'm going out on a limb here, one of the things I have read is that even at a very early age, connecting kids with dirt, soil, and planting is the first step. Having children not be afraid of digging in the dirt and seeing how the seeds become plants and how plants can be, rot and go back into the earth. That basic understanding of our connection with soil is one of the first steps in education. And from there, as a child progresses and develops a science literacy, that becomes that discussion about the recycling of carbon and how carbon, goes through the carbon cycle and the water cycle. And, but you can start pretty young with just getting comfortable with things, connecting kids to growing and to being outdoors and understanding the fragility of the ecosystem, bugs, things that people don't like to play with, but, it's intriguing to kids and it makes them connected to that natural environment in a way that is really important.
If you want to answer one, Jennifer, you can. If not, I'll take one.
I mean, there's one that says, why do you think experts disagreed? And, as with any science, there, especially emerging areas of science like climate research, there's going to be a degree of scientific uncertainty. And so, the body of evidence is growing all the time, and that over time will develop more consensus generally around topics when, there's numerous studies that reinforce the same findings. But as it is, I think what we're seeing is just, a relatively new, obviously there's been climate research going on for a few decades, but it's been start and stop. And I'm really excited that we're seeing this momentum pick up again at the state and federal level to recognize, as has been pointed out by our other great presenters on this panel, it's all about communication. And until we start talking about it, people will not generally accept, there will not be an interest. That interest then drives political will, drives funding, and then that in turn funds more research and more actions. And so I think we're seeing that momentum pick up again. And that's why it's so important that we have these types of meetings to continue to educate and reach out and grow this community that's talking about this issue.
It's a great point. Yes, and thank you to you for hosting this meeting, which I think has been excellent and fabulous. Regarding the water conservation sustainability specialist, I would say you're already doing the right thing by coming to this meeting and learning. I would encourage you to learn as much as you can, especially as it has to do with climate change, and then try to really understand the water climate connection, which exists in so many ways because it takes energy to make water and it takes water to make energy. And so there's a lot there to work in. So I would just encourage you to learn as much as you can. And then the other question at the top that I saw was, what is the worst climate health impact? And I guess I'll give the lawyer answer, which is, it depends. The thing that really concerns me right now is heat. I view heat as a justice issue because, believe it or not everybody in Florida has air conditioning, and it's going to get hotter. So that's a real big concern. And heat exacerbates so many other issues. So and the research on heat and pregnancy and pollution and pregnancy is really scary. And then the other thing that I didn't talk a lot about, but is the emotional toll, which is also, I think, is going to become a bigger issue as we go on. There's research that looks at Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. Suicide rates went up after that because people were desperate. So that's a real concern. And then there's another thing I didn't talk about, but it's very, very rare, but very deadly, are things like brain-eating amoeba and flesh-eating bacteria, PAM and Vibrio. These are two very rare, but deadly diseases. And so they thrive in warmer waters, which we know are going to have, as the water's warm, we could see more cases of these deadly diseases. So there are many concerns, but again, the important thing to remember is that the solutions are double, their climate solutions are health solutions. So as we transition away from these polluting fuels, we're going to, it's climate actions for health and health actions for climate are part of the solution.
If I can just add in on the heat issue, I also talk to people about things they care about, like health, but the economic impact of overall warmer temperatures in Southwest Florida is not to be underplayed, because some of the statistics or data coming out of Climate Central suggest that we had about 26 days a year in the 2000s where the heat index was over 105 degrees. By mid-century, that's going to be like 157 days a year. So maybe half the year, the heat index in this part of Florida, which is more affected than other parts of Florida, will be over 105 degrees. And what does that say about our seasonal economy? We used to be a very seasonal economy. People would come for the nice winters here and then go back north. And then we became a year-round economy. People started staying all summer, and that allowed more growth and more development, more retail, more restaurants, because there was money here all year round. But if it's 105 degrees half the year, that seasonality is going to shorten. So people will come down later because it's going to be more temperate up north, and they're going to leave earlier because it's going to be hot here in April, like this year, where people are noticing that it was 90 degrees in April and it's been 90 degrees this whole past week. And that may shorten our economic season, or have our year-round residents now seek refuge in the Carolinas over the summer. So I totally always play the health angle because people are worried about dying, but people are also worried about what's going to happen to the quality of life here year-round. And that people don't make that connection, that just the way the seasonality brought people and developed all of our region, that a change in that seasonality could create a lot of economic stress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great points.
Yeah, I would add to that in that flooding ties to this too, because, you're talking about changes in precipitation, not overall amounts, but the way it's distributed, coming in like sharper downpours and wetter wet seasons and drier dry seasons, and how that plays into wildfires, how that plays into flooding. And what you're talking about, Dr. Shevlin, about the seasonality plays into that too, because years ago, people would come down, obviously seasonally, and they would have RV camps, for instance, in floodplains along the waterfront. And in the dry season, that's not an issue. But we've seen some of those now convert to year-round communities, and it's displacing water. And as we have more stormwater from increased storminess, from higher precipitation events coming quicker, and without inadequate recovery time between storms, our systems are designed that they have to bleed down after a storm before the next storm. And in Irma, we saw a situation where we had a storm before the storm. And those systems were already at capacity. And so we had incredible flooding, even though we didn't even have storm surges that were predicted. So you have to look at it in all these ways. It's going to affect not just the natural environment, but the human built environment in dramatic ways. And I think people, if they understood that, would be more inclined to dive in to wanting to make this a central issue and have more money and more action, taken on this front. But thankfully, I think it is, in my experience over the past couple decades, it is really growing. This climate awareness is growing in Southwest Florida, and I'm really excited because, it's overdue. We needed to get on this like yesterday.
Yeah. Looks like there's a follow-up to the water utility programming outreach education. I think, certainly encouraging homeowners to conserve water. I think a lot about landscaping and how we use water to water our lawns, or how we could avoid that. Maybe partnering with either FIU IFAS or Florida Native Plant Society to do education to homeowners on the benefits of native plants over traditional sod, trying to get more homeowners to understand how precious water is as a resource, and the benefits of not needing to water your lawn all the time. That's one suggestion, but maybe others on the panel would have others.
One thing I want to add is, the CHNEP has 6 inland counties and 4 coastal counties, and a lot of our inland counties are agricultural based. And I think a lot of times when we talk about climate change, we think a lot about sea level rise, and what Nicole's presentation earlier kind of highlighted is there's different ways that inland communities are going to be impacted, and increased evapotranspiration can definitely drop water tables in ways that affect water availability, but also affect natural vegetative communities, but can also affect crop productivity. And I think that people haven't even really wrapped their brains around that, because that's such a huge part of the economies of our inland counties and communities. And that's something, I feel like we also need to understand. As certainly there's things we can do at our residences, but what are we going to do when Florida is Florida has been like the winter vegetable basket for the country. These changes in temperatures, these changes in water availability, are going to affect crops and communities that depend on agriculture as well.
One last comment for the person who asked about water, and I hope they will find my email and PM me so I can send them this information. But in my former life as the sustainability officer in Delray Beach, we were approached by a third-party vendor that had a water conservation curriculum designed specifically for 6th through 8th grade. And with some assistance from the utilities department, it's a citizen science kit with modules for educators, for the teachers, science experiments that are sent home with the kids that they do with their parents about measuring flow and using aerators. And it was highly effective. Their data numbers are fantastic, and it's not completely unaffordable. So I know there are several companies that do that. And if you can find me, I'll try to locate the name of the vendor. We used Boynton Beach, used the same one. And I think everyone was pretty happy with the results. And it's great because it gets kids at a young age. It's based in the science curriculum. It's all internet based with a module with rewards. It's gamified. It was highly successful. So I'd like to just pass that on to folks.
You know, another thing to add to that is that I think that young people, you know, technology is great. It's a wonderful tool, and there's definitely things we are doing and others are doing, I think, to use technology to educate and engage children. But I think there's nothing like a child getting out, speaking earlier about like digging in the dirt, a child who connects to nature, who experiences a joyful experience in nature is going to care about it long term and want to stay engaged in issues that relate around protecting that. So I feel like that's one of the things we need to concentrate on with our youth, is just to give them joyful experiences and maybe not even overtly educate them, but just engage them in you know, activities like hiking or boating, where they get to experience nature and enjoy it. And hopefully that will translate into them, you know, later down the line, doing more to protect it.
Yeah. I see the comment about Peace River Audubon has native plant for birds activity book for 4th to 6th grade. That's excellent. And I wanted to make one additional point about agriculture too. When I think about the agriculture industry, it's many ways is the same way as the health industry, in that climate change is a threat, but it's also an opportunity, because there's lots of opportunities in agriculture for regenerative agriculture, for soils to be a carbon sequestration point. And so, and I believe that there was somebody who spoke earlier today about that, about how we can have agriculture as an ally in talking about this, because there's opportunity to make money, there's opportunity to do the right thing and to be a part of the solution. So it's a double-edged sword, but I think in some ways that's good.
To that point, I would just point out that we have a leader from the Office of the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services in our attendee list right now. So I think that just shows how they're aware of those connections, and we really appreciate them tuning in. As far as the children's curriculum, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the CHNEP also on our website under our resource tab has Adventures in the Watershed. It's a interactive story map tool for children to learn about the natural resources in the various watersheds that we work to protect and restore. So for those of you who have children or are working with teachers or whatnot, please check that out.
There's one more question here about how do we encourage or legislate better planning? And maybe we can just allude. One, I want to thank Erin Dede for pointing out the work that we did in Delray Beach on that comprehensive plan. Most things in planning have to be rooted in that comp plan to be, you know, viable and above reproach. So when your community does an update to their comprehensive plan or an EAR, you know, it's time to get people to voice their opinion on what they want and the kinds of tweaks. And then it's also one thing, a shout out to the city of Miami Beach. I mean, they moved forward regulation that required all buildings over 7,000 square feet to be certified as LEED Gold. Not that that's the only standard, but that's a pretty high standard. And they applied it to a very small building. And that's a leader in the state of Florida. That kind of over the long haul, as the built environment gets recycled and updated, that's going to make a difference. If we could move more communities to fight that battle and include those kind of goals and objectives in their planning, the life cycle of a building is about 30 to 50 years. It might take a while, but we would start to create buildings that are just more energy efficient and more in harmony with their environment. So moving toward, green globes, if that's your standard, or living building standard, those kind of ordinances are really hard to pass, really hard. The city of Miami is an outlier and outstanding in their ability to do that. But others like Coral Gables have moved in that direction. And there are many others in the state that are doing that. That's another, really positive trend that we're seeing.
Well, we have many great questions here still, but I know we are unfortunately running short on time, going into a short break here before our final panel. So I would encourage those of you who haven't gotten your questions answered or want to reach out to these presenters to look at the climate proceedings on the chnep.org Climate Summit website and reach out to them directly. This concludes our fourth panel. We're going to take a very brief break and return promptly at 3 p.m. for our great panel 5 on actions to move resiliency forward in Southwest Florida. You won't want to miss it. Please be back promptly at 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome back to session 5 of the 2021 Southwest Florida Climate Summit. We're now going to move into actions to move resiliency forward in Southwest Florida. And we have 2 fabulous presenters who are also our event sponsors, Dawn Sheriffs from Environmental Defense Fund and Dr. Michael Savarese from Florida Gulf Coast University's Water School. Following their presentations, we'll have a final panel question and answer session. So please stay involved and feel free to enter your questions into Menti. With that, I am going to turn it over to Dawn.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being troopers, hanging in there until 3 o'clock. It's been a great day of really, really valuable information. And I hope you can hang in there. I think we have a lot of ground to cover in a short time. But first, let me just introduce myself. So I'm Dawn Sheriffs. I am Florida Director, as Jennifer said, of Environmental Defense Fund. And if some of you may not be familiar with Environmental Defense Fund, we've been around since 1967, really, focusing on pragmatic solutions for all of the things that threaten our natural environment. We have we're a large international organization with offices in London and China. We have an army of economists and scientists so that we really root all of our policy solutions in feasibility, right? And making sure that efforts that we undertake produce real results. And I think that's important. And I think we recognized that was something that was needed in Florida. So just this past year in 2020, we launched our Florida office. This is not common. EDF doesn't typically have models in individual states, but Florida is, as you've heard so much today, very much on the front lines of climate and has so many amazing resources that we need to protect. And so I'm really excited. Florida is my home, and really excited to be able to kind of share with you the work that we've been doing and continue to connect. Next slide. So here's my shameless plug. That little cutie is my child. And this was not just a terrible excuse to show off pictures of my kid. But it is important to understand that the experience of climate and hurricanes and all the things that we talked about today can seem academic for those of us who don't live it, right? And that's really the point. I mean, this picture was taken on a capsized sailboat several months after Hurricane Irma. It was still sitting on a beach in Miami where my husband happened to be bicycling with our toddler at the time. And someone had actually taken some spray paint and turned it into art. And that's because Florida people are resilient. We hear people telling our stories all the time. Florida is over, Miami is over, was a major headline. But that's not our reality. We are, a community that sort of puts its bootstraps on and works its way through some really hard challenges. And we do have a booming population, and we do have hurricanes, and we are going to see increased, droughts and flooding. But I'm also really confident that all of you who have hung in here until after 3 o'clock are as deeply invested in this place as I am. I want to continue to raise my family here. I want my son to have the choice to raise his family here. So it was really important for me to take this new role at Environmental Defense Fund, because I think it's important that Florida starts to tell its own story and starts to etch out its leadership, not just on coastal resilience, but also on climate mitigation. Next slide. So as you've heard from a number of speakers a number of times today, we have to start with data. If we don't know where we're going, we can't figure out if we're on our way, right? So what's our start point? What are we facing? And to some of the speakers earlier today that talked about, there's a bit of a cognitive dissonance. Oh, this climate thing isn't my problem. It isn't about me. Well, it actually is. And so we went ahead and did an economic study that looked not at what happens in 100 years, and not in some sort of very theoretical way, but what's happening now in Florida. What is it costing you and I and various businesses around the state already, and what do we expect to see? And I'm happy to share the link in the chat at the end of the presentation, but we did put out an interactive, so if you go to our website, you'll actually be able to click around in different counties and see the different impacts that happen in different communities in Florida. Again, these are short term. And for the Southwest Florida team, the bad news is we saw the worst impacts in Southwest Florida. Lee and Manatee counties both lost $22 million in property tax revenue by 2045. That's money that is currently needed for schools, police departments, and the other services that you depend on. We also had to have a really hard look at what our energy costs were going to be. We heard about rising heat already today. And what is it going to look like in terms of, keeping ourselves sort of comfortable and healthy? We actually will see between a 5 and 7% annual increase in energy. That's over $1.2 billion a year in Florida's electric bills. And I'll tell you, for my family, it's going to be about another $300 a year every year for 20 years in just electrical costs alone. And I'm one of the lucky ones. I can probably manage to take care of that. But this is going to have outsized impacts to families who are already struggling to pay for their electricity. Florida families pay 13% more for their power because we are using more energy for air conditioning than folks in the rest of the United States. Families are struggling. We saw during COVID that so many families that had suffered job loss or income reduction were unable to pay their bills and were getting shut, and there were shut-off orders being placed. I mean, this is something that we really need to sort of have as a high bar concern, on the overall costs of inaction, because we talk a lot about what action costs, but how it affects different communities differently. We need to keep that really front of mind because, it's not just I want to be comfortable and sit in air conditioning. If you have to choose between paying your power bill to keep the air conditioning on or putting dinner on the table, it seems like an easy choice until you realize that having that AC off means you're probably going to get mold in your home. Your family members may get asthma, and it really compromises your health, which also brings another slew of bills. So it really is an economic issue, and it's going to be a housing issue. So we talked a little bit about the connection with heat. We're already seeing this high number of deaths. That is going to go up. We're going to increase more than 9 deaths per 100,000 residents over the next 20 years. Just for context, that is a higher number of deaths than is associated currently with brain cancer or high cholesterol. So we really need to start to understand that this problem is real, it is personal, and it is happening today. Next slide, please. So, next slide. There we go. Thank you. The good news, so that we don't leave today with dismay, is we actually are seeing a ton of leadership in the private sector. You have companies like Anheuser-Busch. They're converting their fleets to electric vehicles to reduce carbon. Nestle is investing $3.5 billion to tackle climate change. These companies aren't doing this just, out of the goodness of their heart. The fact of the matter is electric vehicle fleets cost less over time. This is important to their bottom line. Just this week, we saw tech giants like Salesforce, Apple, Hewlett-Packard are, joining calls for uniform regulations that will require corporations to disclose their greenhouse gas emissions because they know they need consistent, comparable, and reliable data. I was living in Miami a couple of years ago when Amazon was looking at headquarters for its new office. And I can tell you that one of the criteria that they included were quality of life and climate change metrics. Miami, as a result, didn't make it to the final round for what would have been a big job creator. Everyone here, all of you already know, tourism is a huge part of Florida's economy. And it is actually highly susceptible to the influence of national disasters. Just this past December, there was a study that was published in an international journal of tourism, right? So this isn't a climate change publication. This isn't a bunch of environmentalists. This is an industry, a hospitality industry, looking at what their impacts are going to be. And what they found was that coastal counties have lower, or with hurricanes, have lower tourism sales tax growth than, their comparable folks that don't have hurricanes. Okay, you probably would have guessed that that was true. You might not have guessed that those impacts can last for more than 4 months. And it was Southwest Florida who saw the biggest loss in hotel and lodging, but it wasn't just along the coast. Rural and non-coastal counties also saw huge declines. And actually, they tend to experience more adverse impacts from storm and recover at a slower pace. Let's say that again, because I think it's always overlooked, that rural and non-coastal counties are bearing some of the biggest brunt in terms of economics from the increasingly severe hurricanes that Florida is facing. The good news is our state has the need and the opportunity to rapidly transition to clean and thriving 21st century economy. The American Council for Energy Efficient Economy anticipates 135,000 new high-paying, sustainable clean jobs in clean energy across Florida, including in rural, underserved, and diverse communities. It's a huge opportunity. Next slide. So the politics. This is the stuff that, it gets tricky, and folks don't like to talk about politics because it can be uncomfortable. But some of that honestly isn't as real as we think it is. So just after the election in November, EDF did a poll across the state of Florida looking at public opinion on a number of issues. One of the pieces that came out of it was 94% of Floridians agree that climate change is real. That means there are only 6% of people sort of denying that it's happening, right? So we have passed that moment where we need to convince folks that climate change is happening. By and large, we are there. We actually celebrated this by rolling out an entire campaign around the Super Bowl in Tampa with these billboards of the image that you're just seeing, because it's really important that, everybody understood, Republicans, Democrats, and independents all want the same thing: to protect our state's economy and environment from climate impacts and reduce the pollution causing it. We have an overwhelming majority, 62%, said they want to see Florida take immediate steps on climate change. And while those numbers were sort of highest in big cities like Miami and Tampa Bay, Southwest Florida actually had a really high majority of support, especially and including among voters over 50. When you get into sort of the questions about partisan politics, there's a lot of assumptions that get made. But actually, all voters said they would be more likely to support a Republican who supports environmental policies. And that was a 4-to-1 margin among Republicans answering that question too, and a 6-to-1 margin amongst everybody else. So we really are unified in our support for these types of actions. And then 2/3 of voters really overall, and about half of registered Republicans say they are concerned about the impacts of climate change on our state. So again, for anyone that says, this is a partisan issue, it's because they're not paying attention. We really do have a new day in Florida and a new opportunity. And I will tell you that our pollsters shared with us that Florida leads the country in terms of unified public opinion on this issue. And I know that might surprise some folks, but we are really seeing that Florida voters are ahead of the pack. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Here we go. So how did that translate in Florida's legislative session that just wrapped up? Well, there's good news and there's bad news, right? So we always get some mixed results, but let's start with the good stuff. The legislature did not pass a new tax on electric vehicles that was proposed. And this is a big win because Florida is number 2 in sales in the entire country for electric vehicles. And adding a punitive fee would have slowed adoption instead of incentivizing it. In another poll that we did this past March, 43% of residents said they plan to buy an EV. So we know the demand is there, and we're glad to see that the Florida Department of Transportation is now moving forward an electric vehicle master plan, because we are way behind the curve on providing charging to keep up with demand from our residents and from our visitors. Senate Bill 1954. You heard a little bit about this from the Secretary this morning, but this bill has passed the legislature, is awaiting a signature from our governor, and would require Florida DEP to, fill out a comprehensive statewide flood vulnerability and sea level rise assessment, and to develop an annual statewide flooding and sea level rise resilience plan to the governor and the legislature. That's actually really comprehensive. And, one of the things that we've had conversations with the administration in Tallahassee is, look, unless we get our ducks in a row and have our priorities on what needs to get done and really advance that, we're not going to be able to get Florida's fair share of federal dollars on resilience initiatives. We have states like Louisiana that is smaller than us and has less coastline than us, getting a lot more resilience investment than Florida is seeing. This is a really important piece to sort of crossing that hurdle. And then the DeSantis administration also, rolled out their Resilient Florida program. And that sets aside $1 billion in revenues to finance these types of projects. And you have to have skin in the game. When you are trying to get federal dollars for these investments, they need a local match or a local sponsor. And so the state's ability to give local municipalities, whether they be cities or counties, these funds to be able to, secure federal funding is really going to benefit all of us. Let's talk a little bit about solar. So we are the Sunshine State. Unfortunately, though, we are still number 25 in the country for solar jobs per capita. So, we really, if we don't start moving solar in a meaningful way, are poised to miss out on exponential employment growth in that sector. There were several bills this year that would have allowed schools, local governments, and businesses to cut costs by installing solar panels, but they were not passed. Florida is actually one of only 7 states that doesn't allow sort of a third party to come in and install and absorb the upfront costs of installing solar panels. And that's a shame, because really that's saving taxpayer dollars. It wouldn't have cost taxpayers a single thing. It would have saved them money in local government and schools and universities. And that money could have been used to pay teachers or provide other services that we need in our community. And unfortunately, the legislature did pass House Bill 919. This really preempted local governments from making any energy decisions for their communities. Since we do not have a state energy plan in Florida, this means that 100% of Florida's energy choices are being left up to the sole discretion of private utilities. To be clear, if the governor decides to sign this bill, cities cannot meet the goals that they have set on their carbon pollution. And that's really the wrong direction. We need to be moving towards climate solutions. Next slide. So getting back out of Tallahassee, I know you heard from my colleague Elizabeth Gore earlier this morning about some high priority federal policies, but I want to break them down just a little bit more, because there are some pieces of the federal conversations that are going on in Congress, and there are some policies that are particularly good for Florida. And that's what we need to sort of suss out, is what makes sense, not which team are you on, red or blue, but what makes sense for Florida and how can we come in and support it? So, the Biden administration has put out a framework for their proposed clean energy standard, which would decarbonize the electricity sector by 2035. We just talked about how a state preemption bill keeps Florida cities from making up those rules, but because there is no standard at the state, this presents a new opportunity. If a federal clean energy standard was passed, then Florida's utilities would be subject to it, and we may be able to have a cleaner energy portfolio going forward. The Clean School Bus Act filed this year would put us on a path to eliminating diesel emissions from school buses. So you won't have children standing next to bus waiting for school, getting exposed to asthma, carcinogens, and toxic pollution that's warming our climate. And lastly, Blue Carbon for America is a bill that was actually filed by Senator Murkowski in Alaska that looks at how we, and I should add, was supported by Congressman Vern Buchanan out of Southwest Florida, that would support carbon sequestering restoration projects. So think living shorelines like mangroves and coral reefs that improve our water quality, our fishing habitat, and also sequester carbon. We have so much coastline that we are the perfect state to be highly competitive for these projects if this bill were to pass through Congress. And then you may have seen just about a week ago, Representative Buchanan and Representative Castor have filed a moratorium on offshore drilling. That is bipartisan leadership on climate solutions coming out of our state. We really do have a lot of opportunity for hope. And I hope that all of you will sort of continue to stay engaged and join us in that. Next slide. And just so you know where to find us, feel free to check out our website at letstackleclimatechangeflorida.com or keep in touch with us. We're kind of rolling out news as fast as it breaks on Twitter at EDF_Florida. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mike Savarese. Thanks, Dawn, for that talk. And thanks to everybody that's participated today. It's just been a wonderful day. I've learned a lot. Thanks to the NEP for organizing this. I think the way this meeting has been organized, it's been very informative. The discussions have been great. I guess I'm the last batter in this lineup. I'm not sure if that's such a good thing. I find it both exhilarating and a little nerve-wracking. I've had an opportunity to hear everything that happened today and my mind's spinning in 1,000 different ways, and would love to make connections to everything else that came before me. What I'd like to do in the next few minutes is just talk to you about current preparedness activities that are going on here in Southwest Florida when it comes to resiliency, improving resiliency. If I can have the next slide. For those of you who are not familiar with the process, I know some of our students at FGCU are looking in, they're perhaps not familiar with this, maybe most of the professionals in the audience are, but this is essentially a roadmap to preparedness for resiliency. And this comes out of the Florida Adaptation Planning Guidebook that Whitney Gray talked about earlier, coming out of her office. It's a great product for anybody who's trying to get on board and get prepared. And what you can see here are a number of steps along that road. The first one being the context. That essentially means bringing the group together, deciding what needs to be done, bringing the end users and the stewards together. A second is to appreciate your vulnerability, do a vulnerability analysis. Where and when and how are you vulnerable to the effects of climate change as we move forward into the future? That then drives adaptation planning and adaptation strategies, where you'll prioritize and decide what needs to be done first, what's more important, and where you make those critical investments. Someone mentioned, I think it was Anna earlier, that it's so important that this kind of planning goes into the comprehensive plan for a community, because that then serves as a contractual obligation to address these things. And then the last step, sometimes it's the most difficult step on this road, is the implementation step, where money actually has to be spent to improve resilience. There's been a lot of talk throughout the day about the importance of mitigation, reducing a carbon footprint for a local government or a region or a community. And interestingly, that's not part of this roadmap, but it should be. As we've talked about before, it's really important to reduce carbon footprints, to minimize the adaptation needs as we move forward into the future, because at some point adaptation is no longer sustainable, particularly if temperatures get above that 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade, and we realize the worst scenarios that Mother Nature throws our way. There have been lots of communities that have been on this roadmap and are at various different stages of this roadmap here in Southwest Florida. Earlier, you heard some talk about Punta Gorda being sort of a league leader in doing this soon after Hurricane Charlie back in 2004. We've also heard about Lee County doing a vulnerability assessment in the late 2000s. Other communities along the way, Sanibel and Captiva, the city of Naples, Cape Coral, have all done pieces of this. What I'd like to talk to you about today, though, is talk to you about things that are very, very current, and I think that have far-reaching, region-wide kinds of implications and applications. And if you could go to the next slide for me, whoever's there at the helm, I'd like to talk about these 4 things, okay? The first 3 are about more robust and informative ways to go about doing vulnerability analyses. I'm going to talk to you about 2 projects, the one at the top, NOAA NCOSA Akun, and the third one down, NOAA EESLR Akun Plus. These are these are vulnerability analysis tools that are being crafted just for Collier County, which seems, well, how could that be of regional significance? Well, what we're hoping to do is we're hoping to move those kinds of tools to the entire region and serve the entire 3-county region of Southwest Florida, Charlotte, Lee, and Collier County. We now have a proposal that's in review, the second bullet here, something called Super Akun. So I'll talk about those 3 first. All of this then will hopefully help serve a genuine alliance that's just coming up to the batter's box, to keep with the baseball metaphor in this talk. And I want to talk to you about the formalization of something called the Southwest Florida Regional Resiliency Compact, which brings us all together to deal with these kinds of problems. So if I could have the next slide. First, let me talk to you about Akun. So Akun stands for the Adaptation of Coastal, Urban, and Natural Ecosystems. It's a large funded project through NOAA. It was funded through Deepwater Horizon BP penalty monies, ironically, and that brought about $1 million to Collier County. We're actually in the 4th year of a 3-year project. We actually had a year extension to do some pro bono work and make Akun that much more usable. And it's essentially a package that looks at vulnerability through computer model simulations. Okay, that third bullet down, you can see it says most of the tools are ready. Here is a collection of the kinds of tools that are available. The first one, CH3D SWAN modeling. Basically what this does is it looks at the Collier County landscape and determines how it's likely or not likely to be inundated by sea level rise. You're all familiar with the term nuisance or sunny day flooding, from waves and surge, and from storms. So it can handle just extreme high tides as sea level goes up, and it can also statistically treat the historical record of storm impacts of our coast and look at inundation that way. It also has an economic impact tool, which then allows you to predict what kinds of property loss is likely to be incurred as you move forward under different conditions into the future. The tools all can be used in a very web-based, user-friendly, anyone off the street can sit down and work this and run through the existing scenarios, but it can also be used as an experimental tool, a further research tool. And one way it's already being used is through something called rapid forecasting, where you can actually simulate pending storms that are headed our way, and you're able to adjust the storms as an emergency manager as you best see fit, just to get some more information about what kinds of contingency plans you might need when it comes to managing an emergency that's heading your way. Collier County is actually using Akun in this regard already. And then the last tool involves a computer modeling technique called software called XBeach, which looks at what kinds of erosional damage is likely to occur along the outer coast when a storm and sea level rise occurs. All of these tools, except for the last one, XBeach, are currently ready. We're actually running a series of webinars now to train end users. We also have large collections of assets. Assets are things of value to people that live and work here in Collier County. What you can do is you can place those assets on a map as a GIS layer, and you can simulate inundation in the future relative to those assets. So it's a very powerful visual tool and gives managers insight into where their vulnerabilities are and how to adapt to those. If I could have the next slide. Now, there's been a lot of talk about sea level curves, and when Secretary Valenstein was on earlier, he talked about the NOAA 2017 values. It's come up a number of times. The good news is that this Akun uses the NOAA 2017 values. There's actually a left and right side of this table. The left side represents the earlier version of Akun in its first year, in its infancy, where we used global values. The table on the right in Akun version 3.0 uses values that are adjusted for regional effects. And so the numbers that you can see in this 3x3 matrix is how those simulations are modeled as we move into the future. So we're looking at sea level rise at 3 points in time, 2030, 2060, 2100, and then under low, medium, and high values that come directly from the NOAA curves. And you can see those values have sea level rise going up 0.39 feet to as much as 8.36 feet. I'm laughing because my good friend Anna criticized me before I knew it that we shouldn't report feet in tenths and we should report them in inches, and we'll try to fix that. So I should also say that everything I'm showing you today is really the product of remarkable minds, and I'm not a possessor of one of those remarkable minds, and I'm not just being falsely modest. The computer work is principally coming out of a lab at the University of Florida in Gainesville, Dr. Peter Sheng and his shop. Some of the work is being done here by Dr. Felix Joes, and another large portion of the modeling is done through the US Geological Survey. And I've been serving, and FGCU has been serving as kind of the liaison working with the community. So if I can have the next slide. I think from here forward, yes, I am where I'm supposed to be. From here forward, I'm going to show you a number of simulations. They're basically stills from the web-based tool. If you are running this live on your internet provider, and what you're looking at here is a blow up of central Naples. You can see, I can't point to anything, unfortunately, because I don't have control of the screen, but you can see the runway of the Naples airport. You can see, thank you, whoever's doing that. I don't know if you can pick out the Gordon River and the entrance into Naples Bay. You can see the Tamiami Trail crosses over the Gordon River. Thank you, whoever's driving. You've got great geographic sense. So you get a sense as to what's here in the Collier County landscape. Now we've zoomed in. This modeling is done for the entire county, but we've zoomed into a small area just to demonstrate the effectiveness of this. And what you're looking at here is the tool showing nuisance flooding. So no storms in this scenario. This is just that nasty chronic flooding due to extreme tides that might inflict a community anywhere from 8 to 24 times a year because of extreme high tides. And what you're looking at is the simulation for 2060, okay, under the medium sea level rise magnitude, which is about, not in inches, but in feet, about 1.77 foot increase in sea level. And what you can see here, again, I can't point it out, but there's a little tributary called Rock Creek that extends just to the south of the airport. And you can see there's water on the surface there. It's color coded in blues and greens. That means there's standing water every time there's this extreme high tide, anywhere between 1 and 4 feet in those neighborhoods. Okay, so this is an issue for adaptation planning if you're focusing on this kind of magnitude sea level rise in 2060. If I can have the next slide. Now, this is another simulation. What I've done here is I've turned on one of the asset layers and we're looking at arterial roads, and someone governing Marco Island, you can see Marco Island on the map here, might say, how effective are those arterial roads going to be at some point in the future when we have to think about evacuating people off the island? And what you're looking at here is 2030 under the low sea level rise magnitude, and that's about 0.4 feet of sea level rise. And this is with the impact of a 1 in 100 year storm. So the 1% annual exceedance probability storm, the kind of storm that FEMA typically does its flood zoning with respect to. Okay, and what you can see here is those arterial roads, particularly the road that goes past Goodland and heads up to Collier Seminole State Park. Those roads are, if I were to zoom in closer, you'd see that those roads are significantly flooded under these conditions and are essentially ineffective as roadways. And you can see most of Marco Island has standing water on it as well. And you can also see how far inland that flooding extends. It extends right up to the East Trail and into those neighborhoods that sit north of Route 41. The next slide shows the same thing in 2060 now, same 1% storm under medium sea level rise, 1.8 feet roughly rise. And you can see the colors are getting warmer, the colors are extending further inland, the water is getting deeper, the inundation is penetrating further into the landscape. One thing I would note here is the one thing that this Akun does remarkably well is it simulates the attenuation effects of the landscape. So the people at the US Geological Survey have developed sophisticated modules that deal with the frictional forces of different types of landscape habitats. And things like, you can with this tool see how effective things like mangrove forests or salt marshes are at attenuating the flooding. If I could have the next slide. This is a glimpse of the economic property damage tool Okay, so what you're seeing here is the annualized property costs, okay, under these conditions in 2060, under the medium sea level rise magnitude for that 1% storm. And the landscape is broken up into these hexagons so that no one individual property can worry about their particular piece of the postage stamp, but rather areas of the landscape. And you can see color coded here are the expected annualized costs in percent value, okay? So if you are that one yellow shaded hexagon that you can see close to where it says Naples on the map, okay, that's an area that can expect to have to invest about 0.55% of the property's value every year if this particular condition is realized in the future. So this provides businesses, real estate developers with a sense as to what kind of property cost losses are likely to be as we move forward in the future. The next slide. So again, I mentioned that a COON accounts for the value of landscape types here, and what you can see mapped are different types of habitats in the landscape surrounding Marco Island, just south of Naples. And I don't have time to go into it, but I mentioned that you could use a COON in one of these investigatory fashions for further research. And so what we've done to showcase how this works is we've run Hurricane Irma as it did occur in 2017 with the existing landscape. And then we ran it again, but we experimentally mowed down all the mangroves from the natural landscape. So what would Irma do to property damage with and without those mangroves? And it turns out that Irma without mangroves would cost the county an additional $13 million in property damage. So you have a way of assessing the effects of nature and nature-based features, green infrastructure on the resiliency of a landscape. Next slide. There are also some additional wonderful tools, or excuse me, products, I should say, that COON has generated that we are sharing with managers of all ilks. You can see on the right side, we probably have the best digital elevation model for Collier County that money has ever bought, because we have used some sophisticated algorithms, again, coming from USGS, to see well through the canopy if you're familiar with the problems of LiDAR technology. So we were able to provide that. And then on the left, we have these refined vegetation maps that other managers can use for other kinds of applications. Next slide. Now, Collier County's been very fortunate, and one could argue, you know, what about the rest of us? So I'm here to tell you that we feel so strongly about the value of these tools, and that we've made a commitment to try to replicate these tools for the entire Southwest Florida region and reproduce COON's vulnerability tools for our 3 counties and all of our municipalities. I mentioned we have another proposal for $1.6 million in for NOAA. If that gets funded, we'll have something in a few years that the entire compact can make use of. Next slide, please. I knew that as I relaxed and the nervousness would go away, I would talk too much. So I'm just going to whip through this and just show you this one slide. And then in a second, I'll ask the moderator to jump ahead a few. The second project that's producing other types of vulnerability tools for Collier County is known as a COON Plus. It's another 3-year project. We're about 2 years into that. It's about $750,000. And this takes up the inundation analysis where COON left off. So this looks at freshwater inundation due to changes in precipitation caused by climate change. And I guess if you would move to the next slide, and we'll just sit on that for a second. What that does is it brings together, it couples a variety of hydrologic and ecological models that you can see listed here. So we're working very closely with the South Florida Water Management District, which is providing their watershed BCP flood model, as well as working with some urban stormwater flooding software in this project. And when this is over, Collier County would have a complete view of its vulnerability with respect to inundation of all types. Again, something we'd love to see replicated across the entire region. I just got a word in the message box that I can catch my breath and slow down a little bit and maybe take a few extra minutes. Maybe the other thing I'd say about a Coon Plus, which I think CHNEP and other natural resource managers might want to do backflips over, is we're using some software, some ecological modeling software developed by the Geological Survey called Warmer Mangrove, a clever acronym, which basically looks at how salt marsh and mangrove wetland vegetation is likely to respond to future climate scenarios, okay? So we're able to predict where mangroves and salt marshes are likely to go. And then you can rerun the inundation models to see how resiliency changes as the mangroves and salt marshes move around the landscape into the future. Additionally, you can do restoration experiments with this package, and you can decide what if the 10,000 Islands National Wildlife Refuge made a decision to plant mangroves to replace its salt marsh over its vast acreage. How would the response of those mangroves and the resiliency of the coast be influenced by that kind of management decision? And you can run the experiment using the model coupling, and that can then inform restoration practices as we move forward into the future. So the whole package is remarkably powerful. Okay, if I can have the next slide and go to the next slide. Okay, so let's bring this home. Okay, it's one thing to have tools. I got plenty of tools in my garage. Do I ever use them? No, they just sit there. I know how to hold a hammer. Maybe I know how to hit a nail on the head, but I miss 9 times out of 10. If you go back to Whitney Gray's roadmap, okay, those vulnerability analysis results and those tools have to be employed and put into the hands into adaptation planning processes and mitigation processes. And it's really difficult to expect a small community, something that's the size of the village of Estero, okay, or the little metropolis that is Everglades City, to take these kinds of things on their own, okay? So it makes sense to form an alliance. And that's what regional climate compacts are all about. They're about bringing jurisdictions together, not just jurisdictions, but NGOs and agencies and civic leaders as business professionals, bring the whole community together, okay, to deal with this roadmap process and get the roadmap working for the entire region. The value of a compact, of bringing an alliance together, I think should be obvious. Again, Estero might not have the right employee or the dollars to be able to tackle this, but maybe Lee County does, maybe Sanibel does. Okay, so you can share best practices, you can share resources, you can share information. Communities are welcome to come together and align their initiatives and their efforts and work cooperatively, or maybe they're going to have their own initiatives and their own efforts, but they're going to rely on assistance from those other jurisdictions and other professionals and NGO employees to help with the design of things. And then communities within the alliance, either as a whole collective, as an alliance, or as a small subset, can co-produce assessments. They also come together more successfully compete for resources that are limited at the state federal level. You heard earlier, Secretary Vestine, you heard from Woodray, from a couple of people that alliances, regionalization coalitions are being valued now, particularly with this new legislation that's about to be signed by the governor, okay? So now there's great incentive and there's real value in being an alliance when it comes to competing. And as Whitney Gray had mentioned earlier, the Florida Resilient Coastlines Program has always valued in their competitive grants program our regional efforts where a whole region was coming together to ask for help rather than individual jurisdictions. If I can have the next slide. The sense of a compact is to bring together jurisdictions that share demographics, share environmental problems, okay, share an economy. And that couldn't be that's so clear for us here in Southwest Florida among our 3 counties, okay? We are an environmentally and socioeconomically diverse region, okay? We have lots of small governments that don't have bountiful resources. We're this rich, diverse mix of affluent and economically disadvantaged populations. We have people that are doing low pay agricultural work in Immokalee, and we have our retired CEOs, living in multi-million-dollar homes right on the coastal edge. Okay, we share that, and we all share the dependence on a tourism economy, either for the quality of life, because we ourselves are enjoying that life, or we're relying on the economic bounty that it's providing. So it makes good sense for us within Southwest Florida to be within an alliance shared among those jurisdictional boundaries. The next slide shows you, I believe, how in vogue collaboratives or compacts are across the state. Here you can see 6 compacts. You can see Leon County there in the Panhandle in orange. Leon County has taken the initiative to form a compact within itself, but there's now an effort to bring together many counties and cities along the Panhandle. So that compact is growing. The Southeast Compact in green, they're the grandpappy of them all. They've been around now for 11 or 12 years, and they are the role model to emulate. The Tampa Bay Coalition has done remarkably well. A number of people, was it Aaron or Dawn? A couple of people talked about things going on in Tampa. The East Central region is an interesting region. It's a collective of heartland counties as well as coastal counties. And one could argue that the heartland counties seem to be ignored. Dawn made a point of saying that, it's not just resilience for the people that are sitting on the beach, but the impacts on those coastal counties affect the interior lands as well. So there needs to be a greater effort to represent the needs of those heartland counties. And then the Northeast region has just gotten off the ground like we are here. The next slide. Oh, wait, don't go to the next slide. I never mentioned the jurisdictions. So here at the bottom, you can see the 3 counties, the 10 cities. There are 10 incorporated municipalities. And then we are also including the Captiva Erosion Prevention District, which is a tax-paying or tax-funded and board electing entity very similar to a city council. So for all intents and purposes, they are a local government or have that kind of authority. Next slide. I just wanted to show just a quick graphic of how wonderfully productive the Southeast Florida Regional Compact for Climate Change has been. Again, they've been in operation for 11 years. One of the things they have showcased has been having a climate summit for their region, a summit that I've been going to with reasonable consistency over the last few years. And really, I would argue, Jennifer, that it's that tradition that has spawned this first climate summit for our region. Next slide. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about the compact's progress. This has been going on. It's been a difficult sell, I will tell you. It's been 18 hard months, but really more like 3 years to make this happen. But we had a steering committee formed representing the 3 counties, the 11 municipal governments, as well as agency and NGO people, about a group of 50 or so people. That steering committee crafted an MOU, a statement of purpose, some frequently answered questions, and that MOU was essentially presented and discussed with all the local governments. And as of just 2 weeks ago, all 14 of the jurisdictions have ratified the MOU through their city councils or boards of county commissioners. So we are ready to start work. The groundwork has been laid. There's a commitment there, and there's a political will there to make it happen. Next slide talks about the next steps. We are in a situation now where it's time to operationalize the compact. And we want to be, I say we, people on the steering committee, want to be respectful of the jurisdictions themselves. So we get a lot of questions asking, what's this going to look like, how it's going to operate? It's really up to the group to decide how this is going to operate. The intention is to hire a consultant, someone with consensus building and maybe conflict resolution skills, but also has experience working with government and NGOs, a pluralistic collection of citizens to help organize, with experience organizing these kinds of efforts for sustainability and resilience. There's an effort going underway to bring in what we're calling stopgap funding for at least 3 years. We would like 3 years of funding to be available so that governments can get used to the fact that the compact exists, and we can develop respectability and trust and show local governments that this really is a good thing and worth investing in. And if that stopgap funding isn't sustainable in the future, then somewhere in the future we would talk about a cost sharing arrangement, which happens with the other compacts. FGCU's water school, we don't have a political horse in this effort. We are, I hope, viewed as being nonpartisan and non-advocates. The FGCU Water School has offered space and some operational monies to make this happen. And so the idea is that the administrative hub could reside here within the water school. Again, that would ultimately be up to the group, but we are making that offer. And this will all happen, will begin hopefully within a few weeks as we move into the summer. So I think that's my last slide. Let me just move forward to the very end and say thank you. And let me say that I think this is an exciting time. Everything we heard today shows that there's this consensus of interest and focus. And I do believe that this is the right time for a compact to get off the ground, given everything we heard today and given everything we've heard coming out of the state in terms of legislation and a commitment from the governor. And hopefully there are brighter but not warmer days ahead. Thanks.
Well, thank you so much. Now we're going to go to our question and answer session with our audience and our panel 5 presenters. Audience, if you can enter your questions in menti.com right now, here's the address and the login information if you're not already logged in. And panelists, please feel free to start taking turns responding to as many questions as you can.
This is like the ultimate in multitasking. I have to read, watch the screen, think all at the same time. So
you're getting outnumbered. Most of the questions are for you.
Oh, Dawn, get some questions in there for Dawn.
All right, I'll jump in first. So the question is,
go first.
And sorry, I've got the questions on another screen here. So how can we hold those in power, non-elected, accountable? For example, privately owned utilities impeding renewable energy efforts, inequitably passing costs on to consumers. During COVID, FPL raised costs per kilowatt hour. The Public Service Commission doesn't seem to be keeping this in check. So I think, unfortunately, the hard and fast news is you can't. That is the job of the elected officials. And you have to hold the elected officials accountable to regulating monopoly utilities, because you don't have power as individuals to do it yourself. I mean, you certainly are within your ability to get some solar panels on top of your roof and hope that the legislature protects net metering so that you can recoup all of the costs of that in a shorter timeline. But, you know, it is, we talk a lot about, you know, cancel culture in the news lately. That's not an option when you need electricity in your home. You are, you know, pretty much beholden to the utilities. And so the only path to do that is indirect. You know, we have the Public Service Commission are, you know, appointees of the governor. So, you know, messaging what's important to you to the administration, you know, can only help try to make sure that good appointments are made, thoughtful, experienced people are put in those roles, and that there's, you know, a little bit more transparency between, you know, the roles that the regulators are playing and how they're interacting with the utilities directly.
Maybe I'll answer the blue box. Are the model products you spoke about publicly available? I think that's an important one and relatively quick to answer. The tools are not publicly available at this moment, but they will be available and our target for availability will be the end of the summer. The reason why they're not publicly available at the moment is because we want to make sure we have good, a good manual, essentially, so that the information that is displayed is not misunderstood or misapplied. And we're actually working with Collier County League of Women Voters, and they've provided help in writing a user's manual, and that user's manual is now in draft mode. So we'd like to have that user's manual done before it's publicly available, and we would like to have the final bells and whistles be displayed well on the web interactive tool. I can tell you that the tools are already being used. There are, again, I had mentioned the webinars. We've run a number of webinars for elected officials, county and city staffers. We've run them for NGO professionals and other professionals, and we're about ready to run one for a collection of business and civic leaders. And then the 3 cities in Collier County are all in the process of developing their first formal vulnerability analysis workshop, where the tools will be used focused on specific questions. So that's all good news. Maybe I'll ask the red box wondering panel could comment on the impacts of change to historical resource. I could say a little something about Dawn. I don't know if you can. Maybe we'll say really quick, and I glanced over this just because I want to roll. But the asset layers that I had mentioned, there are a whole suite of assets, and among those assets is included cultural resources, both archaeologic and historic resources. The archaeological assets are actually protected. So we are using the state's cultural locality list as assets in Collier County that only professional historians and archaeologists are allowed to view, because there's concern about the impropriety of revealing where sacred and potentially culturally valuable sites might be. But we do have that capability. And interestingly, the Florida Public Archaeological Network, FPAN, is probably our greatest enthusiasts when it comes to using a coon. The same is true for natural resources. We've got a whole variety of natural resource types, including all the vegetation I mentioned on the landscape. I know, Dawn, do you have?
Yeah, I'll jump in. There's a question about what folks can do to address the preemption of energy choices. I mean, look, the good news is it is not yet the law of the land. It has not been signed into law by Governor DeSantis. I think, the more he hears from regular, concerned business owners, concerned homeowners, residents, voters, and not just who he deems, environmental organizations. I mean, it really needs to be about what impacts individuals have and tell their story, because I think that's the type of message that we get through. So whether that's an email or my personal favorite, a handwritten postcard, you really do have to sort of to continue to iterate what your priorities are, because otherwise folks up in Tallahassee make assumptions and may not always have had the time to look into each bill and figure out how it's going to be affecting your family. And that's where all of us being deeply engaged in the process of legislature and even of the Public Service Commission. I know it's not the most exciting thing to do, but we have seen, especially over the last year, that when heavy public pushback is received at the Public Service Commission, even though they are not an elected body, they seem to be making slightly better decisions. And so, it's shining a bright white light on, what decisions are happening, who they impact, and and calling for better action. And I think we can do that, but we have to do it collectively and we have to do it thoughtfully. I always say we need to engage people, not enrage people. So try to sort of stay solution focused.
I'm looking at the question that asks about redundancy between area development districts and resiliency compacts. I'm afraid I don't know what an area development district is. Dawn, do you or Jennifer, do you have your ears on? What's an area development district? I'm sorry, I don't know that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that term, but encourage whoever put that question in to contact you directly to follow up on that, and maybe they can share that. All right, well, I think we're wrapping up here. If we want to go ahead and share some final resources and comments with our audience, I'm just going to say on behalf of the CHNUP that, we have learned more today about how urgent this issue is in our region, how much is at stake, and that we can take actions together to address this challenge and build more resilient, vibrant communities. And to quote young climate activist Greta, "You must take action, you must do the impossible, because giving up is never an option. Together and united, we are unstoppable." And I think we heard that over and over today, and especially true with finalizing on this exciting Southwest Florida Climate Compact. This is a daunting time, but it's also a hopeful time with more resources, political support, and actions being applied to this problem than ever before. And I'm going to ask now Mike and Dawn, representing our event sponsor organizations, to change hats here and offer us a brief closing remark. Mike?
Oh, thanks, Jennifer. I'm trying to find something profound to say. First, I would say, I think keeping this kind of dialogue going in years to come, keeping a summit going every year is a grand idea. And again, I mentioned in my introduction, the Water School is here in part to take on those kinds of roles. So the Water School is here to help reach out into the community, engage with the community. Oftentimes universities are perceived as, people working in universities do what they do, and then they share it with you, and maybe it's germane or interesting to you. What the Water School is doing that's a little unorthodox is we're going into the community and saying, what do you want us to do? How can we help you? And then helping put the resources and the people together to accomplish those kinds of tasks. So it's kind of turning the traditional academic relationship on its head. The only other comment I want to make, if you don't mind, Jennifer, is less about the Water School and more about us as a greater community. It's important when these kinds of decisions are being made, when that roadmap is being traveled, that everyone is engaged and everyone is respected and informed. We've heard great presentations today about engaging the public, improving awareness, but for this to be genuinely useful and to be of great value, everyone need be involved. And working with such a large collection of people, very different interests and very different backgrounds is a difficult thing. So I challenge us to make as earnest of an effort as possible to make sure that people are engaged through these difficult kinds of decisions. So thank you.
Thank you. Dawn?
Just again, we've all learned so much today, and I hope all of you walk away really encouraged. There's great stuff being done, and you are now empowered to seize the opportunities before us. Florida is really well positioned to grow jobs, to electrify our transportation, to sequester carbon with nature, and nothing should stand in our way. There's a favorite saying at EDF that hope is a verb with sleeves rolled up. So, while you might not be wearing long sleeves during May in Southwest Florida, I do think, all of us need to sort of lean in, and I would encourage all of you, to reach out to your policymakers, ask them to make the investment in 100% clean energy by 2050 and climate and water resilient infrastructure. We really can do it if we're all pulling in the same direction. So thank you for joining us today, and certainly thank you to CHNEP team for a wonderful event.
Yes, thank you. As we wrap up, I just want to again thank all the presenters today, the event sponsors, the members of the Coastal and Heartland National Estuary Partnership, including the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and the incredible CHNEP team who all made today's event possible. And we thank you, our 250 plus active throughout the day virtual summit attendees who took time to be with us. We also want to point again to some final resources to help you stay informed and engaged. All the contact information for our presenters and their organizations are enclosed in the Citizens Climate Action Guide and the 2021 Climate Summit proceedings that are available on the CHNEP Climate Summit webpage. You can also go there to subscribe for a free educational Harbor Happenings magazine and annual nature calendar. And you can sign up to get involved for notifications about citizen science and volunteer opportunities. Summit video presentations are going to be available on the CHNEP YouTube channel. And finally, we do hope that you will join us in spring 2022 for the next Southwest Florida Climate Summit to keep this exciting momentum going. Thank you and have a great afternoon.